Morning everyone. Well, you look at the weather forecast and you see light winds and you think, great, there's not going to be any wind this morning. And then what happens? Karapiro produces its fog. So we've got a slight delay. It's going to be reviewed at 8 o'clock. I've just driven from Epworth at the other end of the lake. It was clear all the way down at the start. I could see the umpire boats, but certainly this last 1,000 metres is the problem in the course, and the sort of the fog lifts up, then it comes down again, rolls off the hill, then it lifts up. So what will happen is there a review taking place at 8 o'clock, and a review will happen every 15 minutes. So it will get underway. And it will be reviewed every 15 minutes by the chief umpire. how the fog sort of lifts and then another bit of fog rolls down the hill and it's sort of blanketed. Fog this morning, you can see the fog in the distance. It's only just cleared. We're now got the B final of the boys under 17 single sculls, and if you're in live stream, you're watching them now move across into their starting blocks to get aligned. It's a beautiful calm day. There's no wind, which caused fog this morning, but it's perfect rowing conditions, especially for this boys under 17 singles. The first race we have is the boys under 17 single B final. Lane 1, Joshua Drake, St. Peter's College. Lane 2, Harrison Reeve, Maclean's College. Lane 3, Jack Hogg from Cambridge High School. Lane 4, Breon Ranganui from Rotunda High School. Lane 5, Sam Mons from Takapuna Grammar. Lane 6, Sid McQueen from Onslow College. Lane 7, Matthew Ryder from Otamotai College. Lane 8, Edward Sang from Wanganui Collegiate. Boys under 17 single sculls B final. These two events sponsored by Authentic Oars. So the time's now 8:54. You can see if you're watching on the live stream what happens 5 minutes before race time. Crews have to be moving into the starting area. They need to be attached at least 2 minutes beforehand. So you can see on the live stream all those singles that we can see in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 on the screen are now attached. Once they're all in, if they have a clearance from the chief umpire, the racing will begin. So we're expecting this race, by the looks of it, to start in the next 5 minutes. So normally I have the drone guys coming in and out through the window here, but they're actually launching today off the Canoe Club. The drone will be following the A finals, which will allow me to call them more accurately. Although I'm told I'm not doing too bad a job at watching them go through the boys, but the B finals I'm doing through binoculars. So I can see the start camera, they're sitting in the blocks. Right, they've started to move a bit forward, so we're getting closer to a start. It's 8:58. Rotunda just touching on his right skull, getting straight. Very slight breeze there, now touching on his left. Boat pivots around quite a bit. Takapuna Grammar sitting there ready to go, blade squared. Just touching a little bit on his right skull now. And they're away. They're away in the first race today. The boys under 17 single sculls B final. Takapuna just straightening up a bit, just pushed a little bit in the middle. They're all away to a clean start. Umpires' boats moved in behind them and we're away in the first race. The boys under 17 single sculls B final all have made a clean start. They're all through the first 100 metres. So this is the B final, boys under 17 single. And they're coming down now, and I get in a cross shot, and as we go through 250 metres, who's made a flyer? It's lane 6. Lane 6 is a canvas in front as we go through the first 250 metre mark. I'm obviously getting some drone footage. They've got a canvas on the field at this very early stage. And lane 6 is Onslow College, made a flyer. He's pushed out. Going out with him is lane 4, Rotunda High School. Lane 6, canvas over lane 4. Back to the rest of the field. Probably the next best is lane 5. Lane 5 is Takapuna Grammar. They're sitting in third. There's only one length over the entire field, but lane 6 has made a flyer and he's pushing out. 300 metres gone in the race. It's Onslow College, number 2. That's Sid McQueen. He's made the fastest start, and we're coming up now. I can see the next big boys coming up, so I'm going to presume that's the 500. I'm going to call them through. Lane 6 goes through. Lane 4 goes through. Lane 5 goes through. Then it's neck and neck, the rest of the field, half a thing. 3 boys, lanes 4, 5 and 6. They've pulled a length in front now. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 7 and 8 are all virtually in a line. So we've got the 3 boys, lanes 4, 5 and 6. And here's a move coming from 6. 6 is putting some big strokes in now. Onslow. He's now gone out to half a length. Half a length over lane 5 as Takapuna rose through lane 4. Takapuna's having a go. He sees Onslow, he turns round. He turns round and looks at lane 4. He can see them both and he's putting some strokes in. He's still a canvas down on lane 6, but he's got a canvas clear on lane 4. He's looking around quite a bit, the Takapuna boy, wanting to know where he is. And they're coming through, but it's still Onslow over Takapuna. Half a length back to Rotunda. He's got a length over lane 3. Lane 3 is Cambridge High School. We then go back to lanes 1, 2, 7 and 8, rowing in a line. As we come down now, through to the next mark will be the 750 metre mark. And that was the end of the drone footage, so now I'm having to switch to binoculars, so I can't quite see so accurately. But we're looking at 6, 5 and 4 as the first 3 place getters in this B final. They're coming now up to the 1,000 metre mark. They're about 10 strokes away. So, Onslow College, leading Takapuna, leading Rotunda. I'll try and get them through the 1,000. 6 goes through, 5 goes through. So Onslow still holding Takapuna, 4's gone through. So we're still holding those first 3 places as they go through the 1,000 metres. Now if you're in a single scull, this is where you've got to make or break your opponent. So I'm expecting lane 6 and 5 and possibly 4 to be putting the moves on now. to really sort of grind their way with their base speed through to the lead. So can Takapuna push down to catch up this Onslow boy through this third 500? Meanwhile, back at the start for the A final, they're sitting in the starting blocks. The A final is in the starting blocks, ready to go. So we're nearing 800 metres and the battle's out there in lane 6 and 5. You can see the bright yellow of Takapuna Grammar, and lane 5 we're in a yellow cap. Lane 6 we have the red of Onslow College. Just in behind them we have Rotunda in lane 4. Rototuna. Hope my pronunciation's right. As we come to 750 metres to go in the boys' final. Six and 5 locked neck and neck. Onslow and Takapuna. There's not much between them. Get a better judge when they get through to the 500 metre mark. They've got about 650 metres to go in the boys' B final. A little bit hard to judge on the angle here. The lighting isn't helping me, so I can't see the yellow boys now on the slide.
Attention.
6 and 5 locked together as they go through with 500 metres to go. That's Onslow and Takapuna. So if you're from those schools, you better cheer them on. They're locked together in the lead. C5 putting in quite a lot of work now from Takapuna. I think Takapuna's moved ahead with 500 to go. I think he's got a canvas over the boy on the outside of him, Onslow College. 4's remaining prominent. Good cut race there with 8 and 7 and further out to them. Probably dropping behind 2 and 1. But it's Takapuna Grammar's moved in. He did a move round the 500 metre to go mark and he's gone to the lead. Meanwhile, the A final's underway. And I'll catch that through the first marker boy. And in the A final, it's lane 8 leading lane 1. So they've decided to go first. Lane 8 leading lane 1 in the A final. That's Wanganui High School leading St. Peter's College 1. Cooney leading Whitcomb. Whitcomb probably was foxing in the semi. We saw him only in 4th place in the semi, but he's gone out near the front in the A final of the boys under 17 single sculls. He's in lane 1 from St. Peter's College in the white boat. I'm still going to have a look down here at the B final. The B final's coming down inside 150 metres to go, and it's Takapuna. It's Sam Mons from Takapuna, coached by Epine Norman and Ian Bright. He's holding the lead in the B final. He's leading over Onslow College, which led him most of the way through that first 1500. Back in 3rd is Rotunda. They haven't changed the positions the first 3. As they come up to the line, it's Takapuna by a length in the B final. 2 strokes to go. He's got it, length and a quarter over Onslow. 3rd back to Rototuna High School in lane 4. Then we're going out to lane 7, which will be Otamotai College. And then down into lane 3, Cambridge High School. Meanwhile, I go back to the A final, and it's lane 1. Lane 1 is leading the A final. St. Peter's College, boys under 17 single, coached by Sam Jackson and Harry Williams. That's Jack Whitcomb. He's been winning at the previous regattas. I noted in the semi-final, but he hasn't got much on this field. He's only got half a length in the lead, and the boy now who's putting the challenge in is coming from lane 6. Lane 6 is Tauranga Boys College. He's closely followed by lanes 5 and 4. That's St. Peter's School McClintock, coached by Chris Thorson, and Hauraki Blaine Simpson, coached by Franklin Hamilton. So lane 6, he's just sitting just a bit ahead of them. That's Jason McConaughey, coached by Richard Gee, and he's having a go, trying to pick up lane 1. They're within half a length of lane 1, which is Jack Whitcomb holding the lead. We then drop back to lane 3, Maclean's College, Logan Terrell. He won the under-16s at Mardi Cup, but he's not in the first 4. He's a length and a half down on everyone else, that first 4. So he's going to have to do a lot of work soon if he wants to be up there. He was the under-16 Māori final, but they're really putting it in the under-17s outside of him. So, lane 6 continues to come through.
Someone's just said it's Rota Tuna. Alright, in case you upset the parents.
So, no, I've got that wrong. It's lane 5 coming through. So it's lane 1, St. Peter's College, lane 5, St. Peter's School. McClintock, he's moved up to within a canvas. They've opened up a length on the rest of the field. So the move is St. Peter's. St. Peter's in 5. Sorry, I don't get all the crews. So, the action, lane 1, St. Peter's, lane 5, St. Peter's. And he's putting in big strokes now out in the middle of the field. St. Peter's School. He's within a canvas. He's within a canvas of lane 1. And he continues to row through this third 500. St. Peter's has pulled a length now over Tauranga. Then we're back to Hauraki. Now we see McLean's starting to move. McLean's is moving up. He's within a canvas of Hauraki. He's starting to move from 4th to 3rd. From 5th to 4th. But it's still lane 1. He's holding a narrow lead over lane 6. Lane 6 is now settled back into a beat. Lane 1's doing a move now to try and get ahead. Still got a canvas in the lead. Lane 1, St. Peter's School, Jack Whitcomb. But watch out for McClintock. He's been the big mover in the middle of the field. St. Peter's School in lane 5. And he's still continuing to move again. Going with him's the Tauranga boy. Outside of him in lane 6. They're your first 3. We're coming down to 500 metres to go. Still lane 1, but there's really not much in it. St. Peter's from Auckland, St. Peter's from Cambridge in the middle of the field. So we've got the dark blue on the inside and we've got the blue and red checks in the middle of the course. They're neck and neck as they come into 500 metres to go. There's really not a lot separating. Still think lane 1 has a narrow lead. Lane 5 sticking next with them and lane 6 continues to charge. He's half a length down. Lane 6 is picking it up now. He started his sprint. Back into 4th. We've got a clear 4th now with McLean's, but he's like a length or 2 lengths off the front 3. So he'll have to move, he'll have to really sprint if he wants to get up in the medals. The McLean's boy in lane 3, Terrell. But we're still in the front. There goes Whitcomb. He's pulled a length now. Whitcomb in lane 1, he's got a length. St. Peter's, he's got a length. Oh, we're getting a bit of a fade. Here comes Tauranga. Tauranga's just overtaken the fading St. Peter's. Tauranga's sprinting down lane 6. He's just got to St. Peter's. It's St. Peter's on the inside. Tauranga sprinting down in lane 6. Over St. Peter's inside of him. It's still St. Peter's Auckland in lane 1. Out to Tauranga boys in lane 6. St. Peter's in 5. Then we go back to McLean's who's starting to sprint in 3. But he's still got a couple of lengths to pick up. He's not going to be in the medals. He'll have to shift some more gears. Still lane 1. Lane 1 leading. He's got half a length. Tauranga continues to come. Tauranga's coming down the outside. He's pulled a length over lane 5. Tauranga continues to sprint. Whitcomb still trying to hold on in lane 1. Tauranga coming at him. I think Whitcomb's going to get it. All he has to do is hold on. It's now close though. Here they come up to the line. Whitcomb on the inside by half a length over Tauranga. 3/4 of a length to St. Peter's. 2 lengths back to McLean's. Just outside of him, Hauraki. Right to the outside, lane 7, and then lane 2. What a great race. Boys under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Authentic Oars. Now lining up in the start, we can see the girls under 17 Coxed 4. That'll be our next race at 9:15. For those watching on the live stream, we are running 1 hour later. We were delayed by fog earlier, so everything's been put back for 1 hour for the entire day. We won't be catching up. We'll be sticking to this. Important announcement for all coxswains. All coxswains must stay to the original weigh-in times. All coxswains, you must weigh in at the original times, not the 1 hour delayed times. Please stick to the original day sheet, all coxswains, or the crew will be disqualified. So down in the start, we can see them sitting there. Girls under 17 coxed 4. We have Hollock College sitting in lane 1, Barradine in 2, Westlake Girls in 3, Mount Albert Grammar in 4, Epsom Girls in 5, St Peter's School in 6, St Kentigern's College in 7, and Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton in lane 8. Girls under 17 coxed 4, they're starting to sit up in the boats. We're 1 minute inside start time and this is going to begin. There we are, lane 4's moved forward, they're all in, they're all sitting forward now. Start won't be long away, a few of them squaring their blades in the water. Fully stretched out, ready to go, probably sitting in a 3/4, 7/8 position. Don't really sit at full stroke position for the first stroke, otherwise the boat's very unbalanced. So you want to get a good long, good long stroke as your first stroke. And they're underway, they've gone underway. There's the first stroke, there's the second, there's the third. They're powering out the start at quite a high rating. So good start from lanes 4 and 5. I'm looking at behind them so I can't see that well, but they're all away. All 8 crews are away. Umpire boat comes across. We're through the 50-metre mark. I'll get a bit of an idea, although it won't affect the end of the race, who's got the start. Oh, no, it looks like lane 3. Lane 3, they've got the early lead. They're a canvas in front. Lane 3. Who have I got in lane 3? Westlake Girls. Westlake Girls have made a flying start. They've got a canvas. They're a canvas on the field. Then good starting 2 is outside of them, 4, 5 and 6. So they're 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Mount Albert Grammar, Epsom Girls and St Peter's School. Then we go out to lane 7. Lane 7 is St Kent's. Then we go back to Sacred Heart on the outside, Barradine, and just another canvas behind them is Howick in lane 1. Still, lane 3 leads the race as they go through 250 metres. Lane 3's Westlake Girls, Lockett, Severin, Dobson, Chatfield, Cobblestone coached by Hannah Ratamana and Kim Dowden. They've got a canvas on the field of the middle 3 crews. Typically these races are seeded, so what you tend to find is the crews in the middle of the field, they were the fastest qualifiers, and we've still got lane 3. So Westlake Girls continue to lead, they're still holding a canvas. I can see the boat outside of them sitting next to the coxswain. It's a coxed boat. You can see the coxswain lying down in the front of the boat, and they're still holding their canvas. The positions haven't changed. The only crew to drop back a little bit is lane 6. They're now canvas behind the others, and we're seeing a move now as they go through the 500 from the yellow and blue boat. That yellow and blue boat. That'll probably be Epsom Girls. I can see them with the yellow caps on. They've moved. They've gone to the lead. They've gone to the lead. They're a canvas in front now. They did a big move at 500 metres to go through. They took 2 canvases and they've gone through to the lead. The blue and yellow boat in the middle of the course. You can see them poking out. Just inside of them, Mount Albert Grammar's now caught up to Westlake. They've moved into 2nd. Out on the outside, 6 is trying to hang in there as well. That's St Peter's School. Those 4 have broken away from the field. They've now got clear water over the rest of the field. Lanes 1, 2, 7 and 8 are now a length and a half behind. And it's the yellow and blue boat. They're pulled out. I can see them now. They've pulled out to the bow seat. They've got more than a canvas. They've got the bow seat as well sticking out in front. But they're being chased by the crew inside of them. Mount Albert Grammar are not letting them go. They've got a canvas now over Westlake on the inside. Then we go 3/4 of a length down to St Peter's School on the outside of them. I don't get the others in the shot now. So they've dropped 2 lengths behind the rest of the field. That's Howick, Barradine, St Kent's and Sacred Heart. But out in front, still, next to they've got the bow girl out in front. It's Epsom Girls Grammar as they Come up nearing the 1,000 metre mark soon. That'll be the next marker, boy. They're moving out again. Epsom Grammar, they've got 2 seats out in front now. They're obviously doing a move before the 1,000 metre mark. They're pulling out now. They've got 3 seats in front. Here they go, through the marker, boy. 3 seats in front is Epsom Girls Grammar. Mount Albert neck and neck with Westlake. The moves are going on now as we go through the third 500. They're the 3 crews that are pulled out. Staying in touch is St. Peter's. Then we've got, they've opened 2 to 3 lengths on the rest of the field. Possibly lane 1 and lane 8. But, Epsom Girls, they're going away. They've opened up. I can see them, their stroke seats now out in front. They haven't quite got a full length. They've got 3/4 of a length on the field. They're going long and strong through this third 500. Mount Albert is sitting probably half a canvas over Westlake, who continue to go with them. St. Peter's are dropping off with their light blue blades. They're now over a length behind the first 3 crews. Coming down now, the next marker will be 750. The stroke girls sitting on the bow ball of Mount Albert Grammar, they can see them, they can watch them. The coxswain won't be able to see anything at this stage, but obviously the stroke and the 3 girl can see. Mount Albert, they've got half a canvas over Westlake. Then we go back a length and a half to St. Peter's School. Then the other 4 crews have got quite a way behind them. So let's concentrate on the ones in shot. It's still Epsom. Epsom go again now. I can see them doing a move. They're out. There's still a canvas overlapping, but they're clear of Mount Albert Grammar, who are neck and neck. These 3 crews coming down the middle of the field. Still Epsom, Isabel Welsh, Macy Wilsons, Lily Talsher, Stevie Maybe, Evie Wilson Coxing, coached by Brian Hawthorne and Nadia Bleakin. They've moved out. Here we go. 500 to go. They've got a length. Epsom's moved to a length. Mount Albert holding second. They've got a canvas over Westlake Girls. Mount Albert Grammar, Shulam Kernow, Tattersfield and Niagara. Guy Pinfield's doing the coxswain, coached by Maddox. They've got second over the Westlake Girls. Lockett, Severin, Dobson, Chatfield, Cobbleston Coxing, Hannah Retamina and Kim Dowden coaching. Epsom Girls, they move out to a length. They've got this race, if they can hold this up, and they're inside 400 metres to go, and they've got clear water over Mount Albert Grammar. The real battles, Mount Albert Grammar, they're sitting only half a canvas on Westlake. They'll be screaming now, the coxswains in those 2 boats. Basically, as they take a stroke, they're neck and neck, Mount Albert and Westlake. One moves ahead, then the next boat moves ahead, because their strokes are slightly out of time. So if this keeps up, it'll depend who surges on the line for second. Still, Epsom, still holding a length, inside 250 metres to go. Neck and neck, Westlake and Mount Albert. Probably Mount Albert by half a canvas, less than half a canvas over Westlake. It's all going to be down to the final sprint who gets second. Epsom Girls continue to lead. They're coming now. Westlake have lifted up. Westlake is sprinting. 3/4 of a length to Epsom. They're coming at Epsom. They've gone past Mount Albert. Westlake, who led early. They're coming at Epsom. 3/4 of a length. Half a length. They've got down to half a length. They've opened half a length over Mount Albert. Westlake continue to come. The line, it's only 3 strokes to go. It's still going to be Epsom. They're going to hang on. Yes, they go across the line. Epsom by half a length over Westlake, who rode through Mount Albert, half a length over Mount Albert, out to St. Peter's College, down on the inside to Howick. Howick will finish in. Then we're going to have lane 2 crossing the line. Lane 2, Barradine. Then we're out to the 2 crews on the outside, St. Kent's and Sacred Heart. Very good, powerful row from Epsom Girls Grammar, who did it all through that third 500. Good start from Westlake, very good sprint finish to get past Mount Albert Grammar. Next race coming down the course We're already nearly the 1,000 metre mark as the boys under 15 double sculls. We've got Hauraki in 1, Francis Douglas in 2, Glendowie in 3, Otamoto in 4, St Peter's College, Wanganui Collegiate in 6, Wentworth in 7, and Mount Albert Grammar on the outside. Meanwhile, down in the starting block, we've got the A final sitting there. So let me just call this B final. Let me see through the binoculars what's going on as they near the 1,000 metre mark. So the prominent crews look like lanes 4 and 6 to me. Lanes 4 is Otamoto, Wanganui Collegiate is in 6. So 1's tailed off, 5's sitting a bit back. They're the 2 that definitely aren't in contention, which is Hauraki and St Peter's College. The other boats all up there. It's a lot easier when I've got the drone to call the race. It's hard through the binoculars in the sun. I'll try and get them as they come through the 750, but I can't see these yellow boys in this glare very well. Collegiate go through. Collegiate are in the lead. Wanganui Collegiate. I can't really see the other yellow boys very well. So Wanganui Collegiate, they're leading this B final. It's Karatau and Wells, coached by Grant Scott. They're in lane 6. That's the blue and black checkered crew. Up from Wanganui, very renowned school for rowing. Many years ago, them and Mount Albert Grammar had won a lot of Māori Cups, traditional rowing schools. In fact, for many years, Mount Albert Grammar had won the most 8s of everyone. They had a phenomenal time through the 50s and 60s, Mount Albert Grammar, dominating schoolboy rowing. Led to a lot of the very powerful West End crews. But as they come through, I can see these yellow boys in Collegiate have gone through first. They're being chased by the crews in the middle of the field, not too far behind. It's lanes 4 and 3. So it's Otamoto. I think I've got Glendowie sitting in 3rd. Inside of them, they're lane 2. Francis Douglas isn't letting them go either. So there's quite a battle for 3rd and 4th. But it's Wanganui Collegiate out in the lead. I'm in lane 6. We're then going back into lane 4, which is Otamoto, and then we've got a battle between Glendowie, and just inside of them we've got Francis Douglas. I think Glendowie have them, but I'm not sure. I'll call them when they come into the yellow boys. I get a better idea. Bit hard under this cloudy conditions. Wanganui Collegiate are through. Lane 4's gone through. Lane 3 goes through. Lane 2 goes through. Yes, Glendowie are in 3rd. They're holding off this Francis Douglas crew in 2. Oh, Wanganui Collegiate putting in a few wobbly strokes there. They're rigged pretty high for the stroke guy. Bit high rigging there. He's struggling a little bit in that boat. The stroke from Collegiate's holding on. Lane in the middle of the field. We've got the A final underway. The A final's underway, and we've got a clear leader in the A final in lane 5. But we go back to the finish of this B final, and we've got Collegiate leading Otamoto College. Glendowie sitting in 3rd over Francis Douglas. I'm just going to call this last 100 metres for the people far down the bank, and then I'm going to switch to the A final. But in the A final, we've got a clear leader in lane 5. They go across the line. Collegiate, Otamoto, Glendowie, and then back into lane 2. So we're in the A final, which we're live streaming. We can see Wellington College in 1, Takapuna in 2, Tauranga in 3, Whangarei in 4, Glendowie in 5, Mount Albert in 6, lane 7's Maclean, lane 8 St John's, and it's the Glendowie boys. They're out in the lead. They're in lane 5. They've got a length on the field. Glendowie leading. Inside of them with Yellow Blades. Yellow Blades Can't see the colours, I can just see the yellow blades flicking. I'm going to presume it's Wanganui High School in second. But it's Glendowie. Glendowie leading the boys under 15 final. That's Xavier Warren and Finlay Christensen, coached by Tim Gethin. They've got a length as they come up to the marker buoy now. So they're going through the 1,000 metres. They've gone through. Then the second crew goes through just inside of them, Wanganui High. Then the third crew, they're towards the outside. That's lane 7. That's Maclean's College. Maclean and High, coached by Morgan Burton, third. That Wanganui High School that were in second, that was Morgan and Maxim, coached by Axel Dixon and David Dudley. But the first two crews have pulled away on the field. 7's just sitting in front of 6. 6 is Mount Albert Grammar, they're in fourth. Powell and Prince, coached by Hassan. So, but it's the clear leaders, they're holding a length. Glendowie still sitting a length out in front. That's Warren and Christensen. They've got a length and a quarter now. They're putting in some moves over Wanganui High School, who are clearly in second. Glendowie leading this under 15 boys double scull A final. Did they still come down? You can see them clearly out in front. Glendowie College, they've got clear water. Then Wanganui, then they've got 2 lengths on the rest of the field. These two are demolishing the rest of the field. But who's doing the winning? It's Glendowie over Wanganui High School. Lane 7 is sitting in third. Lane 7 is Maclean's College. They're your first 3. They're quite spread out now. These first 2 crews have pulled right away. As we come down to 500 metres to go, Glendowie go further in front. Glendowie have opened up another length. They're 2 lengths in front. Glendowie College, 2 lengths in front. Christensen and Warren, under 15 boys double. There they go. They're through the 500. Waiting, 1, 2, yes, 2 strokes over Wanganui High School. Then we've got 5 strokes back to lane 7, which is Maclean's College. They've got half a length on the rest of the field, which is probably just sitting in beside them. The crew from Mount Albert Grammar holding fourth. They're only holding fourth by a canvas. But it's Glendowie College, 2 lengths out in front. Wanganui High School, the only crew with the chance to chase them down. But I don't think it's going to happen. I can see Rowing New Zealand in the background. Here they are, the Glendowie boys out in front. They're going past the Glendowie tent. I can see the spectators jumping up and down there for Glendowie. They've opened up a big lead here over Wanganui High School. Out to lane 7, Maclean's trying to hold off Mount Albert Grammar in 6. Then we've got the crews down on the inside, Takapuna and Wellington. Still, way out in front, clear water. All they've got to do is row it home now, Glendowie. Glendowie's just got to keep it going. Wanganui High School trying to sprint. All they need to do is keep it smooth. Glendowie looking for the North Island Championships in this under 15 grade. Finn stroking it in his second year of rowing. Hadn't done much other sport before, but he's certainly doing well in rowing. Here they come, still with clear water, A final. Winners, North Island, Glendowie College, 2 lengths. Gallant effort from Wanganui High School, they're in second. Who's going to grab third? Are they going to hold on? I think lane 7 will hold on, Maclean's College. Then we go to 6, Mount Albert Grammar. Then we go to 2, Takapuna. Down on the inside in lane 1 was Wellington College. Then we go right to the outside, St John's of Hamilton. In lane 3 we have Tauranga Boys. Good race from Glendowie College, their first win of the finals. Next, already underway on the course, we have the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, B final. They've started as they come through the 700 metre mark, the B final. This is race 211. And in this we've got Westlake Girls in 1, Queen Margaret in 2, Wellington East have scratched in 3, Waikato Dio in 4, Barradine in 5, Wellington Girls College in 6, Wellington Girls College in 7, and Samuel Marsden in the outside lane. So if you're watching on the live stream, I'm not commentating at the moment because we've got the medal presentation ceremony for the boys under 17 single sculls taking place. In the start, we have the A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, and on the track through the halfway stage we have the B final. The B final is currently taking place and they've gone through halfway. And if you're interested in the B final, I have lane 4 in the lead, which is Waikato Dyerson. Waikato Dyerson leading the B final. And they're being tracked in lane 6 by Wellington Girls College, but Waikato Dio clear leaders in the B final as they come through the halfway mark, and they're off in the A final. The A final's underway. This is the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, Mount Albert in 1, Samuel Marsden in 2, Tauranga in 3, Hauraki in 4, Wanganui High School in 5, Hamilton Girls in 6, Wanganui High School in 7, Wanganui Collegiate in 8. So we can see them come down now. I'm looking at behind. There's the drone footage, so you can start to see which crews are in front. And we're looking at the middle of the course, lane 5 and 4. Still got the ceremony on for the other 17 sculls presenting the trophy. And made an early start. We can see the crew towards the outside in lane 7 and lane 5. We've got the girls under 15 B final coming down here, and it's lane 4, it's Waikato. The A final's underway, and the early leaders in the A final is lane 7. In the A final, lane 7 at this early stage, Wanganui High School made a flyer, but pushing through the middle of the field now. Now we can see the work going on from lane 5. Lane 5's the Wanganui High School number 1 crew. That's the A final. In front of us, coming down in front of the crowd, we've got the B final, and we can see Waikato Dio clearly leading this race, which is the B final. It's all coming thick and fast. They're in lane 4, the green and white. Over Wellington Girls College out in 6. We then go back into lane 5, which is Barradine College, who are trying to hold out the crews down the inside, which is Queen Margaret and Westlake. Meanwhile, I go back to the A final. I can see them go past the ski club, and in the A final, there they go through. Wanganui High School have opened up half a length over the orange blades sitting inside of them. That's Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains sitting in 2nd. Then we go outside of Wanganui High School to the 3rd crew, and the 3rd crew in that is Hamilton Girls. They're your first 3 in the A final as they've gone through the 500 metres. Meanwhile, down here in front of us, we've got Waikato Dio winning the B final. They're going to grab 7th place over the crew outside of them, which is in the yellow boat, which is Wanganui's Girls College. They'll hold 8th. 3rd in the B final, looking for the 9th place, is in the middle of the field. That'll be Barradine. Now commentating back live on the A final. On the A final, Wanganui High School, they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. They're trying to push out for a length. You can see them pushing now. They're about 5 strengths. Going with them is the two crews either side. Hauraki trying to stay with them. Here they come up, I think, another 5 strokes to go to the 1,000 metres, and I'll call them through. But it's Wanganui High School and their distinctive yellow blades, leading the orange blades. Further out to the white blades, just sitting outside of them, is Hamilton girls in their darker uniform. There they go, here they go through. Wanganui go through now. 3/4 of a length over. Hauraki have gone through, and there goes the Hamilton girls through. Next I've got the blue boat going through. The blue boat inside of Hauraki is Tauranga Girls College. They're sitting in 4th. Then the other 3 crews, probably Lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar holding 5th. Over the crew on the outside, which is Wanganui Collegiate, and back into Samuel Marsden. Girls under 15, Cox Quad, final. So as we come down now, we still see, still holding the lead is Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School, still trying to maintain that length over Hauraki. Down on the inside, length just sitting there. The 3 boats are overlapping, but there's 2 lengths over the field. Then we've got Sacred Heart trying to hang on. Then we go back down to, I can see the blue boat line in 4th. The blue boat's Tauranga Girls College. They're all trying to counter each other's moves as they come up. Next marker will be the 500 metre mark, because I can see the Waikato sheds in the background. They're doing a move now, Wanganui High School. They've opened up clear water. I'm pretty sure they've got clear water now. It's a bit hard to see on the angle, but they've got clear water now. They've moved just before the 500 metres to go. And Wanganui High School continues to lead. They're leading over the second crew with the orange blades is Hauraki. Just skying their blades a little bit, missing a little bit of water. There's Hauraki. And Sacred Heart. Hamilton Girls. Hamilton Girls are now moving. Hamilton Girls have caught up to half a length. So the big movers now are Hamilton Girls on Hauraki. Hauraki starting to feel a bit as the leading crew goes ahead, and Hamilton Girls try to attack them for second place. They're coming in lane 6, stroke by stroke. Hamilton are picking them up. They've moved up to the 2 seat. Hamilton Girls have now moved up to the 2 seat. They've picked up half a length. They're still coming in lane 6. Hamilton Girls. Wanganui High School leading the race. Wanganui High School over Hauraki, but here come Hamilton. Hamilton coming down lane 6. We'll get an idea as they go through 250. Coming up to 250. Hauraki go through, Hamilton go through. So they're up to the bow seat. They're still coming at Hauraki. Can they get there in time? They're really going to have to fly in late 6. They've got a chance of picking up the silver. That's Hamilton Girls, but they're really going to have to fly now. Hauraki want to hold them out. Meanwhile, Wanganui High School are leading this race. The A final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand. Still Wanganui. Hamilton continue to come. Hauraki trying to hold on. There's really not much in it. There go Hamilton. Hamilton are coming at them. They're going to hit the line. Oh, maybe Hauraki got the stroke in on the line, possibly. By there's less than 1 foot in it. Well, that's an old terminology. Very, very close there. It will be who took the stroke on the line, who gets second. Meanwhile, sitting down at the start, we've got the boys under 18 Coxless Pair final, one of the first sort of what you might call a major race. The under 18s are all major races. In the starting blocks, Cambridge High School, Kings, Westlake, Sacred Heart, Kings number 2, Mount Albert Grammar 2, Mount Albert and Hamilton boys. Sitting in the starting blocks for the boys under 18 Coxless Pair. So the result of that race, Wanganui High School first, Hauraki Plains second, Hamilton Girls third. One minute to the start of the boys under 18 Coxless Pair. They're all sitting forward now. Boys under 18 Coxless Pair. All the blades are squared, they're ready to go. They're off now. There's the first straight, there's the second, a half, a three-quarter, and they're away at full speed now. Lane 4's got to correct their course a little bit. That's the Whitecaps. They need to straighten up a bit. Who's made the start? Lane 2 in the first 3 strokes. They've gone to the lead. King's College number 1, that's Cryer and Ogilvie. They've got a canvas. Who's going out after them? It's Lane 4, they're going out after them. That's Sacred Heart, McGivery and Leach. Then we're probably the other crew with a good start is 7. Mount Albert Grammar 2, Sanders and McGivery, coached by Jermaine Hellregal White. Now they're lengthening out, they're in the 250 metre mark, and who goes through? It's Sacred. Sacred have taken the lead now over Kings. Then we go out to the 2 Mount Albert crews and the other Kings crew. They're your first 5 through the 250 metre mark. There they go, powerful and strong. They're the 2 crews breaking away now from the field is Sacred Heart and Kings. Get a picture now, Sacred Heart, they've got a canvas over Kings. Kings have got a length over the crew outside of Sacred Heart, which is Kings number 2. Sitting a canvas, 2 canvases back down on them at the 2 Mount Albert crews locked neck and neck. In the middle of the field, they've only got a canvas at Sacred Heart. They've just dropped into a race rhythm now. They're holding a canvas over Kings. Kings have got a length over their other crew in third, who have got half a length over the outer of the 2 Mount Albert crews, which is Sanders and McGivery. Then we go back half a length to the other Mount Albert crew, Green and Jarvie. Boys under 18, Coxless Pair, being led by the boys from Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart leading, Kings second. Mount Albert continue to work on trying to pick up this other Kings number 2 crew to get up into a medal position early on in this race. Nice, steady. Sacred can see they've got the lead. They've just settled into a pattern now. Just rowing long and strong. Coxless Pair racing. Mount Albert trying to chase it a bit because they're panicking. They're looking around to see where they are. They've got their blue caps on. They're looking across the field. They're slowly working their way up. But they're pulling out now. They've gone out 2 3/4 of a length. Here come Mount Albert at the Kings 2 crew. 3/4 of a length. Sacred over Kings. They've got 1.5 lengths. Back to the Kings number 2 crew, who are now only got a canvas on this outside, on this Mount Albert crew that continue to improve through the race over Kings, hunting for that 3rd bronze medal. But the 2 crews out in front, Kings are staying with Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart just sitting up in front. There's a long way to go. You don't want to do too much work just yet, but you just want to maintain that lead. And the problem for Kings now is they can't really quite see them. They go through the 1,000. They've got a stroke over Kings. Sacred have got a stroke. Kings can't see them. They've got a sense where they are. So Sacred Heart can follow every move. Mount Albert working hard in lane 7, trying to pick up the other King's crew. They want to move through into 3rd. But we've still got, and the boys under 18, Coxless Pair, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. Defence Force, great careers for people. They're normally here at the Māori Cup. The Defence Force Careers sponsor of this race, and it's still Sacred Heart by a length. Mount Albert have got to Kings now. Mount Albert are nudging ahead of Kings into 3rd. So your leading crews now. Sacred by a length over Kings. 2 lengths back to Mount Albert on the outside. The crew on the outside from Mount Albert, which is Sanders and McGiveaway. They've moved into 3rd. McGiveaway Fraser, brother of Cam, who was in the New Zealand Juniors and in that Mount Albert Springbok 4 winning and pair winning. So good to see Mount Albert continuing this tradition of doing strong in the Coxless pairs. And they've moved into a clear 3rd now. So it's still Sacred, Kings, Mount Albert Grammar, Kings, Mount Albert Grammar. They're your first few as we come down. And they've got Clearwater. It's a length and a quarter now. Sacred Heart. They've had a good reign all season. Baxter McGiveaway and Oliver Leach. Brent Leach coaching. Good for Sacred Heart. Their new principal, Patrick, as they lead this race with 500 metres to go. They've got a length and a quarter. Mount Albert are on the tail of Kings now. They've pulled a length over the other Kings crew. Mount Albert have got some good base speed because they've picked up. They're the ones moving through the field with base speed. It depends if they've got a sprint. It's still Sacred Heart. I don't think Kings are going to catch them. They'd have to be sprinting pretty hard by now and they'd have to lift it up. I once saw it with George Keys and Les O'Connell do a fantastic sprint in a Coxless pair in my days, but it's quite unusual to do unless you've got some huge horsepower. They're also a bit in the boys, Kings. I can see their blade just wobbled under a buoy there. They've got to straighten up. Still Sacred. Still coming down the outside is Mount Albert Grammar as they come through 500 to go. Mount Albert Grammar, they've got overlap now. Mount Albert are just on the tail of Kings. The other King's boat still half a length behind Mount Albert Grammar. It's still Sacred Heart. They're just cruising in front, Sacred Heart. Kings are having a real go. Sacred are saving themselves for further races. They're trying to do as little as possible in Sacred Heart. Just keep it long and strong. They haven't sprinted. Kings are sprinting, but they're going all over the course. The bell guy's going in slightly different to the stroke guy, and it's pulled them out of their lane, but it's going to be all Sacred Heart with 2 strokes to go. Sacred Heart go across the line. Kings in 2nd. Mount Albert rode through to kick up to 3rd. Stopped 1 stroke before the line, but still got there. Kings are in 4th. Westlake are going to come home in 5th. The other Mount Albert crew in 6th. And then we go to Hamilton Boys on the outside and Cambridge High School. That was the boys under 18 Coxless pair, won by Sacred Heart College, Baxter McGiveaway, Oliver Leach. Well done. If you're watching on the live stream, we're now breaking for an event presentation. The event presentation is for the girls under 17 Coxed 4 is taking place at the moment. Our next race coming down the track, and they've gone through 700 metres, is the girls under 18 double scull B final. In that B final, it's not showing live on the stream, but we have Sacred Heart Girls, Waikato Dio Kings, Takapuna, Otamotai Diocesan School and Pukekohe School, and St Cuthbert's in the outside lane, and they are nearing 800 metres gone in their race, which is the B final of the girls under 18 double scull. So in the live stream we can see the girls under 18 double sculls, they're underway. The B final is coming down the track as they lead through the 800 metre mark. In the girls under 18 double sculls, we see it's lane 5. Lane 5 have got the flyer, that's Wellington East Girls College. They're leading through this early stage over St Paul's Collegiate. And they've pulled out a length. As they go through that first marker buoy, you can see a length in lane 5 over lane 4. That's Wellington East Girls over St Paul's Girls. Meanwhile, I'm watching also, you're not seeing it there, but I'm seeing it in front of me. It's the B final. As we're underway in the girls in the A final, we've got the B final in front of us, but the A final's underway in the girls under 18 double, and it's lane 5. They've had an incredibly fast start as they go through 400 metres in the A final. It's lane 5. They've pulled out open water. West Wellington East Girls College over St Paul's Collegiate, who are a length and a half behind them. Then outside chasing them's the crew down on the inside. Glendowie College holding third narrowly over the girls in lane 6, which is Pukekohe High School. Down in front of us we got the B final, but back to the A final. They're going even further away as they went through the 500 metres. Wellington East Girls have gone through the 500 metres. They've opened up 2 lengths on the field. They're going away from this field. Trying to go with them is lane 4. Lane 4 is St Paul's Collegiate in the A final as they've gone through the first 500 metres. Then there's a bit of a line-up. Glendowie fading a little bit is allowed lane 6. Lane 6 is now sitting in third. That's Pukekohe High School. I'll now go back down in front of me, give a quick call for where we are in the B final, which is coming in front of us now. So the winners in the B final look like lane 3. That's King's College. They're leading the B final. As they come down here, and it's pretty close in behind them, we go out to lane 5, which is Otamotai College. One crew's missing because they were in the A final, but it's pretty close down here. As they get to the line, it's going to be lane 3, then the outside crew, then the crew in the middle. Sorry, the glare's in front of me. Then we've got a great battle going on behind them, but it's going to be lane 7 behind them, 1 and 2 go across the line together, but I'm back down to the under 18 girls A final, and they're 2.5 lengths out in front. That's Wellington East Girls College. That's Barnum and Johnson. They have absolutely broken this double sculls field and opened up clear water over lane 4. Lane 4 is St Paul's Collegiate. That's Dunn and Brangwine, coached by Beth Roth and Alison Mills, but they're 2 lengths behind. Who's starting to chase them now? Who's come through the field? Well, it's lane 6. It's Pukekohe High School. They're sitting half a length behind them. In 4th, we then go out. They go across the line. In 4th, outside of them, there's some light blue blades. That's St Peter's. They're locked in a battle with Glendowie College down on the inside, and a canvas behind them is the girls in Pompelia, is it, in lane 1, and then Onslow, but well out in front, doing it easy. Well, it's not really easy out there in front, but it certainly feels a heck of a lot better when you're in front by a couple of lengths than having to chase. You're working hard, but you're sitting up, you're breathing, you can see the rest of the field. You've got to remember these are coxless boats, so the crews behind can't see them, and they can sit there, sit up, feel good. It almost feels when you get out that far in front, it's this flow feeling that you get, and you feel like the race is almost effortless, even though it's killing you and your lungs are screaming and your legs are crying for oxygen. But they're a couple of lengths out in front. The move is still coming through on lane 4 is this crew from Pukekohe High School. They're still trying to pick them up, but they've still got a length to pick up off second. Lane 2's trying to hold on to fourth. That's Onslow College. Sorry, Glendowie were scratching in lane 1, that's why I'm getting a bit confused. I've got two sets of papers up here with different crews in them. Okay, so we go down and we're looking now inside the last 500 metres, and it's still Wellington East. There's Pukekohe coming into your screenshot now. We can see them trying to have a go on lane 4. Lane 4 is St Paul's Collegiate. They're in the blue, they're the crew in the yellow, black and white. Pukekohe are in the red with the horizontal bands round the middle. They're in lane 6, line 3rd. Then we can see St Peter's on the outside.
Found in the playground.
Okay. But it's still Wellington East. These girls rode long and strong. I think they've almost gone out to 3 lengths now. 3 lengths out with 500 metres to go. Does it look good? They're certainly going to win the North Islands. Let's see how they go against what's happening in the South Island. Same time today as the South Island Championships. They're also being live streamed. But these girls from Wellington, they're completely dominating this race. St Paul's trying to hold on in second. The crew in lane 2's coming through, as well as the lane 6. Lane 2's Onslow College trying to come through. On Pukekohe sitting out there in 6th, the 2 crews in red. We still come down. It's Wellington East Girls, Barnum and Johnson. They're clearly out in lead, 3 lengths over the field, and it's getting pretty interesting for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. St Paul's are trying to hold off Pukekohe, and down on the inside really flying is Onslow. Onslow looking across. They're trying to go again. It's still St Paul's hanging on. Pukekohe having a go at them on the outside. Onslow coming down the inside. Wellington Cross. It's neck and neck for second. It's going to be a stroke on the line. Who takes it? St Paul's took the stroke over Pukekohe. Back down to lane 2 Onslow. Then we're going to see lane 1 Takapuna. Just cross ahead of on the outside crew. Great race from them. Very good, dominant performance by Wellington East Girls College. Girls under 18, double sculls. Next race on the track is the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Skulls. We have 2 microphones up here. I am commentating on the live stream live while the medal ceremonies take place. If you want to listen in when I cut the microphone for any medal ceremonies. Just got to remember to turn all the microphones back on again. Okay, so we got the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Skulls B final. The A final sitting in the starting blocks, ready to go. I can see them all there. In the B final, we've got Takapuna Grammar, St Peter's, Tauranga Boys, St Peter's, Kings, St Patrick's, Cambridge, and Wanganui Collegiate. And we have a phone handed in from the playground. A phone has been handed in, sitting up with me. It's got a blue M on it, like M&M's, a blue M cover found in the playground. It's been handed in. So let's have a look, get the binoculars out. A final still sitting there in the start of the boys under 16 quad. Let me tell you what's going on in the B final. If I'm looking across now, it looks like the yellow crew towards the outside. I'm presuming that's Cambridge High School colours. Let me have a look down. Yes, it is Cambridge High School. Stevenson West, Shula Murray, Sophie Stratford Cox, coached by Lindley Ellison and George Baxter. They're leading the B final and they're out in lane 7 as they come down with 500 to go. Lane 7 in the lead. They're being followed, I think, just inside by them, the white crew and the 6, slightly leading the crew with the caps. Then we go down to St Peter's School on the inside of them. So I think it's St Patrick's holding off Kings, that's 2nd and 3rd. And we're underway in the A final. The A final is underway. They've gone through the first 250 metre marks in the boys under 16 quad. Showing out early is also lane 6. In the A final, lane 6 is St Paul's Collegiate, have made a very good start through the 250 metre mark. I have them as the early leader with lane 1, Wellington College, in the A final. As we come to 250 metres to go in the B final, and in the B final we have Cambridge High School. They've got Clearwater over St Patrick's, who in turn lead Kings, and they're right behind them is St Peter's down the inside. As we go through, I look back to the A final. In the A final, it's lane 6 as they come up to the first 500 metres. They're coming up to the first 500 metres. I'll call the lane numbers through for the A final. There they go through now. Lane 6, lane 1, lane 5, lane 4. That's in the A final. They were the first 4 crews. Lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate, led through the 500 metres. Back here as they go across the line, it's Cambridge High School. They've got 2 lengths over St Pat's. Then there's a good battle. We've got Kings in the middle. On the outside, we've got Collegiate. Collegiate are going to go through in 3rd. Kings in 4th. St Peter's in 5th. Back down to the A final. And this crew on the outside. In lane 6, they continue to hold the lead. Going with them is lane 1, Wellington College, and the boys under 16 Quadruple Skulls. It's still Robinson, Rayner, Ward and Schultz, Rogers, Coxing, Victoria Goodwin and Bruce Jones coaching. That's the St Paul's Collegiate boys under 16 quad. They've got half a length over lane 1, Wellington College. Mallet, Wright, Kavanagh and Lindsay. Hargraves, Coxing and Sam Wilkins is the coach. Then we go out to lane 4. Lane 4 is Wakatani, Schultz, Walker, Iramunga, Taupos, McPherson, coached by Graham Watt and Leighton Hale, and I think they're the movers in the field, is lane 4. They've got into a good base rhythm. There they go, they've taken number 1. They've just moved into 2nd now. They've only got a couple of inches. They're a canvas down on St Paul's. They're the movers. Wakatani are moving through the field now as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. Still St Paul's. I can see a bit of stress going on the St Paul's. There they go through. St Paul's and Wakatani go through together. Canvas down on lane 1. Wakatani are the movers. They're moving. They've got the base speed. They've now opened. They've got their bow ball in front. Boys under 16, Cox quadruple skulls. Wakatani in the yellow in the middle with the black stripe. They've taken the lead. They've got 1 foot over St. Peter's, 2 feet. Sorry for the old terminology, I'm not that good with metres. In rowing boats, 2 feet back to the crew on the inside, which is Wellington College. First 3, there's a real battle. Then we go out to lane 5, they're within half a length. Westlake boys, Kloss, Inmarsh, Cornelius, Metaru, Wigglesworth, Cox, coached by Lucy Anderson and Harold Kennery. They're the next crew holding 4th. They're half a length off 3rd. They're still coming as well. Wakatani have gone to a canvas. Wakatani canvas over St. Paul's. They've got a canvas over Wellington College. They've got 3/4 of a length back to Westlake. Then I think it's the crew right on the outside. Glendowie College sitting just in behind them. They're not far away either. Right on the outside of the track. It's a little bit hard to see with the angles at the moment, but it's Wakatani going through the boys. Half a length. Wakatani gone to half a length. Half a length over St. Paul, still holding a canvas. And there's the crew coming through. Next to them is there's quite a battle between what I think is lanes 3 and 5. Wanganui High School improving onto Westlake. I can see those yellow blades as they come up to Westlake. Still, right, Wakatani, 3 seats in front. Down to the inside crew. Still this crew on the outside. They're in my camera shot. Just not sure of the angle. That's Glendowie. They're up there as well, hunting for that 3rd, 4th place. But it's out in front. It's all Wakatani High School. They've gone 4 seats in front now. They continue to slowly edge away over St. Paul, still holding 2nd. Down on the inside is Wellington. It still looks like Glendowie are coming to me on the outside. Glendowie coming down the outside. 250 metres to go. They're in the hunt for medals. Here they go. I'll call them through. They've gone through. The 2nd crew's gone through. 3rd crew have got a canvas on the inside. Glendowie canvas behind in 4th. Then we go into the yellow blades of Wanganui High School, sitting half a length behind them. It's all Wakatani in front. Then we've got a battle in behind them. Wakatani have got Clearwater. They've got Clearwater. Glendowie are coming down the outside. So is the inside crew. St. Paul's coming under real pressure now as both the inside and outside lanes come at them. Wakatani holds on. This is going to be really close. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. There's going to be nothing in it. Here they come down. Wakatani. They've got a straight to go. Glendowie level with St. Paul. Who's it going to be? St. Paul's, Glendowie. Down on the inside to Wellington College. Glendowie rode, great race, rowing through up into 3rd. St. Paul's, fantastic job to hold on to their 2nd. They had a good race all the way down the track. They're looking pretty tired. Good middle 1,000 from the Wakatani crew, see them winning by a length. That under 16 race that just been run, that was sponsored by Mobicom. Mobicom, give them a call. Going to a medal ceremony. So at the moment here we've got the medal presentation, you can't see it, we've got the medal presentation for the under 16 girls quad taking place. So I'm not on the commentary box. Also, we just completed the boys under 16 quadruple sculls final, and we've got the girls under 16 single sculls coming down the course at the moment. We've got in lane 1, halfway down the course, we've got Thompson from Dio, Hulbert from Glendowie, Quan from St Kent's, Brangwine from St Paul's, Cryer from Hauraki Plains, Van Dyke from Rangatiki College, Halford from Glendowie, and in the outside lane we've got Henderson Biss from Wanganui Girls High School. They're getting to the 1,000 metre mark in this B final. I'm looking through the binoculars, and I think it's possibly lane 4 or lane 6 which are doing very well, the St Paul's Collegiate or the Rangatiki College. Rangatiki College look like they're coached out of Aramaho Wanganui, out of the Aramaho Wanganui sheds. Good showing from the Wanganui schools, because as I look down at the medal presentation, Wanganui High are being given their gold medal winners as we go to this B final. And in the B final we're getting a good race. The A final's underway, you can see that on your TV screen, on your live stream screens. But in this B final we've got St Paul's Collegiate prominent and Rangatiki College. Good to see Rangatiki College here. They'll probably be trained out of the Aramaho Wanganui sheds. And what I'm doing, we've got 2 microphones, so I'm running 1 microphone on the live stream so that I'm trying to talk continuous on. I'm going to need a glass of water soon, and while the medal ceremonies are taking place. So if you need commentary, you can go to that. But I'm going to have a look through the binoculars, and it looks like lane 6 at the moment, Rangatiki College. We go back now, I'm going to call the A stream, and we've got a clear leader in the A final of the girls under 16 single sculls. We've got a blue boat out there, and that's the blue boat in lane 7. And that's Glendowie College. Can't see the colours so well on the TV screen, but I can see the number 7, and we're inside the first 500 metres of the girls under 16. Oh, sorry, I got my races mixed up. I've got my race. All right. Problem with the microphone, if it went a bit quiet. So in the A final coming down, we've got lane 7, Iona College, winning the leading in the A final as they come up to the first 500 metres. She's opened up clear water. The B final's in front of us now with 300 metres to go. Clearly see the Rangatiki College out there in lane 6. Presume she's training out of the Aramaho Wanganui Club. In the A final, we've got the blue boat in lane 7 that's leading the A final as they go past the ski club. In the blue boat and is Carney, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack from Iona College number 1. She's showing a clear lead over the boat in lane 5, which is Topo, Papillion Pointer, and coached by Mark Freeman in second as they go through the early stages of this race. Then it's quite neck and neck between lanes 1, 3 and 4. Lanes 1, 3 and 4 in the final are Huanui, Mount Albert Grammar and Trident. They're all fighting out for the third. Probably lanes 3 and 4 slightly ahead of lane 1. So that's Mount Albert Grammar and Trident for that third place. As we come down to the line now in the B final, it's lane 6, Rangatiki College, who's quite clear out in front from St Paul's Collegiate. She'll grab 7th place. St Paul's Collegiate will be on 8th. Down on the inside we've got Hulbert, Eloise Hulbert. She'll finish in 3rd, which is 11th place, I should say. I'm just cutting out for the medal ceremony. Listen to me live. So, in the race in front of us, we can still see the girl in lane 7, but she's been attacked in the middle of the course now. She had a very fast start, but she's starting to really feel it. And we've got the girl in lane 5 now from Taupo. She's taken the lead. At the moment we have live on course. I have the medal presentation for the boys under 18 coxless pair, which was won by Sacred Heart from Kings, and third were Mount Albert Grammar. But as we look now, it's the girl from Taupo in the middle of the field that's taken the lead. 7's faded, and then we go down to the white boat, which is showing through on the inside, which is Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar in the light blue, hard to see in the light. And just tucked in behind her in the green boat, we have Trident High School. So it's Taupo. Taupo you can see on your screens. Taupo leading this. The girls a final of the under 16 single sculls. So in the A final, Taupo's moved into the lead. So we've got Taupo still leading, Mount Albert Grammar in second. Bit of a fade, the girl in lane 7 came out very fast, probably just trying there, she's still holding on for third. So Taupo have rode very strongly. They've now taken the lead. Taupo are in the lead. They've rode through the 7, and so's the Mount Albert girls going out after her. It's Taupo leading Mount Albert Grammar in the under 16 girls single scull final. Pointer leading Tattersfield. Holding on to third, still holding on there is Iona College, Carney, but she's coming under a lot of pressure as well to hold this third from the green boat in the middle of the field. The green boat from Trident, that's Hale from Trident, but she's still hanging in there. But Taupo's got 1 length over Mount Albert Grammar, who have got a length over lane 7, who's got half a length back to Trident, sorry. They're both in Wakatani, Trident and Wanganui High School. And the girls under 16 sculls. So we come down, they can go and pass the Rowan New Zealand sheds, and you can see the red of Taupo. This is a good win for them, Taupo High School. Taupo Nui Aotea College. Pointer, coached by Mark Freeman. She's got a clear lead now over the Mount Albert Grammar girl. Mount Albert Grammar in lane 3 in the light blue, they're in second. That's Olivia Tattersfield. Hanging on in third is Iona College, that's Carney, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack. But she's been closely pressed by the girl from Trident in lane 4. The first 4 as they come down with under 200 metres to go. Still Mount Albert trying to have a go now, but they've still got a length to pick up. Not far, you can do it in a single, but you have to have a real burst, and I think this girl from Taupo, she's led for the last 1,000 metres. She had a big move through the 1,000 when the Iona College girl faded a bit. The Iona College girl's still holding on to third. Wakatani isn't able to pick her up. It's still Taupo. The only one that can get to her is Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar is sprinting now. They've let loose. Mount Albert Grammar's coming at Taupo. Taupo's hanging on. Mount Albert Grammar's picked it up again. Big girl from Mount Albert Grammar. Half a length now. Half a length and still coming. Taupo's got to take 2 strokes. It's down to a canvas coming at the line. Oh, that's very close. I think Taupo, but less than a foot in it over Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert needed to have sprinted a bit further. The Iona girls held on for third. Fourth's I think Wakatani Trident might have held on from fourth. Outside of her was the other girl, and then down on the inside, Huranui and in lane 7, Iona. So some good close finish there in the girls under 16 sculls. I'll give it to you when the results come up. Otherwise, we've got the boys under 18 novice sculls coming down the course. I'll see if I'll tell you what the result is. First place, Taupo. Second place, Mount Albert Grammar. First place, 8:29.23. Mount Albert Grammar, 8:29.68. 0.45 of a second, half a second separating them. Well, it'll be an interesting race when we get to Māori Cup, those two girls. So we're in the B final of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. St Patrick's in 1, Kings in 2, Wanganui in 3 and 4, Tauranga in 5, St Peter's in 6, Hamilton in 7, and Te Awamutu College are in there. And on the live stream, the boys A race is underway. The boys A race and the boys novice double sculls underway, and they've all got a good, who's got the best start? That's way out in lane 7, Hamilton boys, Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar are leading in the first race of the boys under 18 novice double scull final. In the B final coming down now, we've got the middle of the field, we've got lane 1, that's St Patrick's, they're in the lead over lane 4. Lane 4 is Wanganui High School. Go through the 500 and Glendowie have taken the lead in the novice double scull. So we're watching the novice double scull final, and Glendowie have moved into the lead in lane 3. That's Zane Cook stroking it. He joined with the boy from Maclean's College, who's also in this race. They won the North Island Club Championships together, but they're rowing with other rowers now. So it's Glendowie College. They've got a narrow lead by a canvas as they go through the first 500 metres. That's Zane Cook and Mitchell Smith. They're being closely tracked in the middle of the field by the Whakatane High School boys. That's Schultz and Mahi, coached by Graham White and Leighton Hale. Meanwhile, I've got the B final coming down in front of me, and St Patrick's are clearly winning that. They're 2 to 3 lengths in front. So Whakatane putting a good move now. They've grabbed a canvas over Glendowie. Glendowie holding second. And then it's back to the crew inside of them, which is the other Whakatane crew. So we go across the line. That was St Patrick's coming in first over Whakatane High School, and we've got a change in the lead. We've got Whakatane have now taken a canvas over Glendowie with the other Whakatane there. Those three crews have pulled away on the field. Whakatane have gone to the lead. They've got half a canvas over Glendowie. Glendowie move again now. There's about a foot. Then we go back 3/4 of a length to the other Whakatane crew. Boys novice under 18 double scull final. Then we go back, they're about 2 lengths behind. I'm going to guess it's, knowing these boys well, I think it's Maclean's. Yep, Maclean's in 4th, but they're sitting another 2 lengths behind. The Maclean's boy and the Glendowie boy had combined for win the North Island Club Champs, but they're in separate boats, rowing with other rowers, and it's Whakatane go through, still holding a canvas over Glendowie College. Cook and Mitchell. So it's the Whakatane pair of Schultz and Mahi, coached by Graham Watt. They're holding a canvas over Smith and Cook from Glendowie College in this novice under 18 double scull final. They've got 3/4 of a length over Whakatane, and within 2 lengths back to Maclean. That's Nathan Strachan, who's also in the under-16 single scull final. But out in front it's Wakatani. Wakatani open up to half a length now. Not quite the power at the moment in the Glendowie crew. Mitchell in the bow seat there, a youngster in his novice season. He was off all week last week with COVID, but he's hanging in there. They're hanging into second as Wakatani. Now 3/4 of a length sit behind them in third. But it's Wakatani, the number one crew's gone out to a length in the lead over Glendowie College. Glendowie College singing second over Wakatani. 2 lengths back to McLean's, which is Strachan and Thompson, coached by Tony Gallagher, both under 16s. So, as we come down, Wakatani, I think they've got a length now, they're opening up. Glendowie trying to hang on to second, the other Wakatani crews starting to press them for third as we near 700 metres to go. Not quite the power in that Glendowie boat as they normally would, but it's Wakatani. They've got clear water now, they've gone out into the lead. Glendowie's hanging on for second. I can see the bow guy just trying to stay in time with his stroke, and they're holding a clear second. Wakatani in third, can't make an impression on them. As we come up to the 500 metres to go, there goes Wakatani through now. They take a stroke. They've got 1.5 lengths. There goes Glendowie and Wakatani, 2 strokes. Then we go back and now goes McLean. So they're your first 4 through. It's Wakatani in the gold, Glendowie in the silver, being chased by Wakatani in the bronze. I think McLean's are too far away to make an impression for this bronze medal. They're holding 4th. It's all Wakatani in the middle of the field with Glendowie trying to hold on to second. The boys novice 18 double sculls. This race sponsored by Defence Force Careers. The girls under 16 just before was sponsored by SL Racing. SL Racing up there in the boat park with their skull in front of their white canopied thing and the white wagon up there. Go talk to them if you need. So we're still coming down to the final. This race sponsored by Defence Force Careers, and it's Wakatani holding off Glendowie. Inside the 250, Glendowie line in second. The other Wakatani's in 3. Glendowie into the boys now, they're slightly off course. But it's still Wakatani, Glendowie. McLean's are trying to have a go. I think they're a bit far back, but Nathan Strong's a really fighter and he's lifted up the rating now from McLean's. McLean's want to challenge into this third. Glendowie's starting to straighten up. They've lost a bit of speed while they straighten up. It's still Wakatani. Glendowie holding second. Wakatani third. And here come McLean's down the outside. McLean's are flying down the outside. They're half a length on Wakatani. They continue to come McLean's. McLean's are really lifting again. McLean's are coming. They're flying down the outside. Glendowie holding on. McLean's are coming at Glendowie. Glendowie holding on. They go to the line. Glendowie by 1 foot over McLean's back to Wakatani. What a finish from McLean's. 2 lengths back they picked up in that last 500 metres. What a brilliant race by Strachan to stroke that through. Just confirming those times. Wakatani first, 7:20:39. Glendowie second, 7:28:26. Third, McLean's 7:28:57. Right, I'm pretty tired after all that commentating this morning. I'm going to pass over shortly to Sean Durkin. Remember, we're continuing the commentary live. We've got the girls under 18 novice 8s coming down. We've got the B final. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark as I pass over to Sean. The A final.
Okay, so commentator change over time. Thank you, John. At the moment, we've got the girls under 18 novice cock state on the track, the B final. A final is in the blocks, so you can see through the live stream if you're watching at home. In the B final here in lane number 1, we've got Onslow College. Lane 2, Westlake Girls High School. Lane 3, Wellington Girls College. Lane 4, Diocesan School for Girls number 3. Lane 5, Iona College. Lane 6, Epsom Girls Grammar. Lane 7, Barradine College number 2. Lane 8, Howard College. And we have a look out here. It looks like the action's happening in the middle of the lanes. It's that crew from Auckland Diocesan in lane number 4. They're sitting in the lead of the B final. Then you'd probably be looking out to Epsom Girls Grammar or Wellington Girls. That's the lineup for the B final. The A final is underway, and you can see that on the live stream if you're watching at home. In the A final, we've got Wellington East Girls College in lane 1, Barradine College number 1 in lane 2. Lane 3 is Diocesan School for Girls number 1, lane 4 St Cuthbert's College, lane 5 Diocesan School for Girls number 2, lane 6 Waikato Diocesan, lane 7 Cambridge High School, and lane 8 Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. And we have a look at the live stream. It's looking like the crew from St Cuthbert's has taken the early lead in the A final of the girls under 18 novice 8. They're in their first 500, and that's what it's looking like at the moment. Then just on the inside of them, the Auckland Diocesan crew, they'd be sitting in second. Also with them though are their Auckland Diocesan teammates and the Waikato Diocesan crew just on the outside there in lane number 6. So that's the lineup at the moment in the A final. Of course, novice rowing. These girls are all in their first season of rowing. Great to see lots of entries in this event. So just quickly updating on the B final. At the B final, we've got the Auckland Diocesan crew in the lead here. That's the number 3 crew as they come down towards the last 250 metres of the race. Wellington Girls is pushed up into that second position, ahead of Epsom Girls Grammar, who are out there in third. So that's the way it's going with the B final at the moment. Auckland Dio, Wellington Girls, and then Epsom Grammar. Then you'd go out to the outside, that's Barradine, and then into Onslow down here. Back to the A final, and it's looking like it's still St Cuthbert's. They've stretched out to Clearwater over the other crews. Waikato Diocesan pushing up, possibly just taking that second place off Auckland Dio at the moment. Oh, no, Auckland responding. It's pretty close between these crews. No doubt about St Cuthbert's though. They are in the lead of the A final. Well done to Auckland Diocesan number 3 who wins the B final. Wellington Girls comes second. Great racing there. That A final into the second 500, approaching the 1,000 metre mark. St Cuthbert's still in the lead, pushing away from the other crews. Auckland Diocesan sitting in second. Waikato sitting in third, and then the other Auckland Dio crew in fourth. Great racing conditions on Lake Karapiro this morning. Finals day of the Aon North Island Secondary School Rowing Champs. This event, by the way, sponsored by Wintec Racing. So very grateful to the sponsors for their support. Wintec is a New Zealand company sponsoring, dedicated to growing the sport of rowing. So very grateful to Wintec for their sponsorship of this event. A finals into the third 500 now, still St Cuthbert's. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be catching them at this stage. Auckland Diocesan, they are sitting in second. Waikato's dropped back a bit. And the Auckland Diocesan number 2 crew, they'd be sitting in that third place position at the moment. So there's definitely some depth in that Auckland Diocesan novice program, that's for sure. 2 novice 8s out there at the moment looking like they might both be on the dais. But it will be St Cuthbert sitting in that gold medal position at the moment as they come down towards the last 500 metres of the race. The St Cuthbert's crew, coxed by Ava Brewer, coached by Kirsty Dunhill and Kenna Richmond, so they'll be happy with this one. Second place, still Auckland Diocesan number 1, Auckland Diocesan number 2 sitting in third. Waikato just dropping back a wee bit. And then you'd be going out to possibly that Wellington East Girls crew down there in lane number 1, Cambridge out there on the outside. So that's your lineup. Still St Cuthbert's as they pass through into last 500. And then the 2 Auckland Diocesan crews, that's the middle positions. So great work from the St Cuthbert's crew. They're a relatively new program, rowing out of the county's Manukau Rowing Club at Mercer there. They're about to enter in the last 250 metres of the race. You can see that from the yellow buoys out there. And then a really great little race between these 2 Auckland Diocesan crews. Dio number 1, Dio number 2. Dio number 2 is trying to push up on Dio number 1. And that is very impressive to see 2 Auckland Dio crews in these positions in an A final. No doubt about St Cuthbert's looking like they are going to be winning the girls under 18 novice 8 at the North Island Secondary School Champs. Auckland Dio will be second and third. Then you go back to Waikato. Then into Wellington East down here. Well done, St Cuthbert's. They take out the win. Great work. Then you come into Auckland Diocesan down here. And Auckland Diocesan number 2. Wellington East has had a great wind-up just here in this last few hundred metres. Oh, and they might have just pushed past Waikato. They might have just pushed past Waikato Diocesan out there. Well done, Wellington East. But you'll need to check road for that one. Well done to all those crews. Girls under 18, novice, Cox State. Next on the program, boys under 17, Cox State. We'll update you on that soon. So we've got the boys under 17 Coxed 8 underway. In this event, we're looking for Auckland Grammar in lane 1, Westlake Boys High School number 2 in lane 2. Lane 3 is Westlake Boys High School number 1. Lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 5, St. Peter's College from Auckland. Lane 6, Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 7, St. John's Hamilton. And lane 8, Auckland Grammar number 2. And we can see they've started. Looks like Hamilton Boys have taken the early lead. They're just out of the blocks now. Then you'd be looking just to the outside of Hamilton Boys. I think that's St. Peter's College here in lane number 5. Yes, that's right. Boys under 17-8. Obviously, a lot of these boys will be in their second or third or maybe even fourth season of rowing. And a lot of them next season will be targeting the boys under 18-8, of course. So still Hamilton Boys High School. They've taken the early lead. St. Peter's sitting there in that second position. Then you'd probably be going back to Westlake Boys number 1 in lane 3. That's your lineup at the moment as they go through the first 500 metres. Great shots from the camera footage. You can see St. Peter's College right there alongside Hamilton Boys. St. Peter's, we've seen St. Peter's in a number of sweep events this season. Traditionally, they're sort of a sculling-based program, but good to see them in some of the sweep events as well. So, still Hamilton Boys High School in the lead of the boys under 17-8. St. Peter's just behind them, sitting in that second place position. And then you're going to Westlake Boys out there in lane number 3, but also keep an eye on Mount Albert Grammar there in lane 6. These crews moving through that 1,000-metre mark. Still Hamilton Boys. St. Peter's just on the outside of them, sitting in that second place position. Then you'd be going inside to lane number 3, Westlake Boys. But keep an eye on Mount Albert Grammar as well, sitting out there in lane 6. So that's the lineup at the moment as the boys under 17 Cox State A final sponsored by Crew Room. Hamilton Boys in that third 500 just starting to push away from St. Peter's College, Auckland. St. Peter's College still holding on to that second place position. It's going to be a bit of a ding-dong for the third place. So you've got Westlake Boys on the inside there and Mount Albert on the outside. I think... So, still Hamilton Boys High School as they come down towards the last 500 metres of the race. St. Peter's College sitting in second place position. I think Mount Albert Grammar might have just pushed ahead of Westlake to be in that bronze medal position, but it's pretty close between those two crews. So that's your lineup as they head down towards the line. Boys under 17-8 at the Aon North Island Secondary School Regatta. Still Hamilton Boys High School, St. Peter's sitting in second, but it's all on for that bronze medal. I think Mount Albert has pushed ahead of Westlake, but Westlake's coming back. Westlake's really starting to wind it up down there in lane number 3. It's going to be pretty tight as we come down to the line. Hamilton Boys through into the last 250 metres now. St. Peter's has gone with them, so is Westlake and Mount Albert Grammar. Hamilton Boys start to take their rate up as they come down towards the last 100 metres of the race. St. Peter's holding on to that silver medal. Who's going to be bronze though? Hamilton through into the last 100 metres now. St. Peter's joining them now. And then who's going to be bronze at the moment? Oh, I think it's just Westlake. Just Westlake at the moment over that Mount Albert Grammar crew. Really close between these two crews though. Hamilton Boys are going to win it. They will be the champions of the North Island Secondary Schools under 17-8. Then it's going to be St. Peter's, yes, and then back to Westlake, then out to Mount Albert Grammar. Great wind up from Westlake Boys High School there. Well done to them. The next event on the track will be the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, and the B final has started. We'll update you on that shortly. Okay, we've got the girls under 17 quads on the track now. So the B final is just in front of us. The A final is underway. So just a quick update on the B final. This one we've got Wanganui Collegiate number 2, lane number 2 Hamilton Girls High School, lane 3 Iona College, lane 4 Wellington Girls College number 2, lane 5 O2 Motai College, lane 6 Cambridge High School number 2, lane 7 Glendowie, lane 8 St Kentigern College. And we have a look out here. This is the B final I'm talking about now. It's that's Iona College, sorry. In lane number 3, they'd be sitting in the lead. And then you'd be looking out to lane 5 or 6, that's O2 Motai, Cambridge. And of course on the inside here, we've got Wanganui Collegiate. So that's the lineup for the B final of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Then we just have a look out to the A final, which is on the live stream. In that event, we've got Hamilton Girls High School number 1, lane 2, Wellington Girls College, lane 3, Cambridge High School, lane 4, Wanganui Collegiate, lane 5, Auckland Io, lane 6, Hillcrest, lane 7, St Peter's School, lane 8, Takapuna Grammar. And in that one, it's looking like lane 4's Wanganui Collegiate, I think. They'd be sitting in the lead at the moment. Well done to Iona College, who just go through to win the B final of the girls under 17 Cox squad. O2 Motai out there in lane 5 will be second. So as we shift our eyes to the girls under 17 Cox Quad A final, we're still looking at lane number 4, which is this crew from Wanganui Collegiate. They'd be sitting in the lead at the moment, sitting in second place. Just on the inside of them would be Cambridge High School, and then you'd go out to Auckland Diocesan. That's your lineup as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. This event sponsored by Mobicom Limited. So these crews into the third 500 metres of the race. Girls under 17, Cox Squad still Wanganui Collegiate out there in lane number 4. They seem to be in the lead at the moment, yes they are. They better keep an eye just on the inside of them. That's Cambridge High School, because they're really pushing out to try and get into that top position. They'll be sitting in second at the moment. Auckland Io will be sitting in third, yes. But they better keep an eye on that inside, and that's lane number 1's Hamilton Girls High School. They're trying to push up there into the middle positions as well. Still Wanganui Collegiate, but Cambridge really pushing up to try and get into that gold place position. That's going to be a cracker of a finish. Third place is still Auckland Diocesan. These crews through into the last 500 metres now. Wanganui going through, Cambridge going through. There's a real battle going on for this gold medal position. Cambridge has actually moved through Wanganui. Cambridge has moved through Wanganui into the gold medal position in the girls under 17 quad. So I've just got the girls under 17 quad finishing up now. Ahead of us, the A final, Cambridge High School having pushed through Wanganui Collegiate into the gold medal position. Great push from them in this last 500 metres. Wanganui was holding on to the gold, but now they've dropped back into silver. Cambridge has had a great wind up there. Auckland Diocesan still sitting in bronze. Then your fourth place you'd be looking at, I think, Hamilton Girls High School on the inside here, or out to St. Peter's. Still Cambridge High School as we come down to the last 200-ish metres of the race. Cambridge High School, this crew, coxed by Jack Charlton, coached by Michelle Munro and Callum Wright. They've had a great finish as they come down towards the last 100 metres of the race. Wanganui trying to push back up, but I think they're not going to get there. Auckland Io holding on to that bronze medal position as they come down towards the last 100 metres now. St. Peter's trying to push up in that on the outside there. I don't think they're going to get up there though. Cambridge holding on to the gold. Great row from Cambridge. Wanganui Collegiate, silver. Then it's back to Auckland Diocesan. That was a great race from that Cambridge crew in particular. Well done to them. Very well coached. Next on the track will be the boys under 15 Cox Octopus. Okay, the boys under 15 Cox Octopus, they are underway. Lane 1, Cambridge High School. Lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School number 2. Lane 3, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, St. Paul's Collegiate. Lane 6, St. Peter's College, Auckland. Lane 7, St. Kennigan College. And Lane 8, Auckland Grammar. So, of course, this event, 8 rowers, 1 coxswain. All the rowers have 2 sculls each. And it's under 15, so a lot of these guys might be in their first or second year of rowing. And they've started, and it looks like neck and neck between Hamilton Boys High School and St. Paul's Collegiate at the moment. The two Waikato schools. Bit of a lineup for that third place position at the moment. Could be the other Hamilton Boys crew or Grammar out there on the outside. They've had a good start, but it is early days. They're through that first 500 metres of the race. It's still Hamilton and St. Paul's Collegiate. It might just be St. Paul's at the moment with the edge on Hamilton, but it's really close. It's neck and neck. Actually, I think that second Hamilton Boys crew might be sitting in the bronze place position at the moment. St. Peter's College, they'd be in fourth. Grammar just slipped back a wee bit.
Give a Mercedes.
Okay, back to the racing. We've still got the boys under 15 Coxed octuple skulls. Still Hamilton Boys and St. Paul's Collegiate out there. Both those crews have pushed out ahead of the others. As you can see from the fantastic shots we're getting on the live stream from the drone out there. Great innovation this season. Lots of live streaming so you can watch at home or watch on your phone on the bank. So as they move through into the last, through the 1,000 metre mark, still Hamilton Boys and St. Paul's Collegiate. Looks like it might just be Hamilton Boys got the edge on St. Paul's Collegiate at the moment. That second Hamilton Boys crew down there on the inside, they'll be sitting in bronze medal at the moment. Then you go into St. Peter's College from Auckland in fourth. Still Hamilton Boys High School and St. Paul's Collegiate in the lead. Those two coxswains just sitting alongside each other. Hamilton Boys, you've got Ezra Scott there. St. Paul's Collegiate, James Very. They'll be talking to their crews. Oh, look at that great shot there on the live stream now. Hamilton just got the edge on that St. Paul's Collegiate crew. But that St. Paul's Collegiate crew, Copso, James Very. James is really getting his boys to push along there. Great little race between these octuples. As you can see, you've got to be very focused. A lot can go wrong with 16 blades. You don't want any slip-ups. Quite a margin between these two top crews, and then back to the bronze medal, which would at the moment be Hamilton Boys, but keep an eye on St. Peter's on the outside. That's pretty close as well as they come down towards the last 500 metres of the race. Hamilton Boys through the 1,500 metre mark. St. Paul's Collegiate right there with them. Hamilton Boys holding on to it at the moment. But there's really not much in it. As you can see, there's only a couple of seats in it. So it's going to come down to the line. Bit of a battle there for third place as well. You've got Hamilton Boys number 2, you've got St. Peter's, and you've got St. Kitts also trying to push up to get there into the medals. So that's going to be a battle for that third place position as well. But we've got these two crews coming down to the line as we approach the last 250 metres to go. Hamilton Boys High School sitting in the lead, and the boys under 15 Cox Octopole. St. Paul's though trying to push up there to get into that gold medal position. They're right alongside each other. They're into the yellow boys now as we come down into the last couple of 100 metres of the race. Still Hamilton Boys High School. St. Paul's trying to push up to get into there. Hamilton Boys High School holding on to it. Hamilton Boys High School going to go through into the last 100 metres now. St. Paul's going through now. Can Hamilton Boys hold on to it? Yes, I think they can. St. Paul's is trying to push it. Who's going to get bronze as well? It looks like St. Peter's might have nudged into that bronze medal position. Still Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys will win the under-15 octopool. Pushing away slightly from St. Paul's. St. Paul's will be silver. It's all on for bronze. What a lineup there. St. Peter's pushed into that bronze medal position. Yes, they have. St. Kent's trying to get up there as well. St. Peter's will hold on to it. St. Peter's will hold on to it. Great racing. Well done to all those boys out there. Okay, girls under 15 Coxed 4 is the next one on the track. And this event sponsored by Design Signs. And the boys under 15 Octopus, that event just before, that was sponsored by New World Cambridge. So we're very grateful to all the sponsors for their sponsorship. Okay, so in this one, final of the girls under 15 Cox 4, we're looking for Wanganui Collegiate number 1. In lane 1, Epsom Girls Grammar number 1 in lane 2. Lane 3, Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. Lane 4, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. Lane 5, Westlake Girls High School. Lane 6, Waikato Diocesan School. Lane 7, Onslow College from Wellington. Lane 8, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. And we have a look out here. It is looking like lane number 4, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. They'd be sitting in the lead at the moment, but just on the outside of them, Westlake Girls High School. It's a real battle between those two crews at the moment. They're through that first 500 metre mark into the second 500 metres of the race. Bronze at the moment, it'll either be between Epsom Girls or Waikato Diocesan out there on lane number 6. So that's the lineup at the moment, and the girls under 15 Coxed 4. Obviously 4 rowers, 1 coxswain. They've got 1 oar each. And like that last event, they'll be in there, some will be in their first season of rowing, maybe second season. Still Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton. This crew coxed by Rose Abbott, coached by Kylie Corboy and Peter Mitchell. Sacred Heart Hamilton had a pretty good regatta so far. Out of the Hamilton Rowing Club there. Sitting in that second place position at the moment, Westlake Girls High School. Westlake Girls High School from the North Shore, of course, coxed by Tessa Guthrie, coached by Ella Campbell and Kim Dowden. Those are the two clear leaders at the moment. I think Epsom Girls Grammar in lane number 3, that appears to be the number 2 crew. They'd be sitting in that bronze medal position. But keep an eye on Waikato Diocesan out there in lane 6. They're in touch, as is the number 2 Epsom Girls Grammar crew as well. Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton just starting to push away from Westlake in that third 500 metres of the race. It's the third 500, the infamous third 500, often known as the hardest 500 metres of the race. That's the 500. You've really got to dig deep. And it's looking like that Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton crew are digging deep. They're pushing away and still holding on to that gold medal. Westlake Girls sitting in silver. And then a bit of a battle between Waikato Diocesan and Epsom Girls Grammar for that bronze medal. No doubt about Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. They're about to cross through into the last 500 metres of the race now. Looking good. Kylie will be happy with how they're going out there. Westlake Girls through the 1500 metre mark as well. And then it might just be Waikato Diocesan might just push past Epsom and Girls Grammar into that bronze medal position. Pretty close between those two now though. That's your lineup. Of course, we've got the South Island Secondary Schools happening as we speak, so no doubt people will be looking at Rowett to see how their competition down south are going. Because of course in a couple of weeks we've got the big one, the Aon Māori Cup, which everyone will be very excited for. Really good standard of rowing in this under 15 girls 4, particularly this Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton crew. And lots of hats being worn out there, which is great to see because that sun is beating down. So Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton still holding on to that gold medal position as they come down into the last couple of 100 metres. I don't think they're going to be getting caught at this stage. Westlake Girls are holding on to silver. Who's going to be bronze? I think it's Waikato Diocesan. Waikato's just pushed ahead a bit of Epsom Girls Grammar. Well done to Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. Great row from you. Livy Moon, Lily Johnson, Georgia Kendrick, Lily Ashton, and of course Rose Abbott the coxswain. Those are the gold medalists there. Westlake Girls High School, they will be silver. And Waikato Diocesan. Push through into that third medal position to join those others on the dais. So then you go back to the two Epsom Girls Grammar crews. Whanganui Collegiate out to Onslow, and then the other Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton crew. So, next on the track is the boys under 18 Cox Quad, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. Lane number 1, we've got Hodaki Plains College. Lane number 2, there's the A final. Lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate. Lane 3, Wellington College. Lane 4, St Peter's College, Auckland. Lane 5, Sacred Heart, Auckland. Lane 6, Glendowie College. Lane 7, Maclean's College. And Lane 8, Pukekohe High School. So they're in the start lines now, and they're away actually, they're away. Boys under 18 Cox Quad, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. The B final is on the track, and in the B final, we're just having a look out here. It's looking like St Kennigan from Auckland in lane number 5. They'd be sitting in the lead of the B final. Then you just go on the inside of them to Hamilton Boys High School and Cambridge in lane 3. That would be your lineup at the moment in the B final. And back to the A final. It looks like this crew in lane number 5 has pushed out into the lead. That's the crew from Sacred Heart in Auckland. They've pushed out into the lead at the moment, pretty close with these other crews. You've got St Peter's just on the inside of them. Lane number 2's Whanganui Collegiate have started well. And also out here on the outside, that's Pukekohe High School. Sacred Heart through the first 500 metres of the race now. St. Peter's will be with them in second place, and third, I think at the moment, will be Wanganui Collegiate, but Wellington College right there with them as well. B final, in the B final, just coming down to the line now, you've got St. Kentigern's, Cambridge and Hamilton boys. So St. Kentigern will take out the B final. Cambridge will be second. Third will be Hamilton, although a bit of a nudge out there from that King's College crew. So back to the A final, still Sacred Heart from Auckland sitting out there in the lead. They're in the second 500 now. I think St. Peter's College, they'd be sitting in second. And, it's pretty close. So Wanganui having a good road. Actually, Wanganui be sitting in second place at the moment. Then you go back to St. Peter's, and then you'd go Wellington College. So it's all on in the boys under 18 Cox Quadruple Skulls A final. They're out there in the second 500 now, and it's this crew from Sacred Heart in Auckland, lane number 5 in the lead. They'd be sitting in the lead at the moment as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Pretty close between St. Peter's College and Wellington College and Wanganui Collegiate for second and third. I think it might just be Wellington just sitting in silver at the moment. Then it's St. Peter's, but it's real neck and neck stuff going on here. No doubt about Sacred Heart sitting in the lead of the boys under 18 Cox Quad. This crew coxed by Jacob Avery, coached by Mike O'Brien and Brent Leach. I know Brent loves sculling, so no surprises about this result at the moment. Sacred Heart in the lead of the boys under 18 Cox Quad. Who's going to be joining them up on the dais? I think second place at the moment will be looking like that crew from Wellington. Really close though. You've got St. Peter's, good sculling program right alongside them, and also Wanganui Collegiate. Glendowie on the outside in lane number 6. They're in touch, but I don't think they're going to be up there at this stage. Still Sacred Heart as they come down in. They're in the third 500, coming down towards the last 500 metres of the race. So at this stage, the gold medal looks to be sewing up, but it's pretty close, particularly with these silver and bronze medal. I think, it might even be Wanganui Collegiate now pushing into that silver medal position. Really close between St. Peter's College, Wellington, and Wanganui Collegiate. So if you're in any of those schools, you need to get down there and start supporting. Sacred Heart through into the last 500 metres of the race. Looking really good. Very close between Wanganui, Wellington, and St. Peter's College. Wanganui having a great little wind-up, might just have pushed into that second place position. Wellington sitting in third, and St. Peter's might just have dropped back a wee bit, but very close as they come down towards the last 250 metres of the race. Keep an eye on Glendowie. They're sitting in that fourth place. They're sitting in fourth place, but they're pushing up. They're coming, John says. They're coming. Sacred Heart still holding on to that gold medal as they come down towards the last 250 metres of the race. Looks like Sacred will hold on to the gold medal, but who's going to be silver and who's going to be bronze? I think it's still... it's Wellington. Wellington sitting in that silver medal position as they come down towards the last 200 metres of the race. That Maxim Eriksson there in the... middle of the boat, pushing his legs down to get these boys up on the dais. Sacred Heart just taking their rating down a bit. They're in the gold medal position. Wellington sitting in silver. Glendowie have a great wind up out there on the outside to push up into the medals. And Glendowie, we saw they're still sitting in fourth. Wainui in that bronze medal position. No one's going to catch Sacred. They'll be the winners of the boys under 18 Cox Quad. Wellington still holding on to silver, but Wainui's coming at them, and so is Glendowie. I think Wellington are going to hold on. Yes, just. Then Wainui, then out to Glendowie. What a great race. St. Peter's just dropped a wee bit at the end. Very exciting racing down here at Karapiro. So, next race on the agenda is the girls under 18 Cox's Perils. Sponsored by the University of Waikato. This one we've got Lane 1 King's College, Lane 2 Barradine College, Lane 3 Diocesan School for Girls, Lane 4 Wellington Girls College, Lane 5 Epsom Girls Grammar, Lane 6 Barradine, Lane 7 Sacred Heart, and Lane 8 Barradine number 3. As you can see, they're just sitting in the blocks there, ready to go. And they're away. Girls under 18 pair is on the track. The ones to watch would be the Wellington Girls crew based on the heat results. Wellington Girls won the heat in a time of 7:56. Epsom Girls Grammar behind them in 8:15. Looks like that Wellington Girls crew has had a good start. And then lane number 6 is Barradine College as well. Lane number 3 Epsom Girls. That's your lineup at the moment. So we've got the girls under 18 pair oars underway, sponsored by the University of Waikato. And you'll see there's some smoke coming out from some just to the right of the lake over there. Apparently that should be happening, so no need for panic. We're having a look at the girls under 18 pair or here, and it's Wellington Girls. Wellington Girls sitting in the lead at the moment. Olivia Maisie and Zola Kemp, coached by Catherine Susan Duffin. They're sitting in the lead. I think they were the fastest qualifying time. Yes, they were. They're sitting out in the lead, and then sitting in that silver medal would at the moment be Barradine College in lane number 6. Then you'd go into lane number 3, Diocesan School for Girls. That Wellington Girls crew just pushing out ahead of the rest of the field. Barradine sitting in second, as you can see there. Auckland Io in third. Fourth, you'll be going to the Epsom Girls Grammar crew. That's your lineup at the moment as they're in the second 500, approaching that 1,000 metre mark. Obviously, under 18 Cox's Pier, that's one of the premier events of the Aon Māori Regatta. You'll be a very skillful rower to be able to row a pier, because there's only you and your crewmate with one oar each. You have to be a good rower and you have to be well coached. So still Wellington Girls. Wellington Girls having a great row at the moment. They're really pushing out into the lead. Barradine still sitting in that second place position, and Auckland Io in third, but Epsom Girls might have just pushed into that bronze medal position at the moment. Actually, they've just taken it off Auckland Io. Still Barradine holding on to silver. Epsom Girls trying to climb up into that silver medal position. They're sitting in bronze at the moment, pretty close between those two as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. No doubt about Wellington Girls though. This is a commanding lead from the Wellington Girls crew. Obviously they row out of the Star Boating Club down there on the Wellington Harbour. Not much rowing happens on the Wellington Harbour. You've got to go up to the Wanganui River or Manawatu to get some good flat water. So very impressive performance from this girls under 18 pair. Epsom Girls, they have pushed into that silver medal position. That's a good little move they've made through that 1,000 metre and into the third 500. Barradine College slipped into that bronze medal position. I don't think Epsom's going to be able to catch this Wellington Girls crew, but they have certainly pushed into that silver medal position. It's the girls under 18 pair oars, sponsored by the University of Waikato. So, girls under 18 pair coming down towards the last 1,500 metres of the race. Dominant performance by Wellington Girls College, Olivia Maisie and Zola Kemp, coached of course by Catherine Duffin. Epsom Girls Grammar sitting in that silver medal position. They had a good little piece there through the middle and they pushed past that Barradine crew. Barradine holding on to bronze, and then you go back to the Auckland Diocesan crew. Although that Barradine crew on the inside in lane number 2, they've pushed up as well. They've pushed up just, they're now into that 4th position ahead of Dio. That's a good result from them. No doubt about Wellington Girls. Great rowing from them out here in the lead of the girls under 18 Cox's Pier. Silver still sits with Epsom Girls with the yellow hats on there. Bronze with Barradine, and then fourth place now, the other Barradine crew down here on the inside who are pushing up. They've pushed past that Auckland O crew in lane number 3. Wellington Girls through into the last 250 metres now. Epsom Girls still holding on to that silver medal position. Barradine trying to come back at them though as they get into the last 250 metres of the race. Epsom really starting to wind it up as we're into the last 200 metres. They're not going to catch Wellington though. Wellington holding on, looking really strong. Nice catches there, well coached by Catherine Duffin. She'll be happy with this one as they come down towards the last 100 metres of the race. Epsom Girls will hold on to the silver. Barradine sitting in bronze. Barradine trying to push back, but I think Epsom's going to hold on to that silver. Well done to Wellington. Great row from you. They're happy with that. Epsom Girls through into the silver medal position. Barradine for third. Barradine for fourth. Back to Diocesan. Great to see all the support down there, by the way, at down near the dais. So keep that up. So if you're watching the live stream, you'll just see that's the points trophy. So you can see Whakatane, Hamilton Boys and Sacred Heart. They're in the lead of the points trophy with 10 points each. If you go to Rowett under results, you can go special results, and that'll tell you the updated points table. Next on the track is the Boys Under 16 Cox 4. We'll just be updating you on that in a minute. So the A final, the Boys Under 16 Cox 4, they are on the track. That event's sponsored by Commons Pharmacy. The B final's into the last 500 metres of the race now. And in the B final, it's looking like this crew from St. Peter's College in Auckland. They're sitting in the lead at the moment. The live stream's obviously on the A final, which has started. And the live stream, it looks like that crew in lane number 4, Westside Boys High School. They're sitting in the lead of the 16-4 at the moment. And silver would be lane number 2, St. Kentigern's College. At the moment, early days in the Boys Under 16 4A final. So the B final, still St. Peter's College number 2 out there in lane number 4. Second place would be Wanganui Collegiate in lane number 1, and then you go out to Westlake Boys High School in lane number 7. So just watching the end of the B final of the boys under 16 Cox 4, St. Peter's College from Auckland in lane 4, number 2. They are leading the B final of this boys under 16 Cox 4. Second place at the moment, well, it might be Westlake Boys out there on the outside, or Wanganui down here on the inside. No, I think it's just Wanganui over Westlake. St. Peter's holding on to that win though. They'll be winning the boys under 16 4B final, and no doubt they'll be checking their time on rod to see how it compares to the A final, which is on the track. Second place in the B final will be the crew from Wanganui Collegiate, closely followed by Westlake. Then out to St. Peter's, Takapuna Grammar, Kings. That's your lineup there. Now we turn our eyes to the under 16 4A final, and it's pretty clear here. The crew from Westlake Boys High School in lane number 4 in the lead. Pretty dominant performance from them at the moment. Then a bit of a lineup for that second place. Bit of a joust going on for that second place at the moment. I don't think anyone's going to be catching that Westlake Boys crew anytime soon, all going well. Sitting in second place, you'd either be looking at lane 2, St. Kenningan, or lane 3, which is St. Peter's College number 1. Probably just St. Peter's College number 1 at the moment, sitting in second place. And then you go to St. Kenningan and then into Auckland Grammar. Then back out to St. Paul's. So still Westlake Boys High School. Westlake Boys High School in the lead of the boys under 16 Cox 4, sponsored by Commons Pharmacy. So this boys under 16 Cox 4. Alexander Meering, Dylan Henderson, Jack Buckley, Lucas Dobler, Flynn Wigglesworth, coached by Lucy Anderson. Looking really good as they come down into the last, well, they're in the third 500 now. Second place, it'd still be, I think, that crew from St. Peter's. St. Paul's Collegiate, I think, sitting in that bronze medal position. But keep an eye on St. Kenningan. St. Kenningan and St. Paul's, they'll be the ones having a bit of a battle for that bronze medal. No doubt about Westlake Boys High School. So we're coming down to the last 500 metres of the race, and the boys under 16 Cox 4A final. Westlake Boys High School, a commanding lead out there, this crew. Coxed by Flynn Wigglesworth, coached by Lucy Anderson. They'll be happy with this. Second place is St. Peter's College from Auckland. And then the third, you'd either be looking at St. Paul's Collegiate or into St. Kenningan. That's your lineup at the moment. Westlake Boys pushing, rowing really nicely as they come down towards the last 250 metres. Great conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Westlake into the last 250 metres now. St. Peter's sitting in that second place position. Pretty close for bronze. It's either St. Paul's or St Kentigern. I think it might just be St Paul's over St Kentigern at the moment as they enter into the last 250 metres of the race. Yes, it is. Westlake boys holding on to the gold as they come down towards the last 100 metres to go. Great rowing from the Westlake boys crew. And St Peter's holding on to that silver medal, but St Paul's Collegiate on the outside really winding it up. They want to push into that silver medal position. So St Peter's has got to respond if they want to hold on to the silver. I don't think anyone's been catching Westlake at this stage. Only 15 metres to go. There's 100 metres to go for St Peter's. St Paul's trying to push up to get into that silver medal position. St Peter's responding. Are they going to hold on to it? Yes, I think they will. Westlake will win the gold and the boys under 16. Cox 4. St Peter's hold on to the silver. St Paul's will be bronze. Back to St Kentigern. Back to Grammar. Then Grammar. Out to St Kentigern and Onzo. Well done to those boys' crews. Now, just a couple of quick reminders. A reminder to all spectators and people here, the boat park is only for coaches, officials and athletes. So please, parents, supporters, please do not go into the boat park. We need that space to be free of parents and supporters, please. Next announcement, the waste station will be opened and manned from 12 p.m. onwards. And the waste station is just by the toilets behind the spectator tents over by that slope. So you can go and do your go and put your waste minimisation into effect. That's on. So the girls under 16-8 has just started. It's the girls under 16-8 sponsored by the Waipa District Council. And in this one, we're looking for Wellington Girls College 1 in Lane 1. Lane 2 is Barradine. Lane 3, Cambridge High School. Lane 4, Waikato Diocesan. They've started well. They're in the lead. St Peter's School in Lane 5. Lane 6 is Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland. Lane 7, Queen Margaret College. And Lane 8, Westlake Girls High School. Now the ones to watch in this one would be St Peter's, Cambridge and Waikato Diocesan. Based on the qualifying times in the heats, it was Waikato Diocesan with a time of 7:52 in the heat, and they look to be in the lead out there in lane number 4. Strong sweep program out of Waikato Diocesan. So Waikato Diocesan sitting in the lead of the girls under 16 Cox 8. St Peter's College right with them. And then third place at the moment is probably Barradine College out there in lane number 2. Early days though in this girls under 16-8. They're just through into the second 500 metres of the race. Pretty close to that bronze medal position. In fact, I think Cambridge High School might just have nudged ahead into the bronze medal position at the moment. With them is lane number 6 is Auckland Dio. Really close for that third place at the moment. It's still Waikato Diocesan in lane number 4. Sitting in the lead. St. Peter's though right with them. St. Peter's are right alongside that Waikato Diocesan crew.
Moving.
And they are moving up, as Vicky says, very close alongside them. This is going to be a great race as we come down towards the last, into the second 500, towards the second half of the race. Just rowing, you can see a bit of smoke there, nothing to be alarmed about. We're told that that's all under control. So still Waikato Diocesan over St. Peter's School for Cambridge. Third place at the moment would be Cambridge High School in lane number 3. Fourth just dropped back a wee bit Barradine, but keep an eye as well on Auckland Dio. St. Peter's were moving a bit, but now Waikato Diocesan just responding. So we've got the girls under 16 Coxed 8 out in front of us. Waikato Diocesan in lane 4 in the lead. Lane 5 St. Peter's School sitting in second place. That's the lineup at the moment. Third place should be looking out to the crew from Cambridge High School, but it's pretty close. There's Cambridge High School, there's Barradine, and there's Auckland Diocesan out there in lane 6. Cambridge still sitting in that third place position. Still Waikato Diocesan. They were the fastest qualifier in the heats. St. Peter's were within a second of them. So it's going to come down to the line on this one. Waikato still holding on to the lead in the girls under 16 Cox State. Sponsored by Waipa District Council. Both eights there rowing really well. You've got the Coxons right alongside each other. Waikato Diocesan's Rosie Savage. And St. Peter's School, Skylar Gilbanks. So they'll be talking to their crews, keeping them focused on what's happening. It's still Waikato Diocesan, but St. Peter's trying to push up. There's only a few seats in it. As you can see from the live stream, great footage on the live stream, by the way, if you haven't checked that out yet. Waikato Diocesan holding on to the lead in the girls under 16 Cox State. They're coming down towards the last 500 metres of the race. St. Peter's still sitting in second, and third will be the Cambridge High School crew in lane number 3, just ahead of Auckland Dio. 500 metres to go in the girls under 16 Cox State. Always a great event, this one. So Waikato Diocesan, Cox by Rosie Savage, holding on to the lead as they pass through into the last 500 metres to go. St. Peter's right there. St. Peter's the bow ball on about the 5 seat, trying to push up, but Waikato holding on. Back to Cambridge in third. Auckland Dio trying to push up into that third place position, but I think Cambridge is going to hold on to it. Still Waikato Diocesan as they come down into the last 250 metres to go. Great conditions here on Lake Karapiro this morning. Oh, this afternoon I should say. Only 250 metres to go. They're staying focused. They're trying to just take their rate up to wind it up. St. Peter's trying to push to get up onto that gold medal position, but I think Waikato Diocesan's going to hold on to it. Waikato Diocesan holding on to the lead in the girls under 16 Cox State. Rosie Savage doing a great job out there. Waikato Diocesan just pushing away from St. Peter's a wee bit. St. Peter's trying to push back, getting their rating up. Who's going to be bronze though? Because Auckland trying to push up past Cambridge, and maybe they just have. No one's going to catch Waikato now. Waikato's going to hold on to the gold medal. They will be winning the girls under 16 8. St. Peter's will be silver. Who's going to be bronze? Because the guys, just still Cambridge, Auckland desperately trying to push up into that bronze medal position, but I think Cambridge is going to hold it. Very close. Yes, Cambridge will hold it. They'll be bronze. Girls under 16 Cox State. Well done. Now we're handing over to Vicky McLean.
Thank you very much to Sean for commentating for the last hour and a half. Now we have race 235 in your programme, and this is the boys under 18 novice Cox State. In lane 1, we have Sacred Heart Auckland number 2. In lane 2, we have St John's Hamilton. In lane 3, we've got King's College number 1 crew. In lane 4, we have Sacred Heart Auckland number 1. In lane 5, we've got Hamilton Boys High School number 1. In lane 6, we have Westlake Boys High School number 1. In lane 7, we've got Hamilton Boys High School number 2. And in lane 8, we've got Mount Albert Grammar number 1 crew, which I can't quite see. Let me just check. They're there. I just can't see them on the screen yet. That's fine. So who do we think's leading this race home at the moment? Well, funnily enough, it's person in lane 5. This is Hamilton Boys High School. This is coached by Scott Brownlee and Scott Wilson. And their coxswain, Ryan Ollington, will be working his proverbial socks off. And then we've got Sacred Heart Auckland sitting in the silver position. And at the cox, Jacob Avery will be working hard, coached by Terry Dolan and Michael Bryan. And then working very hard is Westlake Boys High School out in lane 6. Where are the rest? Well, the rest are going to start playing catch up. And just looking down the course as the smoke is coming across, do not worry about that. It's controlled. Please have no concern whatsoever about this. But it's Hamilton Boys High School are really taking a very commanding lead in this race, but Sacred Heart Auckland keeping pace with them, and then there will be a battle for that bronze medal. Now King's College out in lane 3 battling valiantly, and they're just sitting behind St John's. And then on the far side we've now got Westlake Boys working hard. So the ding-dong of the race I think is going to be between Westlake Boys. King's College is going to have to do some work here to get up there, but at the moment it's Hamilton Boys and Hamilton Boys High School and Sacred Heart really having a battle here. And then we've got Westlake Boys in lane 6. We're just watching. I'm just going to move from the screen to the Armada on the water coming down. It's really exciting looking at these boats now. Sacred Heart in lane 1, just a little bit off the place. Now St John's is confusing me because they look as if they've got white hats on it. And then we've got King's College in lane 3. Really trying to work hard. In lane 3 is King's College. In lane 4 we've got the Blades of Sacred Heart working incredibly hard to keep in hooey of Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys still leading the march home. Westlake hot on their tail. And then we go out to Hamilton Boys number 2 crew, and then finally Mount Albert Grammar. They're approaching the 1500 metre mark. A lot of the hard work will have been really done here. And now they'll be thinking, goodness me, I can see home. But what you've got to know is everything will be really, really hurting for these athletes. And this is where the coxswains come into their own. They'll be giving it Laude, they'll be giving it instructions. All these crews will have had race plans. I hope to goodness they stick to their race plans, because that's what the coaches want. Hamilton Boys High School just nudging out here. There's probably a 4-seat lead over Westlake, over Sacred Heart, beg your pardon. King's College working hard here in lane 3, and correspondently we have, we've got Hamilton Boys, Sacred Heart, Westlake Boys, King's College sitting in 4th at the moment. They're going to have to work really hard here. How much do they want it? Have they left their run rate too late? Is it a very hot team? A hot race. And in my view it is. Hamilton Boys just pushing away there. They're now about 6 seats ahead of Sacred Heart. Hamilton Boys really gunning for it. And the last 150. Sacred Heart lifting their rating. Hamilton responding. Hamilton's going to hang on to this for all the tea in China. Don't know why we say that. Hamilton Boys all the way here. Sacred Heart giving it Laude, pushing. Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys High School all the way here. Building on their lead actually. Boat length. Hamilton Boys High School through. Gold medalists. Sacred Heart. You are silver medalists. And now we've got King's College trying to catch Westlake. It ain't going to happen. Not in my lunchtime today, which is a shame. Westlake, well done. Commiseration, King's College. Valiant race. Now we come up to St John's Hamilton. St John's Hamilton just coming through now. And we've got Sacred Heart Auckland in the inside lane coming up. And over in the far lane, Hamilton Boys High School, number 2 crew. Hamilton Boys through. Now Sacred Heart Auckland. And then we go back to Mount Albert Grammar. Thank you to Footloose Cambridge for sponsoring the Boys Under 18 Novice Cox State. A phenomenally good shoe shop in Cambridge that you can do a lot of damage to your credit card. Just in the lineup now, we have race 236 on the North Island Secondary School programme. It's the girls under 18 novice double sculls. In lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate, Pravin Carr, Briar Roden, coached by Alison Mills and Beth Ross. In lane 2, ACG Strathallan, Lucy Robinson and Lucy Cottier, coached by Mike Reutemann. Lane 3, Rotorua Girls High School, number 1 crew, Keely Carter Conroy and Anna Olsen, coached by Alistair Riddle. In lane 4, we've got Glendowie College, number 1, Chloe Powell and Gabriella Croft, coached by Hayden Shaw. In lane 5, we have Queen Margaret College, number 1, Charlotte Hall and Alexi Dykes, coached by Bianca Martin and Alan Ward. Wellington Girls College have scratched. In lane 7, we've got Kristen School, number 1, Gemma Rowledge and Brianna George, coached by Chris Brake. And we also have St Kentigern's College in lane 8, Amelia Pullman and Isabella Mills, coached by Lewis Green. This is the B final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls, and we are live on the live stream. So I hope you're enjoying the footage that you're watching. I just have to tell you that the girls novice under 18 double sculls has just started. They're just out of the blocks now. A very exciting race here. This is a big race for these novice women. And early doors, I would say Tiamutu College, Casey Lee Baker and Aswara Johnson, coached by Isla Mexted, are going well. So is Pompalier Catholic College, just off the pace, and St Cuthbert's College, but they'll come back. Hauraki Plains travelling well. And then Whangarei going really well. Just waiting for the medal ceremony to finish. And then we will go completely live at Lake Karapiro. We just want to recognise the success of our young athletes and not interfere with the medal ceremony. This is why you get slightly disjointed coverage from A and B finals. On the B final at the moment. I'd say Rotorua Girls High School travelling extremely well in the B final in lane 3. Yeah, Rotorua Girls High School, Keely Carter Conroy and Anna Olsen, coached by Alistair Riddle. They're leading the march home through for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. This is the B final. Now we will go live to the girls under 18 novice double sculls A final. In lane 1 we have Rangitoto College, Alicia Stratford and Tasman McCasey, coached by Chris Brake. In lane 2 we have Te Awamutu College, number 1 crew, Casey Lee Baker and Aswara Johnson, coached by Elia Mexted. In lane 3, Pompalier Catholic College, Elizabeth Gould, Rennie Leclerc Powell, coached by Chris Williams. In lane 4, we have St Cuthbert's College number 1 crew, Bella Furman, Grace Merrilees, coached by Kirsty Dunhill and Sean Turkin. Sean and Kirsty, great commentators and phenomenal coaches as well. In lane 5, Hauraki Plains College number 1, Ruby Van Hellemond, Paige Tavita Williams, coached by Maggie Morrison. In lane 6, we have Whanganui College number 1, Amy McCarty, Frank Camora, coached by Tyler Scott and Rick Grobecker. Lane 7, we have got the first of 2 Whangaree's crews, Whangaree Girls High School number 1, Georgia Candy and Abby Armstrong, coached by Chris Williams, who also coaches the second crew. In lane 8, Whangaree Girls High School number 2 crew, Lola Erling and Grace Lazenby. So this is the girls under 18 novice double sculls. And this is very kindly sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. They're a great wee supermarket, very obliging, new technology, lots of new lines. You can order online and have it delivered for your Māori Cup week. Lots of goodies, great wine selection, super cheese selection, and they are closest to the lake, and really great online service. Anyway, let's get back to the race in hand. This is the girls' novice 18 double sculls. And Hauraki Plains. This is Ruby Van Hellemond and Paige Tavita Williams. They are leading the charge home. They are in lane 5. Who's in hooey of them? Well, funnily enough, it's the girls on either side of them. So that's St Cuthbert's College and Wanganui Collegiate. Giving it loudy, keeping in hooey. They're all keeping in hooey though. These boats can move very fast. I'm not sure novices can move as fast. But look at Hauraki Plains just getting into their complete stride here, moving away, but the boats keeping in touch with them. It's St Cuthbert's College and Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate just working their way up here. Wanganui Collegiate, yes, trying really hard here. And I'm going to move from the screen very shortly and come back to what we're seeing live on the water. So I've got 3 boats that I'm facing down when I'm looking from the tower down to the water. The orange blades of Hauraki Plain, they're just sitting in front of the umpire boat. That will give you your bearings. For me, that is the boat. Just got its nose out in front. But it's coming under a lot of pressure, and it's coming under a lot of pressure from Wanganui Collegiate, Amy McCarty and Frank Amora. We have a race here, ladies and gentlemen, a real race. It's going to be a ding-dong, as Sean says. And they are coming fast, and they are coming furious. They are leaving the rest of the field behind. Hauraki, Wanganui, back to St Cuthbert's. Don't rule out Whangaree. Goodness me, these girls are battling hard, really, really hard. This is exciting racing. Get behind all of these girls. See them home, shout them home. It's hurting. It's really hurting. Love watching the double sculls. The technique's brilliant. These are novice athletes, but they're working their butts off coming down here. Look at Hauraki. Hauraki and Wanganui is in front of Hauraki. We're coming past Rowing New Zealand at the moment. Don't look there, girls. Just keep coming. Keep burning for home here. They're approaching the 1750 mark. Wanganui Collegiate out in front. Hauraki Plains just falling back there. Whangarei Girls High School making a move here. St Cuthbert's College still in Hui. Goodness me, they're tiring. Are they? How much are they tiring? Are they going to find a second dose of adrenaline? When you think there could be a medal in contention here, you are going to go for it. And it is Wanganui Collegiate pulling away from the rest of the field. Hauraki Plains working really hard. Whangarei pulling up here. They're coming for you. Whangarei really pushing hard here. Whangarei could almost be in second, that silver position. And Hauraki in bronze. Cuts just dropped off there. But it is Wanganui, textbook. Goodness me, girls, you're in the last 100. You're through the red buoy. Keep going, girls. Hauraki Plains coming back at Whangarei. Goodness me, those bloody W's. Wanganui, Whangarei. And Hauraki Plains, we have a real race here, girls, and boys, and adults, and children. And look, it's Wanganui. Wanganui, you are going to take gold on the podium. Hauraki, you are going to take silver. Whangarei, you will take bronze. St Cuthbert's, you're in that ghastly position of fourth. Keep going. But you've done really, really well. Then we come back to Rangitoto College. Tioramutu, Pompallier, out Whangarei, and back to Rangitoto College. What a race. Goodness me. And if this is North Island, what is the Māori Cup going to look like? It is going to be spectacular racing. Now, on the water, we have the boys under 17 double sculls. This is the B final. Very kindly sponsored by Top Notch Calves. They pay promptly and they want your milk, and they're very good at it. Top Notch Calves. Now, on the water in this race, this is the B final. Oh, and it's a bit of a shorter race. We've had some crews scratched. So it's a bit sad when we see crews scratched at this last moment. So we're just on the live feed for the boys under 17 double sculls, as we have a wedding ceremony, I was about to say, we have a medal ceremony. And the reason that there's so many gaps in this race is that the C final was run yesterday and we couldn't promote from within. But really lovely watching these athletes coming along on the water. You've got Maclean's College in lane 1. In lane 4, you've got King's College. In lane 5, Gisborne Boys High School. Lane 6, St Patrick's College number 1. And King's College. King's College just sitting behind Gisborne Boys High School. But they're in Hui, they're going, making... Their momentum's good, their sculling's good. And St Patrick's College, these are the 3 boats leading home at the B final. And just out of Hui is McKinney's College out in lane 1. King's College, Alex Shannon, Jackson Comping, coached by Mike Hasselback. Gisborne Boys High School, Ned Clark, Felix Moore, coached by Joshua Kelly and Craig Clark, and St Patrick's College from Wellington, Eamon Ward and Max Young, coached by Rex Jones, and Maclean's College, we've got Nathan Strachan and Harrison Reeve, coached by Alan Vester. And the King's College crew working hard to try and catch Gisborne. You're going to have to work harder, boys, I'm afraid. And St Patrick's travelling really well here. King's College just lifting their rating. Have they got a point to prove here, King's College? Is this result dependent on whether you go to Mardy? I like the way that you're moving. Ha-ha, but Gisborne's just responded. So I think Gisborne Boys High School is going to take this, albeit it's a very fine margin. Fine margin. Gisborne takes it over at King's College and out to St Patrick's. Now on the water now is the A final for the boys under 17 double sculls. The minute the medal ceremony is finished, we will move to coverage at Lake Karapiro. On the water we have in lane 1 Glendowie College number 2 crew, Fraser Smith Rice and Leo Audley, coached by Jesse Pilcher. In lane 2, Takapuna Grammar, lane number 1 crew, William Thompson and Sam Mones, coached by Epony Norman. In lane 3, St Peter's School number 2 crew, Kadia Tucan, Joshua Yeoman, coached by Chris Thorson. Lane 4, Glendowie College number 1, Frank Eisen, Luke Hulbert, coached by Jesse Pilcher, Leo Strode-Penny. In lane 5, St Peter's School number 1, Valentin Barrio Frojum and Harrison McClintock, coached by Chris Thorson. In lane 6, Maclean's College number 1, James Dimmock and Logan Turrell, coached by Alan Vester. In lane 7, Tauranga Boys College number 1 crew, Jameson McConaughey, Eben Birchman, coached by Richard Gee. And out in lane 8, St Paul's Collegiate number 1, Jayden King and Blake Finlayson, coached by Carl Coles. This is the boys under 17 double sculls, very kindly sponsored by Top Notch Calves. And now we can go live at Lake Karapiro. This is the boys under 17 double sculls. This is the A final, and we've got 8 boats on the water. Fairly spaced out field. Lanes 3 and 4 having a real ding-dong here. You've got St Peter's School and Glendowie College seesawing. St Peter's College, Glendowie and St Peter's again. And St Peter's in the middle lane, just so you get your bearings, sitting out in front of the umpire boat. They're leading the pack home. Glendowie in Hui and St Peter's again in Hui. Maclean's College. These boats, these athletes, all working very hard, just coming past what we call Flynn Clove. And you've got Maclean's just coming. Maclean's are just doing a real move here. Thank you, John. This is Valentin Barrio Frogen and Harrison McClintock. They have made a move. Now, the thing that you have to understand is we don't know what their race plan is. The other one that I'm really quite interested in what's going happening in the outside lane with St Paul's Collegiate. They too are making a move. What you can remember with these boats is these double sculls can move like Flynn. They can finish so quickly. So we might just see some movement here. We've got St Peter's out in lane 3 travelling well. We've got Glendowie in with Hui. St Peter's number 1 crew in lane 5 are coming under pressure from McLean's College, and you've got St Paul's Collegiate in the outside lane. All vying for medals here. Who's going to be the winner of the boys under 17 double sculls? Who's going to have a gold gong round their neck? Well, it's looking like St Peter's. They really are battling for home, but they are getting under increasing pressure from McLean's. I just don't know whether McLean's have got enough in their tank. If St Peter's will keep lifting up, and then who's going to go for bronze? Well, it could be St Peter's over Glendowie. St Paul's drop back. St Peter's number 1 crew just picked up their pacing. Their pace, they're now building on that lead over McLean's. That was a short burst from McLean's. But I think St Peter's are going to take gold. St Peter's taking gold. McLean's take silver. And St Peter's take bronze. Well done. And Glendowie take 4th. Then we go over to St Paul's Collegiate. Then we come back to Tauranga. And then Takapuna. And then back to Glendowie College number 2 crew. For our live stream audience, we are just about to, well, it started. We have the girls under 17 single sculls. This is the B final. It's not commentated live at Lake Karapiro as there is a medal ceremony going on, and we really want to honour and recognise the athletes that have come top in their events. In lane 1, in the girls under 17 single sculls, and this is very kindly sponsored by Rob from Authentic Oars, and I can tell you there is some wonderful goodies over there. Rowing memorabilia, your colours, your oars, your blades, your jewellery, some neat tape, tea towels. And Rob has been such a generous sponsor of our events, both here at Lake Karapiro and at Ruataniwha. Please go and have a look and spend some money and have some lovely mementos of your time here at North Island Secondary School. I think you could also put in some orders for the Māori Cup. Now this B final, we have Topanui Atia College number 1 crew Papillon Pointer, coached by Mark Freeman in lane 1. Barradine College number 1 in lane 2. Georgia McDermott, coached by Casper Hammond and John Dermott. Then we leap To lane 5, we've got King's College number 1 crew, Jemima Dryden, coached by Annie Williamson. In lane 6, we've got Wellington Girls College. This is Lily Bellevue, coached by Catherine Duffin. In lane 7, we have Wanganui High School number 2 crew, Beatrice Douglas, coached by Axel Dickinson and Dave Dudley. And out in lane 8, we have Mount Albert Grammar number 1 crew, Amanda Chen, coached by India Mattox. Just before we go to start commentating the A final, I'd say keep your eyes peeled on lane 1. Lane 1. And this is Topo Nui Atia College. This is Papillon Pointer. She's going incredibly well in lane 1. Barradine working hard but not quite there. Then we pop across to King's College, Jemima Dryden. She's going well, but she's going to have to work a wee bit harder. Wellington Girls College. This is Lily Bellevue. She's travelling really well. And Wanganui just off the pace. Don't forget about Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar is going well here. But we will now just jump to what's happening in the A final. This is going to be a real ding-dong. This is the girls under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Rob from Authentic Oars. And I watched some of the heats of this race, and goodness me, we got a real battle of the women going on here, and it was International Women's Day the other day. Well, these girls could all be recognised in it. All women could, of course, but these girls will be standouts. So in lane 1 for the A final, and now we can go live for the girls under 17 single sculls A final. In lane 1, we've got Hamilton Girls High School number 1 crew, Madeline Cox, coached by Carl Manson. In lane 2, we have Onslow College number 1 crew, Allegra Leonard, coached by Angus Todd. In lane 3, we have John Paul College number 1 crew, Tegan Negus, coached by Chris Pearson and Alistair Riddle. In lane 4, we have Sacred Heart Girls New Plymouth, Jessie Pulford, coached by Greg Cox and Jason Williams. In lane 5, Local Girl, Cambridge High School number 1 crew, Tegan O'Dwyer, coached by Michelle Monroe and Callum Wright. In lane 6, Otamotai College number 1 crew, Caitlin Wayne, coached by Steve Finlinson. In lane 7, we have Bethlehem College number 1 crew, Jemima Glahome, coached by Ted Phelps. And out in lane 8, we have McLean's College number 1 crew, Taylor Malcolmson, coached by Keith Hibbard and Jessica Taylor. I'm already written at the moment. We have the girl from Sacred Heart, and she's in lane 4. So one would expect a girl from lane 4 to be leading the charge, but she's certainly not got it all of her own way. Lane 7, Bethlehem College, really keeping in touch there. Then we pop back to John Paul College, and then we pop back to Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School just moving up there. This is Tegan O'Dwyer, our local girl. Sacred Heart, though, still working away, sticking to her knitting, knowing what she's doing here. All the crews, with the exception of maybe Otamotai, and I can't see McLean's College on the screen. Let's just have a look down the water. McLean's College just sitting off the pace here. We're approaching the 1500 metre mark. Hamilton travelling well in the inside lane, and as you know, we can get caught unawares there. Onslow sitting there, working hard. Lane 3, John Paul College, working hard and up in medal contention. Then we have Sacred Heart girls leading the charge home. Cambridge High School, Tegan O'Dwyer, working hard here in medal contention. And then really Bethlehem College is impressive here. Otamotai working hard here, trying to gain on Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School just won gold, one big, quite a fast turnaround for these girls, and not over enough all of these girls' crews to tell you who's been racing this morning. At Cambridge High School, working hard here. Cambridge High School in Hui of the Sacred Heart, Jessie Pulford. We're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. That is no man's land. That last 500, man, it's hard work. And you'd think I knew what I was talking about. I think I've done 2K once in my life in a rowing boat, and I won't be repeating it. Ergs don't float. This is amazing sculling from these girls under 17 single scullers. The only person, apart from these competitors, they've got to talk to is their own head. And their heads will work hard coming down here along with their bodies. Impressed with Cambridge High School, moving up on the girl from Sacred Heart. In fact, I think she's overtaken her. Goodness me, Mummy will be doing a dinger on the sideline here. This is exciting. This is a real race, ladies and gentlemen. Bethlehem College. Also, Bethlehem College moving up, real into medal contention here. This is a race, ladies and gentlemen, and one I am not prepared to call right at this moment. All I would say is Sacred Heart. Jessie Pulford has rowed a magnificent race, but is looking as if she's running out of puff now. Tegan O'Dwyer from Cambridge High School, working her butt off. And we also have Bethlehem College going like the clappers in the outside lane. Don't forget the outside lane. Cambridge High School, Bethlehem College. Who are we going to get for our bronze? These two look as if they're going for gold and silver. Is it Otamotai? In the middle of these two girls, Cambridge High School. She's got a bit between her teeth. Sacred Heart coming back. Has she just exhausted herself? Will she get a medal? We'll have to wait and see. But it's Tegan Pulford along with Jemima Glahome going head to head for the title of the girls under 17 single sculls. I think Bethlehem College have got it over Cambridge High School at the moment, and Otamotai possibly over Sacred Heart. This is where the race is. Has our girl from Cambridge got another lift? Goodness me, yes, I think she has. It is a ding-dong. Tegan O'Dwyer from Cambridge High School. She's going to bring this race home. Well done, Tegan. Mummy will be going off there. Bethlehem, then back to Otamotai, and then Sacred Heart, Onslow College, Hamilton Girls, and John Paul College. And then we go out to Maclean's College. Goodness me, what a great final. Lovely to see a local girl win. That is very exciting racing. On the water now, we have the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Skulls. This is the B final. We will soon go live to the A final, but we just have a medal ceremony going on here at Lake Karapiro. In the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Skulls, we have 8 boats on the water. Wellington Girls College number 2 crew, St Peter's School number 1, Waikato Diocesan School number 3 crew, Westlake Girls High School number 1, Diocesan School for Girls number 1, Glendowie College number 1 in lane 6, Barradine College in lane 7, and Takapuna Grammar in lane 1. Who is leading the charge home for the B final? Well, we've got a bit of an Amaza advancing on the finishing line. They're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. The A final is yet to start. St Peter's School local crew travelling well up against Waikato Diocesan School. That is their number 3 crew. Their number 1 crew is in the A final, and they're travelling really well. So St Peter's, Waikato Dio, Westlake Girls High School off the pace, as is Wellington Girls College number 2 crew. Then Diocesan School for Girls travelling well, Glendowie College just a little back but in Hui, Barradine travelling well, and Takapuna Grammar just sitting off the pace. So we've got 4 boats leading the Armada here coming back. St Peter's School in lane 2, with Waikato Diocesan in lane 3, Glendowie College in lane 4, and Barradine out in lane 7. And the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Skulls, the A final has now started, and we are commentating live at Lake Karapiro as the medal ceremony has just completed. The B final is just coming to a conclusion. Just briefly, I would say St Peter's is coming. St Peter's and Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland, along with Barradine, are going to make this a difficult one to pick in the B final. In the A final, this is the girls under 15, Coxed Octuple Skulls. This is very kindly sponsored by Kaz Design Brandon Webb. Thank you very much indeed to Kaz Design Brandon Webb. You have been a loyal sponsor to KRI for many, many years. In lane 1 we have Mount Albert Grammar. Goodness me, I'm just looking at the screen for this race. I'd say lane 7 and 5. Wanganui High School travelling really well in the early stage of the girls under 15, along with Waikato Diocesan. Anyway, let's just tell you who's on the water first. But Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, and the coaches here are Marika Richards and Holly Chaff, and they're coxed by Amelia Jones, who will be working hard here. In lane 2 we've got Wellington East Girls College, crew number 1, coached by Bernie Fisher, and their cox is Elizabeth Kersey. In lane 3 we have got St Kentigern's College number 1 crew. Their cox is Isabel Gilbert, coached by Maddie Donnelly and Lewis Green. Hamilton Girls High School are occupying lane 4, and they're coxed by Lily Barker and coached by Carl Manson and Emily Gordon. In lane 5 we have Waikato Diocesan School. Cox is Kiri Ormsby, coached by Burton Worth. Wanganui Collegiate number 1 crew in lane 6. The cox is Bella Stead and coached by Ruby Lewis. Wanganui High School is in lane 7. Morgan Wood is the cox, and they're coached by Axel Dickinson and Dave Dudley. And out in lane 8, Wellington Girls College number 1 crew, Greta Maisie is the cox and coached by Seth Peake. But let's see who's doing what in this very exciting girls under 15 Coxed Octuple. So the crew that's looking the most impressive at the moment is Wanganui High School. This is Fiona Tweedle, Lily Rose Flack, Addison Jenkins, Ava McDonough, Ruby Armshaw, Kira Barnett, May Emmett, Tia Takura, Potako Osborne Milner, and Morgan Wood, as mentioned previously, coached by Axel Dickinson and Dave Dudley. That would be a real feather in their cap to win gold in this race. Can these girls keep on the momentum? Now let's just see who else is travelling really well. Well, we go back to the centre, don't we? Isn't that funny? Ha ha. We have the girls with the white caps from Waikato Diocesan School for Girls. They're going really well, along with the boat just sitting in front of the umpire boat, and that's Hamilton Girls High School, travelling very well here. All these boats, the speed of these boats, I know they're young novice rowers, but this is sculling in an 8, and they can project some speed. So Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1, never underestimate lane 1, I've been caught out too often. We've got Wellington East Girls College in lane 2, little bit sitting back here. St Kentigern's College really working hard here. But the girls that are leading, coming out to the fore here, is Hamilton Girls High School, just sitting in front of the umpire boat. Then to Waikato Diocesan School, Wanganui Collegiate, way off the pace there. Wanganui High School, certainly giving it Laldi. And Wellington Girls College, just sitting a little bit too far back, I think, to make a real difference when it comes down to the medals. We're looking for a gold. We're looking for a silver, and we're looking for a bronze medal. We've got 3 boats just moving away from the rest of the field here. And we've got Hamilton Girls High School, probably sitting in bronze position at the moment. Waikato Diocesan and Wanganui High School. These are the 3 boats that are giving it Laldi. They're coming down. Now this is when, well, the coxswains come into a world of their own. I think they're an underestimated piece of crew. If you think about the importance, they're looking around, they're seeing what the other crews are doing, they're executing that race plan that these coaches have been giving. This is what the schools and the crews have been working to. This is the penultimate event of the season. We have got Wellington Girls College moving up into a medal position in the outside lane. Keep your eyes on Wellington Girls College in the outside lane. Wanganui High School working hard. They're going to have to work harder because Waikato Diocesan's pulling all the stops out. Hamilton Girls High School just dropping back there. Who's going to take this race? Well, it's either going to be Wanganui High School or Waikato Diocesan School, but it's a novice boat, so things can go wrong. Look at the swing. Look at those caps belonging to the Waikato Diocesan School for Girls. So elegant, so in sync. Who's coming for them? Well, Wanganui High School's coming for them, but I'm not very sure if they're going to catch them. And where is third going to come, and who in this tight race is going to get fourth? I can hear the crescendos of the screams outside. It's Waikato Diocesan. Waikato Diocesan really going for gold here. And then we've got Wanganui High School working their butts off. Come on, girls. Then we've got Hamilton Girls High School trying to get in early, and Wellington Girls really working hard here. But it's Hamilton Girls, but it is Waikato. Waikato's got gold. Well done, Waikato. Wanganui High School silver. And then we have Hamilton Girls High School bronze, and Wellington Girls College miss out in the far lane. Then we come back to St Kentigern's College, Wellington East, Mount Albert Grammar, and then back to Wanganui. Are we not the privileged ones seeing such great racing here at Lake Karapiro? And for those who are not so fortunate to be with us, can listen to our dulcet tones over the internet. Right, just before we go, we have a car, PEY 41, it's an MG, parked by Rowing New Zealand, and it's got a dog inside it, and there's no windows open. Please go and pull your finger out and get it sorted. There is a dog inside. If it's not sorted, the window will be smashed and your dog will be rescued. No excuse for that, particularly in a hot day like today. Right, now we're under 2, the boys, under 15 Cox State. This will be a humdinger of a race. And are we not jolly excited by it? And who is sponsoring our boys under 15 Cox State? It's Waipa District Council. Thank you very much to Waipa District Council, who want us to have safe and happy events where you can't get much happier, particularly if you are a medal winner, and commiserations to those who are not. But Māori Cup's not far away and we get to live to fight another day. So, this is the boys under 15 Cox State. And Westlake boys seem to just have got their nose out in front here. Let's just see who else is in the water. Not in the water, on the water. In lane 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1 crew. In lane 2, we've got Mount Albert Grammar number 1 crew. In lane 3, congratulations to Hamilton Boys High School. They've got a number 2 crew in here and a number 1 crew who are occupying lane 4. In lane 5, Westlake have got 3 8s in the boys under 15 Cox State. Well, when they get to the under 18s, they will be a school to really take notice of. They've got real depth here. I hope they stay here. But we've got Westlake Boys High School in lane number 5, Westlake Boys High School number 2 crew in lane 6. We've got Auckland Grammar in lane 7, and in lane 8, another Westlake Boys High School crew. Real depth there. Isn't that lovely that so many boys are attracted to the sport at such a young age? We just can't introduce them to girls and alcohol or we'll lose them. And as we parents know, rowers and rowing parents are happy parents because they're tired and they can't do anything else for 6 months of the year. So, boys under 15, Cox State, Wanganui Collegiate, out in lane 1, but nobody's touching this Westlake crew. They are barreling home. I quite like the look of Auckland Grammar though. Auckland Grammar going well, out in lane 7. So Auckland Grammar, Westlake Boys High School, it's their number 1 crew. And Hamilton Boys, number 1 crew. The number 2 crew is just off the pace, as is Mount Albert Grammar and as is Wanganui Collegiate. And Wanganui Collegiate needs to sort their steering out because they'll be joining everybody for afternoon tea on the bank if they're not careful. That's it, boys. Now don't go too much the other way. Goodness me. Yep. Yeah, Coxon really needs to get the steering right on that boat. And I don't think it's going to make any difference to their position, unfortunately. But we come back. The duel, if we were in America, it'd be called a duel. The duel going on here is between Auckland Grammar and Westlake Boys. Rivalries on the water here. And Hamilton Boys High School working really hard to see if they can be a contender for that bronze, silver or gold medal. We're coming down the water here. If I take my binoculars off, I can really see these crews advancing now towards the 1750 mark. Many of them have been hurting. Many of them will have been other boats today. The lactic acids in their quads and their legs will be yamming, really screaming here. However, home is in sight. And who is sniffing victory? I put my money on Westlake at the moment if they're not too tired. They keep advancing that little lead, inch by inch, blade by blade. Hamilton Boys, however, are creeping up on them, and Auckland Grammar are dropping back. So, there's been a bit of a juggling round of positions there, but it's Westlake. It's Westlake all the way. This is the boys, under 18, I don't get to commentate that race. It's the boys under 15 Cox 8. There's a reason for that. I get far too excited and lose my teeth. We've got Westlake Boys High School, coached by Daniel Summerman and Leon Joost. They are going like the clappers here. So are Hamilton Boys High School, but they're not. They've left their run rate far too late. And Auckland Grammar sitting comfortably in the bronze position. Westlake number 1 crew, you're going to be happy with this. I wonder what's happening in South Island. Who are you going to be up against? Where's your competition going to come from? But you are going to take out the gold for the boys under 15 Cox State. Well done, boys. Hamilton Boys High School, you're going to take out silver. Well done, boys. And over to Auckland Grammar. You take out the bronze. We'll see you all in the podium. Hamilton Boys High School number 2 crew, we're going to take out 4th. Then we're across to Westlake. Then back to Wanganui Collegiate. Out to Westlake and back to Mount Albert Grammar. Just some lovely racing there. Thank you very much indeed. Now, we've got one of our premier races here. We've got the boys under 18 Cox 4. And I'm going to hand over to Sean Durkin, one of our commentators, our coaches, heavily involved in the rowing community. And he is going to commentate this race for you, because he really wants to.
Yes, thank you, Vicky. So we have the boys under 18 Cox 4 in the starting blocks. This event sponsored by Rowing New Zealand. And just looking at the results from the South Island secondary schools, St Bede's won the boys under 18 Cox 4 down there earlier this morning in a time of 7:08. So in the boys under 18 Cox 4 here at the North Island secondary schools, Lane 1 Wellington College, Lane 2 Auckland Grammar School number 2, Lane 3 Westlake Boys High School, Lane 4 is Sacred Heart Auckland, Lane 5 Auckland Grammar, Lane 6 King's College, and Lane 7 Mount Albert Grammar School, and they are away. They've just started. It's the boys under 18 Cox 4A final. Of course, this event is one of the premier events at the Aon Māori Regatta, and that event at that regatta, it's the Springbok Shield, coveted Springbok Shield. So we have a look out here and see who's had a good start. King's College have had a good start, as have Sacred in Lane 4. Early days as they're just through the 250 metre mark. Kings might just have jumped ahead in the boys under 18 Cox 4. Sacred just sitting in second place at the moment. Then you'd be looking out to Westlake and into Grammar. In the heats, it was a straight final. So in the heats, Sacred Heart won that heat, and Grammar was second, with Westlake Boys third. So that was how it went on Friday. But at the moment, it's Sacred Heart and King's College. They're the ones in the lead of the boys under 18 Cox 4. Then you go back to Grammar and then inside to Westlake. Through the first 500 now, Sacred have just pushed past King's College. Grammar sitting in that bronze medal position, and then back to Westlake. Sacred Heart just pushing away from Kings as they work through the second 500 metres of the race. You'll see that Sacred Heart crew has got a tandem rig. With a stroke sider, two bow siders, and then a stroke sider again. So Sacred Heart into that gold medal position in the boys under 18 Cox 4. Kings still holding on to silver, but Grammar starting to push up into that silver medal position. Westlake could be in fourth, but Kings have got to hold on if they want to be up on the dais. No doubt about Sacred. They continue to push away. Grammar pushing up into that silver medal position. And we've got Westlake in the mix there as well in lane number 3. So still Sacred. Sacred in the gold medal position of the boys under 18 Cox 4 as they get close towards the 1,000 metre mark. Grammar pushing up. Grammar's pushed through Kings. Grammar trying to push up on Sacred. Great little move from Grammar in these last 100 metres or so. Sacred through into the third 500 now. Grammar's with them and so is Kings. Westlake trying to push up to be in that bronze medal position. Beautiful conditions down here on the Lake Karapiro. Obviously a bit of fog this morning which has lifted to reveal a very flat lake. These crews getting into their third 500 metres of the race. Still Sacred Heart from Auckland. Grammar sitting in that silver medal position. Grammar's bow seat edging up towards that stroke seat of Sacred Heart. That's Oliver Leach there. Sacred Heart holding on though as they work through that third 500. Westlake starting to push up because I think Kings are just dropping back a wee bit. Westlake trying to push up into that bronze medal position. But it's still Sacred Heart. Oliver Leach, Baxter in the giveaway, Sam Sturgis and James Slyfield with coxswain Jacob Avery, coached by Brent Leach. They've had a very successful day so far and look to be continuing. They have just pushed away a little bit from Grammar. Grammar was pushing up onto them, but they've responded. Grammar now well and truly in that silver position, and Westlake pushing into bronze, pushing past Kings into bronze. So that's how it's lining up as they come down to the last 500 metres of the race. Still neck and neck for that bronze between Westlake and Kings. I think Westlake's got it at the moment. Kings had a great sort of first half of the race, but haven't quite held on to it. Sacred Heart holding on to the boys under 18-4 lead. The A final, of course. And they come down towards the last 250 metres of the race. Sacred's got clear water on Grammar. Grammar trying to push up, but I think Sacred Heart's going to hold it. Westlake sitting in that bronze medal position, but Kings starting to fight back. They want to be up on the dais. Kings pushing back to get up on the dais, and Westlake's got to hold on if they want to be up there. Sacred Heart holding on to that gold medal as they come down to the last 100 metres of the race. Grammar's pushing to stay in that silver medal position. Westlake wants to be there too, but King's really moving on the outside. Westlake holding on to bronze at the moment. Sacred Heart holding on to that gold medal at the moment as they come down to the last few strokes. Grammar's sitting at silver, but here comes Kings. Kings is really going for it. Westlake is too. Vicky's getting overexcited up there. Sacred for gold. Kings for silver, then Grammar. That was a great wind up from Kings. Very exciting finish there. Well done to those crews. And now hand back over to Vicky for the girls under 18-4.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, that was a very exciting race, and I'm a former King's parent, so it was lovely to see King's College come through like that and see them on the podium getting a medal. Love it. Congratulations. Now, I have got something I just need to read out to you, and it's the points table, and it's the Derbyshire Shield. I say Derbyshire, other people will say Derbyshire. So sitting in first place is Hamilton Boys High School on 18 points. In second is Sacred Heart College Auckland on 13. In third is St Peter's College 12. And then Westlake Boys High School are also in third place on 12. And then Waikato Diocesan, Cambridge High School, Wanganui High School are all on 11 points in fifth place. So very exciting. Now, just for those of you who are interested, the time for the boys under 18 Cox 4, Sacred Heart took it out in a time of 6:44.05, Kings in silver 6:46.32, and Auckland Grammar in 6:46.51. Great race, well called by Sean. Now, will the girls under 18 Cox 4 be as an exciting race? I'm sure it will. They're just sitting there in the start, lining themselves up. This is one of our premier races. In lane 1, we are going to have Barradine College number 2 crew, so that's really good to get, the other half of the 8 into the girls under 18 Cox 4. In lane 2, Barradine College number 1. In lane 3, we've got Epsom Girls Grammar. In lane 4, we've got Waikato Diocesan School number 1 crew. In lane 5, we have Wellington Girls College number 1 crew. In lane 6, we have Westlake Girls High School number 1 crew. In lane 7, we have Wellington Girls College number 2 crew. And in lane 8, we've got Epsom Girls Grammar. We did have, unfortunately, they've scratched. That's a shame. Don't know why they've scratched. There will be a very valid reason. They're in a final here. So this is the girls under 18 Cox 4. This is a premier event. I can't remember, is it... Dawn Cup, that's it. It's the Dawn Cup at Mardy. So this is a really flagship race, as is the boys under 18 Cox 4. And they're all sitting there poised. We've got them up on the screen here. They'll be under starters orders. Who's going to jump out first? Lovely to see the array of yellow, white and blue boats. And they're poised. Oh, just sort the ponytail. Yeah. Big deep breaths. Yes, they're off. So who's got their nose out first? Lane 4. Lane 4. And who's in lane 4? Waikato Diocesan. Surprise, surprise. Now they are in lane 4, and they're in lane 4 for a reason. Because they are the fastest qualifier for this race, and they do incredibly well. Waikato Diocesan in this arena, they often own this space, and they're owning it now. They have jumped out really, really quickly, nearly got a boat length on everybody else, and we have Wellington Girls College just keeping in hui with them, and also Westlake Girls High School. And then we come back to the both Barradine crews in lane 1 and 2. They're sort of vying neck and neck, and Epsom Girls Grammar just got their bow in front of them, if that makes sense to you. But it is the Waikato Diocesan School for girls that are leading the charge home early on. The commanding lead now, and I'd put money on it that they'll keep that lead. But actually, saying all that, I am not so familiar with Wellington Girls College. as I am with Waikato Diocesan. So in the leading boat at the moment, we've got Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington and Isabel Melville, T. Aramui Hagi, Alexandra Peoples, Maya Troer is the cox, and they're coached by Pat Peoples. Now, she will be pleased with that, but can I tell you that Wellington Girls College are just actually not that far behind them. And this is Caitlin Nord. No, it's not. It's Jess Sutherland, Emma Bagri, Olivia Maisie, Zola Kemp, and Emily Mora. Now, I think I saw Emma in a pair or a double earlier on over the weekend, and she was making an awfully good fist of that. And they're going really, really well. So, their Waikato Diocesans are not going to have it all of their own way. They are going to be truly challenged by Wellington Girls College. And Wellington Girls College have had all the shitty weather to deal with in Wellington, and they don't very often get out on a lake like this. So they are going to make the most of it, and we might be in for a pleasant surprise. Just seeing the heads of these coxswains, they are giving it laldi. They're following their race plans, just looking across, seeing what's what, and guess what? Wellington Girls College are making a real move on Waikato Diocesan. They might not be used to this, and guess whose bar ball's in front? It is Wellington Girls College. Jess Sutherland, Emma Bagri, Olivia Maisie, Zola Kemp, Emily Mora, Catherine Duffin will be really pleased with these girls' performance here. Let's see if they can keep this lead. Who else is happening here? Well, I'm just going to move from the screen to the water. I'd say the Barradine Crews are not going to medal on this occasion. Epsom Girls Grammar probably too far behind, as they are in this middle 500. Waikato Diocesan travelling well, Wellington Girls College going like the clappers too, and then we have Westlake Girls High School, and then Wellington Girls College out in the far lane.
What an amazing move.
So I'm not going to claim this as my own, but actually this is an amazing move that Sean's just commented on by the girls from Wellington Girls College. Catherine Duffin, you'll be jumping up and down if that's what you do. I would be. And the fathers and mothers of these athletes, they really are executing this race phenomenally well. Waikato Diocesan, they're working really hard here, but these two boats are pulling away from the rest of the crews. Now, Wellington Girls College number 2 crew, if they can stay ahead of Epsom Girls Grammar, they'll be claiming the bronze medal, but Epsom Girls Grammar, don't underestimate them. Waikato Diocesan working hard here, trying to get back in touch with Wellington Girls College. You can see it on their faces, you can see the coxswain, well I can because I've got a screen and you haven't, and you can just see, I love this coxswain for Wellington Girls College is giving it loady, as is Waikato. They're just coming back at them now, inching up, blade stroke by blade stroke, seat by seat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching this race, you get down to the water now and watch it, because it is going to be, in Sean speak, a real ding-dong coming down here. We've even got a bottle of some sauce called Ding Dong Sauce brought to us. I've broken the bottle. I'm so excited with this race. So we are approaching, we're through the 1500 metre mark. Well, some of us are and some of us are not. It is still Wellington Girls College, just 2 seats and a cox, and they're coming through. They're through the 1500 metre mark. Waikato's through the 1500 metre mark, and where's the rest of the boats? Well, they're there. I can see them if I move from the screen to the water. This is domination by Wellington Girls College, but Waikato working so hard to keep up with these girls. And Wellington have just done yet another move. Catherine Duffin, I want to have a look at your race plan. What an amazing bunch of athletes you've got here. Jess Sutherland, Emma Bagri, Olivia Maisie, Zola Kemp, Emily Mora. You are a crew to watch for the Māori Cup, but let's just watch for the North Island secondary schools. Waikato's coming back at you. Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington, Isabel Melva, Tuamui Hagi, Alexandra Peoples, Maya Try, you are worth your weight in gold, which won't be very much, as the coxswain, and Pat Peoples is your coach. You're going to have to work, you're going to have to pull something out the bag to catch Wellington Girls College. They are going like the clappers. They can smell and sniff victory. And I really haven't talked about Westlake. Westlake girls over in lane 6, working really hard here, coached by Ash Bright and Kim Dowden. You'll be happy with this. Waikato Diocesan trying to come back at Wellington Girls College. They're not having a bar of it. This coxswain, they're into the last 100. Oh, goodness me, we're going for gold. Come on, Wellington Girls College, you're nearly there. Waikato Diocesan just dropping back now. And Wellington Girls College really maximising on their performance here today. What a race. Wowee. Wellington Girls College take gold. Waikato Diocesan take silver. Great puddles here. And over to Westlake. They are going to take a well-deserved bronze. Epsom, a gutsy row, will come into 4th. Then we come back to Barradine. Barradine, boat 1 and then boat 2. And then we go over to Wellington Girls College, number 2 crew. What racing we have been privileged to watch. Congratulations. On the water now, just on the live stream, we've raced 247 in your programme, the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. This is the B final. When the medal ceremony is completed at Lake Karapiro, we will go live at Lake Karapiro and move to the A final. The last race, which was so exciting, was sponsored by Rowing New Zealand. The next 2 races are sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge, who are phenomenal supporters of Lake Karapiro. They have been incredibly kind to us as we've had the scum of the earth attacking Flynn Cove on so many occasions. Don't know why we haven't managed to catch them, and taking all our kit and caboodle. And Mitre 10 have come to the rescue on so many occasions. We are incredibly grateful to you. Now on the water now, this is the B final of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1 we've got Wellington East Girls College number 1, Cambridge High School number 2 crew, Glendowie College number 1 crew. In lane 4 we've got Wanganui Collegiate number 1 crew, lane 5 Whangarei Girls High School number 1 crew. In lane 6 we've got Hamilton Girls High School number 2 crew. In lane 7 from Wellington, Samuel Marsden Collegiate number 1 crew. And in lane 8 Barradine College number 2 crew. Just as they are coming down, they're approaching the 1500 metre mark. We will move to the A final. Lane 6, this Hamilton Girls High School crew is travelling well in the B final, along with Wanganui Collegiate. Those are the boats to be watching as we move to the A final. So now we have race 248 on your programme, ladies and gentlemen. This is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. I love the quads, just majestic racing. Technically, I just love watching the athletes come down here. Okay, in lane 1 we have Queen Margaret College. Nova Douglas, Helena Chandler, Riley Gifford, Alice Egerton, Honey Bradford. They're coached by Matt Kavanagh and Oliver Fahy. In lane 2 we have Tauranga Girls College number 1, Amelia Ellis, Zoe Hume, Amy Everett, Hannah Ross Evans, Lottie Hill Short is the coxswain, coached by Troy Page and Steve Finlinson. In lane 3, we've got St Peter's School number 1, Brooke Weir, Maya Sutty, Zara O'Leary, Olivia Henry, Skylar Gilbanks is the cox, coached by Anna Gallagher. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate number 1, Frederica Saville, Oliver Montgomery, Sophie Dunn, Zara Bragwin, Regan Isaac is the cox, coached by Alison Mills and Beth Ross. Lane 5, Cambridge High School number 1, Charlotte Wilson, Kendall Muir, Annalise Jenner, Elise Pickford and Ainsley Simmons is the cox, coached by Michelle Monroe and Callum Wright. In lane 6 we have Takapuna Grammar number 1 crew, Nia Shipkov, Neve McConaughey, Summer Claridge, Tegan Lang, Ashley Bork is the cox, coached by Katie Halliday and Annabelle Knowles. In lane 7, Barradine College number 1 crew, Orlo Carroll, Kate Hunter, Lucy Doniani, Tessa Sims, Holly Jury is the cox, coached by Casper Hammond and Sarah Simpson. And last but not least, we have Hamilton Girls High School number 1, Monique Austin, Abigail Hampton, Paris Buchanan, Rose Morley, Sam Gardner is the cox, coached by Carl Manson. So this is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, sponsored by Mitre 10, and it will be a ding-dong of a race, I'm pretty sure. So who's who in the zoo in this race? Lane 4 for me, St Paul's Collegiate, is travelling incredibly well. And I think it's Hamilton Girls High School. No. Takapuna Grammar. No. It is Hamilton Girls High School. Very sorry there. They too are travelling well. Cambridge High School, they're in with Hui here. They're doing the Mahi here. Going hard here, but St Paul's Collegiate, coached by Alison Mills and Beth Ross, they have a commanding lead in the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, just coming down the water here. Look out at Hamilton Girls High School out in lane 8. They're travelling extremely well. And then Cambridge High School and St Peter's. There's about 4 crews here. Well, there's 3 crews in behind St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate really working here, hard here. The swing is there, they're in sync, those little heads are hardly moving. I once was privileged to be down at Roy, New Zealand, and I remember Eric or Hamish saying, leave all the noise behind. Make it as smooth as you can, and this is what these young athletes are doing. Coached by Alison Mills and Beth Ross, what a commanding lead that they have here in this A final of the girls under 16 quadruple sculls. Just looking down at the lake, coming away from the screen now. It doesn't get any better for the athletes sitting in behind St Paul's Collegiate. It's just as commanding a lead. When you look down the water, you've got Cambridge High School travelling extremely well. St Peter's in with a chance here, but you know, you go out to lane 8, and lane 8 is going to give St Paul's Collegiate a real run for their money. Now we're coming up to the 1750 mark. As you will know, these girls are doing incredibly hard work. This is a tough race. They'll have done other races. Their little bodies will be tired. And I don't mean it by being patronising, by saying they're little. They're under 16. And so they've had heats, they've had semis, they've had the whole 9 yards, culminating in today's A final, and they will be throwing everything that they've got at it. And look at this crew from St Paul's Collegiate. They are really racing it down to the final, along with Hamilton Girls High School out in the far lane, St Peter's travelling well here, and Cambridge High School, and even, dare I say it, Tauranga just moving up here, trying to get into a medal position. They're going to have to start working really, really hard. But the gold position is under fire between St Paul's Collegiate and out to Hamilton. But I'd be putting my money on St Paul's Collegiate. They just have owned this race, even though they've come under fire out in the far lane from Hamilton. Cambridge High School moving up, St Peter's moving up. This is where rubber hits the road here. We separate the wheat from the chaff. Who's going to take the medals home? Well, St Paul's Collegiate, they're going to bring home gold. There's no doubt about it. They've owned it from the start, and they're going to own it as they come through the Orange Boys to mark the finish of their race. What a race they've got. These are under 16 athletes. Congratulations to St Paul's Collegiate. Now look at what we've got here. We have St Peter's coming up here really, really quickly. Oh, and I think St Peter's got it over Hamilton. St Peter's over Hamilton. Hamilton will take bronze. St Peter's will take silver. And I'm terribly sorry for Cambridge High School to get fourth, because it is the most awful position to be in. Anyway, that was the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations to St Paul's Collegiate, St Peter's and Hamilton girls.
Cambridge High School. Lane 3 is Wanganui Collegiate. Lane 4 is Wanganui High School number 1. Lane 5 is Whakatane High School. Lane 6 is St Patrick's College. Lane 7, Pukekohe High School. Lane 8, King's College number 1. So the A final of the B boys under 16 double sculls underway. It's lanes 5 and 6 at the moment, so that's Whakatane High School and St Patrick's College with a bit of a jump on the rest of the field. They have half a length advantage, with only King's College and Wanganui High School number 2 dropping back at this very early stage as we approach 400 metres in. Whakatane High School though, Alex Uramonga and Travis Talpus, they were good in the heats. They've now lengthened out into their rhythm off the start, and they've picked up about 3/4 of a length from St Patrick's College and Wanganui Collegiate sitting in third with Wanganui High School slightly back from them. Then we go out to Cambridge High School and Pukekohe High School also travelling well. Great battle here between these 6 crews, all within about a length of each other. But it's Whakatane High School who hit the 500 metre buoy first, and they have a length advantage now. So very powerful first 500 from these lads. They're settling into their rhythm nicely. It looks like Wanganui Collegiate just coming under a little bit of pressure from Wanganui High School in that battle for third. St Patrick's College still holding on to second as they start to slowly edge back up alongside Whakatane High School. So second 500 looking good here for Cameron Mackay and Oliver Florence from St Patrick's College. I say there was a little bit of a burst there from St Patrick's, but Whakatane High School has responded to that. They've put the pedal back on, pushing away from what is shaping up to be a really tight tussle in the battle for second, third and fourth between St Patrick's College, Wanganui High School and Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate just starting to reel in St Patrick's College, who held on to that second place for the first 500. They've still got the second place, but the 2 crews from Wanganui, so Collegiate versus High School, it's Tyler Scott versus Axel Dickinson as their coaches in lanes 3 and 4. They're the ones that are moving in the second 500 metres of this race. And they are pulling up alongside St Patrick's College as Whakatane High School just get that extra half a length advantage in the A final of the boys 16 double sculls. There goes Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate are the ones that have just made their move. They've made it relatively early in relation to the 1,000 metre mark, as I think now they've put themselves up alongside St Patrick's College into that second place. But it's now bow ball to bow ball for those 3 crews, Wanganui Collegiate, Wanganui High School and St Patrick's College. But as I say that into the 1,000, boy oh boy, these lads from Whakatane High School have pushed even further clear. They've now got 2 lengths, and it's a very, very tight race for second between those other 3 crews. 2 of them will shape up for medals, 1 of them will unfortunately miss out. So this is the third 500 metres of the race now. Whakatane still lengthening into their work and striding away. Here comes Wanganui High School though. Wanganui High School are the ones that have moved at the 1,000. It's William Hurd and Jack Newton from Wanganui High School. They've put themselves into second place over Wanganui Collegiate and St Patrick's College. It's Wanganui High School who are still moving, but here comes the response from Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate now moving, as are St Patrick's College. So at the 1,000, Wanganui High School put in a little bit of a burst. The response has been really good from St Patrick's College. Cameron Mackay and Oliver Florence down here on the bottom of the screen. They're the ones that have now, I think, got a canvas for that second position as Wanganui Collegiate moved first at the 1,000, just starting to fall back a little bit on High School. Whakatane still looking good with their 2.5 length advantage. Those lads put themselves right out in front. They are holding on and moving away from the rest of the field. So they just have to keep it looking comfortable for the rest of this race, and they should be good to take home the gong. But in that battle for second between St Patrick's College, Wanganui Collegiate and Wanganui High School, I think Wanganui High School now with half a length advantage over St Patrick's College. We're coming down to 500 metres left to travel. It'll be Whakatane High School who get to that 500 to go first, and they are continuing to extend their advantage as it's a good move happening here from St Patrick's College as I switch from the live stream to the live view out the commentary box. St Patrick's College are the ones that have really taken the rating up as they progress through into this 500 metres, and they're bringing Wanganui High School with them. So they've looked across. Wanganui High School now responding to that move from St Patrick's College. Wanganui High School, I think, have got about 3/4 of length advantage over the crew from Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate have to do something here in this final 500 if they want to get up onto the podium, and they have. They've started to take their rating up. They've started to move, and they're bringing the gap, closing the gap into St Patrick's College. So the battle is now on for third place between those two crews, as I think Wanganui High School are looking good for the silver. As they come past the Rowing New Zealand shed in the background, it's still Whakatane High School with 250 metres left to travel. They are sculling incredibly well for a boys under 16 double here. The battle for second and third is really heating up now. Wanganui High School still holding on by half a length advantage, but boy oh boy, Collegiate are coming back, and so are St Patrick's College. It's going to be an extremely tight tussle in the last dying stages of this race, as all three crews are pretty much neck and neck for second, third and fourth. Whakatane coming down, they've got about 110 metres left to travel, but Collegiate are really moving. Wanganui High School desperately trying to hold on. That's allowing St Patrick's College to really creep through on that far side. The two Wanganui crews pushing each other. It's Collegiate versus High. High School have taken a really big move there, put in some big strokes. Wanganui High School, William Hurd and Jack Newton, I think, are holding on to that second place. They're bringing Wanganui Collegiate up for the third, and I think St Patrick's on the far side have into that dying stages. Well done to Whakatane High School. They're taking the gold medal. It will be Wanganui High School who take home the silver. The battle for third is too close, but I think Wanganui Collegiate have got there with this little battle down here in lanes 2 and 3. Boy oh boy. Well done to those crews and the boys under 16 double sculls. Whakatane High School, Wanganui High School, Wanganui Collegiate, St Patrick's College. Then we come down to Cambridge High School, Pukekohe High School, Wanganui High School 2 and King's College. So the A final underway of the girls under 18 singles sculls. This race is sponsored by Laszlo Boats, and in lane 1 we have Wellington East Girls College. Lane 2 is ACG Tauranga. Lane 3 Takapuna Grammar. Lane 4 is New Plymouth Girls High School. Lane 5 Glendowie College. Lane 6 Onslow College. Lane 7 is St Paul's Collegiate, and Lane 8 Bethlehem College. Great start from all of the scullers. No one really dropping back off the pace in these first couple of 100 metres. It's lane 4 New Plymouth Girls High School. Jules Wart just with her canvas of her bow in front of Glendowie College's Rebecca McLaren, currently in second place. Along with them, Takapuna Grammar School, Sky Lang also travelling well. So those three lanes, along with Wellington East Girls College, Kate Barham in lane number 1 also travelling well. So those crews cross through all within about half a length of each other in the first 500 metres of the girls under 18 single sculls. Great tussle here, but Jules Ward with her canvas in front. Sky Lang now starting to put in a few longer, bigger strokes as lane number 3, Takapuna Grammar, starts to push up alongside New Plymouth Girls High School. And in the battle on this side, Glendowie College, Rebecca McLaren, and Onslow College, Tessa Thompson, also within a canvas of those front runners. So it's Balball for Balball in lanes 3 and 4 as Takapuna Grammar School. Sky Lang now takes the front of the field. We're into that second 500. It's these 4 scullers now from Takapuna Grammar School back to New Plymouth, back to Glendowie and Onslow College. Those 4 have started to push away and have a length advantage clear, but those 4 crews only within about a canvas of each other. Sky Lang now, half a length. She's pushing, she's pushing. As they come into the 500 metres down, it's Takapuna Grammar School's Sky Lang in first. She will have 3/4 of the length advantage over New Plymouth Girls High School's Jules Ward. She's holding on to second, then we come back to Glendowie College, Rebecca McLaren in third. The battle for fourth is tight. It's Wellington East Girls in lane 1, ACG in lane number 2, and then we come to Onslow College in lane number 6. No one really off the pace. It's within 2 lengths across all of these scullers in the girls under 18 single A final sponsored by Laszlo Boats. It's now a length to Takapuna Grammar. She's hit the second 500, really settled into a nice rhythm. She is sculling extremely nicely there, very relaxed as New Plymouth Girls High School starts to come under a little bit of pressure from Glendowie. Those two, New Plymouth and Glendowie, are pushing each other along for that second spot as that settle and that rhythm that Sky has picked up in the second 500 is just seeing her inch away from the rest of the field. The battle for second still between New Plymouth Girls and Glendowie College. Again, nobody really dropping off in this field. A very, very tight field here in the girls under 18 single A final. If I was to pick a 4th place, I think it'll be Onslow College, but it's tight between Onslow, Wellington East Girls and ACG. So that's Tessa Thompson, Kate Barham and Ruby Church in lanes 6, 1 and 2. Getting a shot of them now, I think Kate Barham there with her bow in front of that little tussle for 4th. But we come back to the battle between 2nd and 3rd. It's lanes 4 and 5. New Plymouth Girls, Jules Ward and Glendowie College, Rebecca McLaren neck and neck for that 2nd and 3rd battle. Takapuna Grammar's Sky Lang still with that advantage. She's still got that nice relaxed style in the second 500 metres of the race. We'll see if she wants to just continue to push away because she is making good inroads in this part of the race. I think now a little bit of a move happening there from New Plymouth Girls High School in lane 4. She's picked up a canvas in that battle for second as Glendowie. We'll see if she responds. It's very early to be making a move in before the 1,000 as these scullers come up with about 900 metres down. There's the 1,000 called. Sky Lang's already through it. She has clear water, length clear water now over that battle for second. As those scullers who are battling for 2nd and 3rd, New Plymouth Girls High School and Glendowie College have clear water over the rest of the field. I now look to Bethlehem College, Jemima Glenelm here in lane number 8, who's also starting to enter into the frame for that battle for 4th place. She's bringing Onslow College along with her. And we look to the battle between Wellington East Girls College and ACG Tauranga in lanes 1 and 2. They're only about a length back from that in that battle for 2nd and 3rd as well. So, 3rd 500. This is where the race gets particularly hard. The lactic acid builds up. These girls will be feeling it now. We'll see what positioning, what strategy they have as Takapuna Grammar School continues to dominate this first 1,300 metres of this race. So, still looking very comfortable for Sky Lang. Coach Katie Halliday will be sitting there pretty nervous, seeing if she can hold on. That battle for second still between New Plymouth Girls High School and Glendowie College. A big move happening here from Glendowie in this third 500. Big, powerful strides happening here as she is starting to inch up alongside New Plymouth Girls High School. New Plymouth did move relatively early in that second 500. Here comes the third 500, and it's Glendowie College starting to push up. We'll just look back in a very, very tight tussle for fourth between Kate Burham, Ruby Church, Tessa Thompson and Jemima Glanham. Those four only about a length and a half back from this battle for second, as I think Glendowie now into second place. Rebecca McLaren has taken that second spot, but it is neck and neck between Rebecca McLaren and Jules Ward from New Plymouth Girls High School. And this little tussle for second and third has seen the gap to Sky Lang just start to erode. So Takapuna Grammar, big move through that second 500, and now it's only about a length to go. Length advantage to Takapuna with 500 to go. So it's all in the wine. They've set themselves up for this dying stage of the race, the final 500. It's where medals are won and lost, and at the moment it's looking good for Takapuna Grammar School's Sky Lang. But the big mover in that third 500 was Rebecca McLaren from Glendowie College. She's pulled back up into that second spot. She's got a canvas advantage over Jules Ward from New Plymouth Girls High School. Those are your gold, silver and bronze medal positions at the moment, with an epic tussle happening in fourth place between Kate, Ruby, Jenna and Jemima. As we look now from the camera to the live view, it's still Glendowie College with the momentum in that battle for second, but here comes New Plymouth Girls High School back into the frame. She has started her wine particularly early with about 600 metres left to travel. This battle for second has seen Glendowie College pull within about a length of Takapuna Grammar School as all three of these scullers approach 250 metres left to travel. If you're from any of these schools, get down to the bank. They're going to need some noise as we start to see these three scullers start to line up in the final 200 metres of this race. Big momentum from Glendowie College as she now has overlap with Takapuna Grammar School. It's length and length. It's a great executed third 500, and that momentum is continuing with Rebecca McLaren from Glendowie College as she has secured that silver over New Plymouth Girls at this point. Here comes New Plymouth Girls High School's Jules Ward coming back into the frame. She's well and truly got third. She's back in the battle for second as Takapuna Grammar's Sky Lang just starts to lengthen out. The rating is up with Glendowie College, but the length is with Takapuna Grammar School. Into the last 100 metres comes Takapuna, half a length back to Glendowie College. This has been an amazing comeback from Glendowie College, but there's not much runway left. It's going to be between Takapuna Grammar and Glendowie for the gold and the silver. I think they're pushed away from New Plymouth Girls for that bronze medal. Takapuna, as it comes down to the last couple of strokes, I think there's been enough of a move through that second 500. The gold will go to Sky Lang from Takapuna Grammar School. Congratulations. Half a length back to Glendowie College, Rebecca McLaren in the silver, and New Plymouth Girls High School's Jill Ward will take out bronze. An epic battle. Oh, they're along the line for fourth. Can't pick it between Onslow College and down here in lane number one, Wellington East Girls College, Kate Barham. I'll leave that one to the judges, but what an epic race. Congratulations to all of those scullers in the girls under 18 single sculls. the A final now of the boys under 18 single sculls. This race is sponsored by Laszlo Boats, and in lane number 1 we have Wellington College. Lane 2 is Whakatane High School. Lane 3 is St Kentigern College. Lane 4 is Hillcrest High School. Lane 5 Whakatane High School. Lane 6 is Onefero Area School. Lane 7 New Plymouth Boys High School. And in lane number 8 Wanganui Collegiate. We have had a start there through the first 200, and boy oh boy, lane number 5 Sean Snow from Whakatane High School. So very similar race strategy that we saw in a couple of races ago with the boys 16 double. Whakatane High School have jumped out to a length advantage within the first 200 metres of the race from Justin Smythe from Hillcrest in lane number 4, currently in second. And then we'd look at Maxim Eriksson from Wellington College and Jack Henry from Onefero Area School battling it out for the second, third and fourth positions. But Whakatane High School, out to that length advantage, had clear water, but we just start to see Justin Smythe there in the lane 4, just getting that surge back along with Jack Henry from Onefero Area School. And in the frame, New Plymouth Boys High School's Luke Brock in lane number 7 as well. So it's still that length advantage to Whakatane High School. He's looking very relaxed and composed as he proceeds through into the second 500 metres of this race. But that battle for second, third and fourth, very tight between lanes 4, 6 and 7. So Hillcrest High School, Justin Smythe, I think at the moment, along with Jack Henry, Onefero Area School, and Luke Brock, New Plymouth Boys High School. Whakatane High School, Sean Snow, with that early one length advantage. His strategy is clear. He wants to get out in front, he wants to stay in front, but here comes Justin Smythe from Hillcrest High School, just starting to get into a bit more work, and he's bringing along Jack Henry and Luke Brock with him. Those three scullers who are about a length down on Whakatane battling it out for second, third and fourth. Then we go back to Maxim Eriksson from Wellington High School and Luke Berquist from Whakatane High School number 2 at the top of the picture, about a length back in that battle for second, third and fourth. I cannot split those scullers in second, third and fourth. So, well done. These three scullers going extremely well. Luke Brock, Jack Henry and Justin Smythe. They have started to wind in. The early leader, Sean Snow from Whakatane High School, the big mover being Luke Brock in lane number 7 here. He is now only half a length back, along with Jack Henry. And I think at lane 7, that momentum continues with Luke Brock from New Plymouth Boys High School. He's only a canvas down on Whakatane now. Jack Henry moving along with him, well, along with Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. Boy, oh boy, we're about to see 4 scullers lining up. It's only a half a length or less than a canvas to advantage now to Whakatane's Sean Snow. So big move through this second 500 metres of the race as we approach the 1,000. There's a great overhead shot of Whakatane in the centre of the screen. Onefero Area School's Jack Henry to the right and Hillcrest High School's Justin Smythe to the left. Big length from Whakatane High School. You can see it there in the picture. And these 4 scullers, boy, oh boy, lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 are just neck and neck. Justin Smythe, Sean Snow, Jack Henry and Luke Brock. What an epic tussle we have here in the boys under 18 single sculls A final. We still see the momentum with lane 7, Luke Brock. He has pulled up alongside, and I think 4, 6 and 7. Justin Smythe, Jack Henry and Luke Brock have now all moved past Sean Snow, early leader from Whakatane High School. Big move happening here from Justin Smythe, Hillcrest. He's on the outside. Hopefully these scullers down here, Luke Brock and Jack Henry, look across that, because in lane number 4, just a little bit out of the picture, he's snuck forward now in this third 500 metres of the race. All 3 of those scullers are now ahead of Whakatane High School, but you can never count out Whakatane High School. Lane 4 still with the advantage. It's Justin Smythe from Hillcrest High School. Then we go back to only less than a fraction of a bow ball to Luke Brock in second and Jack Henry in third. Unfortunately, it looks like Whakatane High School coming under increasing pressure to stay on the podium positions in this third 500 as lane number 4, Hillcrest High School's Justin Smythe, getting into his move through this third 500 metres of the race. So it's Hillcrest High School with a canvas advantage over Luke Brock, and back to Jack Henry in the third position, only 3/4 of a length back to Sean Snow from Whakatane. Bit of a lengthened move there happening from Luke Brock as he starts to just get into a bit more of a stride, before the wind. That's allowed him to pick up a bit of a canvas advantage over Jack Henry from Onefero Area School, as these scullers are now all approaching and under the 500 metres left to travel. First through is Hillcrest High School's Justin Smythe, followed very, very closely by Luke Brock and Jack Henry. As we come into the wind stage of this race, they have about a length and a half advantage now over Whakatane High School's Sean Snow. It's going to be these three scullers battling neck and neck as we come down. Less than 350 metres left to travel now in the boys under 18 single sculls. I'm liking the look of Luke Brock here, Luke Plymouth Boys High School in lane number 7. He's got his length, but let's see when the rating changes kick in for each of these scullers. I think Hillcrest High School Justin Smythe, he's taken his rating up already. He's the first one to take the rating, and the length from Luke Brock has just started to change into an increase in rating. He is bringing Jack Henry with him. All three of these single scullers in with a chance of taking out the title here, the North Island Under 18 Boys Single Sculling Champion. Hillcrest High School was the first to move on the rating. He's got 250 metres left to travel. There's the rating click from Jack Henry. He's just taken it up now. All three of these scullers are within a canvas of each other. Justin Smythe absolutely motoring here down in lane number 4. Then we go out to Luke Brock and Jack Henry. It's neck and neck now between Luke Brock and Jack Henry. And Justin Smythe, boy oh boy, I'm not going to be able to pick this one. It's going to come right down to the wire. If you're from these schools, get out there and make some noise. And I think it's Luke Brock now who's got his nose in front. But it's Balball for Balball between Luke Brock and Justin Smythe. Justin Smythe, big move happening there from Justin Smythe. I think that might just be enough. He's really stood on it. But here comes Jack Henry. Jack Henry back into the frame in the middle of these scullers. Justin Smythe desperately trying to hold on, but here comes Jack Henry. Luke Brock is going to have to settle for third if he doesn't move now, as Jack Henry hits the front with only a couple of strokes left. It will be Jack Henry who takes out the gold. Second is going to be a photo finish between Luke Brock and Justin Smythe. Boy, oh boy, it's another cracker. Well done to all of those scullers as Whakatane High School Sean Smith crosses ahead of his compatriot in the number 2 colours down here in lane 2. I'm going to have to bring that photo finish to you, but boy oh boy, what a finish there from Jack Henry from Onefero Area School and the boys under 18 single sculls.
Thank you, Matt, for some epic commentating. Don't know whether it's as epic as the racing, but the commentating was blooming fantastic, I have to say. And standing up here watching it beside him, really, it was so difficult to call. And I would say the Tower is finding it just as hard to separate the winners because there's no results posted yet. And we are coming on to just coming down the water now is the girls under 15 double sculls, the B final. Let's just see if I've got the results coming up for you for that phenomenal under 18 boys single scull. Onefero, Jack Henry took that out in a time of 7:44.71. New Plymouth, Luke Brock, 7:45.49, and Hillcrest, Justin Smythe, 7:45.52. These are athletes we are going to have to watch. Sean Snow, Luke Bequest, Maxim Eriksson, Lachlan Wallace and Jaden Allen, all quite astonishing athletes. Those first three were phenomenal, and it'd be interesting to see what happened in the equivalent in the South Island. We are in for some amazing racing come the Māori Cup. Now on the water now is they've just come out the start. we have the girls under 15 double sculls, the A final. And this is very kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow from Rowing Images, and I'll come back to you shortly once the medal ceremony has ceased. We can keep it live, won't be live for Lake Carapiro, so that will happen once the medal ceremony is completed. It'll be a short one because it's either double sculls or pairs, so we don't have lots of athletes on that one. Let's just talk about the girls under 15 double sculls. They're very kindly sponsored by rowingimages.com. As I've said before, your littlies might not, you might not know where the images are, but your littlies will find them. And phenomenal photography. In lane 1, we have Olivia Martin and Abby Stewart, coached by Angus Todd from Onslow College. In lane 2, we have Hamilton Girls High School, Caitlin Silcock and Amelia Kepper, coached by Carl Manson. In lane 3, we have Iona College number 1, Sarah Ritchie and Megan Ritchie, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack. In lane 4, we have St Peter's School number 1 crew, Sophie Hunter and Molly McClintock, coached by Anna Gallagher. In lane 5, we have Hauraki Plains College number 1, Jessica Broadbent and Paige Tavita Williams, coached by Maggie Morrison. In lane 6, we have Hauraki Plains College number 2 crew, Ruby Van Hellemond and Kate Bond, coached by Maggie Morrison. In lane 7, we've got Wanganui High School number 1, May Emmett and Ruby Armshaw, coached by Axel Dickinson and Dave Dudley. And in lane 8, we have Tauranga Girls College number 1 crew, Portia Dawson and Catherine McIver, coached by Jeff Dawson. Just checking the blades on the screen. It's Hauraki Plains College sitting in first position for the girls under 15 double sculls, and it looks like they've got a significant margin just from the camera angle on the screen. Can't see that at the moment. Who do I think is in second? I think it's Iona College. This is Sarah Ritchie and Megan Ritchie. And then I can't really tell you who's in third. I think it could be St Peter's College. But these boats, they can move quickly. They're under 15 athletes, but they can move quickly. But I think it's definitely St Peter's sitting in third, Iona College in second, but I haven't got a lens, a look at the boats on 6, 7 and 8 at the moment. We're just coming down to the completion of the B final. And on the B final, on the completion of the B final here, you've got Hauraki Plains College number 3 crew, Maggie O'Neill and Rory Cordes, coached by Jeremy Cryer. They're bringing that race home in a very, very convincing fashion. But we'll get back to the girls under 15 double sculls, the A final, sponsored by rowingimages.com. And it's Hauraki Plains in lane 5, Jessica Broadbent and Paige Tavita Williams. But they are coming under pressure from Iona College, Sarah Ritchie and Megan Ritchie. And we don't actually always have such a good sight of how well these crews are going, because we don't see them as often as, say, you see Hauraki Plains or St Peter's or some of the more locally based crews. Hauraki Plains steering's gone a little bit awry, but they have lifted their rating, and if they straightened up their boat, they'd probably be in the lead. St Peter's trying to catch up here, and Onslow College out in the far lane, trying to stay in Hui. But I think they're beginning to find some of this pace just a little bit tough for them. Lane 5, it's lane 5, Hauraki Plains, they are now sitting in second. I just think, maybe not. No, Hauraki Plains still sitting in gold, along with Iona College in silver and St Peter's in bronze. And we're just watching them now on the water. Yeah, on the water. Hauraki Plains looking, oh gosh, they've got to do something about their steering though. They're going to get a warning, I would think, by the umpire boat to tell them to straighten up. Yeah. I just wish they'd straighten up and stay straightened up. They're doing a bending race coming down this course. And that's given St. Peter's an advantage to try and capitalise here, and Iona. They've just lost that commanding position that they had by their steering being a bit skewy. But we're looking at our bronze, our silver, our gold, and what order that's going to be. We'll have to wait and see once they come through the 1750 mark. Iona College, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack, they are working hard here. They've just lifted their rating. I wonder what their game plan was, but whatever they're doing, I bet it was on their game plan. And now St. Peter's are trailing. They're definitely in third. Can this Iona crew catch Hauraki? Their steering is certainly a damn sight better than Hauraki's. Goodness me, we've got a race here, ladies and gentlemen. Have we not just been privileged to watch some of the most wonderful displays of excellence and mastering our crafts at different age groups coming down Lake Karapiro today? These three crews pulling away from the rest of the field. Iona working incredibly hard to try and catch this Hauraki Plains crew. Will they do it? I don't know. Hauraki Plains just seem to have got their boat in order again and pulling away. They've got a strong, good drive here. And they just seem incredibly fluid. Hauraki Plains into the last 100. And Iona, yeah, Iona is sitting comfortably in silver. Hauraki Plains just building the momentum. They've got their steering sorted and they are going to take gold. St. Peter's in a comfortable bronze. This is going to be an easy one for us to call. We're not going to swallow our tongues. Hauraki Plains are going to take gold. Iona will take silver. And St. Peter's will take bronze in the girls under 15 double sculls. On the water now, we have the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. This is the B final. 8 boats on the water. Pukekohe High School in lane 1. Hamilton Boys High School in number 2 crew in lane 2. Otamotai College in number 1 crew in lane 3. In lane 4 we have St Paul's Collegiate number 2 crew. In lane 5 we have St Kentigern's College number 1 crew, and they're leading the pack home at the moment. St John's Hamilton number 1 crew sitting in lane 6. In lane 7 we have Cambridge High School number 1 crew, and in lane 8 we've got Takapuna Grammar number 1 crew. This is the B final of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, race 2, 5, 7 on your programme, and it is kindly sponsored by Waipa District Council. Just a wee reminder about our waste. We'll take loose general waste, clean plastics, clean glass, food scraps, general waste, clean plastic, clean glass and food scraps. We will not take bag general waste, inorganic waste, chairs, gazebo covers, frames, flammable materials, funnily enough, or hazardous materials. We won't take any of those. It's going to be open about an hour before the close of the regatta and an hour afterwards. And it's just, if you look at the tower and put your back to the tower, it's up over to the right by the loo block, up behind the tents. So it's St Kentigern's College bringing the B final home of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls, kindly sponsored by Waipa District Council. We go back over now to the A final of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls. My office is going to be so pleased tomorrow morning. I will be hoarse. I will have no voice. They'll think this is blooming fantastic. So this is the A final through the first 500. The boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls. In lane 1, we have St Peter's College, Zachariah Sorojo, Otis Toes, Cooper Mowbray, Jared Freeman, Corbin Luke is the Cox, coached by Harry Malloy and James Russell Xavier Simpkin. In lane 2, we have Westlake Boys High School number 1 crew, Toby Cleghorn, Joshua McGill, Adam Lease, George Langley, Sam Heron is the Cox, coached by Daniel Somerville. In lane 3, Hamilton Boys High School number 1 crew, Luke Nichols Swindale, Cash Filippo, Rory Bork, Mason Bowker, Ezra Scott is the Cox, coached by Robin Clark. In lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate number 1 crew, Lachlan Murphy, George Benjamin, Angus Weir, Caleb Blake, James Berry is the Cox, coached by Drew Tierney and Victoria Goodwin. In lane 5, we have Wellington College number 1 crew, Henry Jones, Ollie Wigg, Harry Kavanagh, Pierce Lane, Rhys Griffiths is the Cox, coached by Harry Paulson and Caleb Major. In lane 6, we have St Peter's School number 1 crew, Leo O'Reilly, Cameron Moores, Angus Dens, Jack Calcini, Leon Lee is the Cox, coached by Finn Sherlock. In lane 7, Tauranga Boys College number 1 crew, Tristan Rusman, Tyler Nelson, Kyle Walters, Keenan McConaughey, Noah Barrow is the Cox, coached by Elise Rothery and Richard Gee. And out in lane 8, we have Glendowie College number 1, Mitchell Smith, Xavier Warren, Roger Pascoe, Finlay Christensen, Katie Anderson is the Cox, coached by Kieran Smith and Tom Gethan. Boys under 15, Cox Quadruple Skulls. And if I look at my ready retina of a screen, I think it's St Paul's Collegiate. No. Yes, it is. St Paul's Collegiate and Wellington College, I think, are going a ding-dong here in this A final. And goodness me, I can't believe it. We're going to potentially get cut off live at Lake Carapiro because we've got a medal ceremony. And you really don't want these youngsters to miss out on their glory on the stage. So I'll just go to live and then I'll come back to Lake Carapiro. So on the live feed here, it's race 32 in your programme. It's the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls. And I think as they approach the 1500 metre mark, we have St Paul's Collegiate a seat, almost a canvas, in front of Wellington College. And they're just giving it loudy. They're throwing everything they can at this race. And then it's St Peter's. St Peter's School is sitting in bronze, but that is not a foregone conclusion. Glendowie College travelling well in the outside lane. Tauranga Boys just a little bit off the pace. And the three schools in the inside lane, three schools in the inside lane, not going to be in medal contention, I don't think, unless St Peter's College does something pretty fantastic. But it is St Paul's Collegiate and Wellington College. Wellington College has got the march and St Paul's Collegiate. I wouldn't be surprised to see St Paul's pull something out the bag, but we're not so familiar with Wellington College, and they might have something in their magic bag of tricks to keep them in the position of gold. So goodness me, we're coming up to the final 500, final 100 of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Wellington College have got their nose out in front of St Paul's Collegiate. Is St Paul's Collegiate going to do a wind? Are they going to find something that we don't know they've got? Well, they're doing something right now, that's for sure. Has Wellington College got enough in their tank to respond? Goodness me, St Paul's Collegiate throwing everything at it. St Paul's Collegiate inching forward. St Paul's Collegiate inching forward. St Paul's Collegiate have inched forward. St Paul's Collegiate will take gold over Wellington College. And then we come back to St Peter's and St Peter's. And it is St Peter's Cambridge that is going to take the bronze over St Peter's College from Auckland. Gosh. Good race plan by St Paul's Collegiate. Nice work. Gosh, and don't they all look a bit stuffed? Right. Now, race 259 on the programme here at Lick Carapiro, the girls under 17 Cox State. Sponsored by Kebabalicious. You'll all be wanting one of those once we finish the day's racing. I have to tell you, they are jolly good. If you have not sampled Kebabalicious kebab, they are phenomenally good, and they are staunch supporters of KRI. And please, if not this weekend, use them during the Māori week, and if you're local, use them all the time. So, in the girls under 17 Cox State in lane 2, we have St Peter's School number 1 crew: Sophie Walker, Georgia Wenham, Brooke Weir, Eugenie Tuck, Peyton Bernard, Charlize Davison, Maya Calcinai, Amelia Donovan and Lexia Hayes, the Cox, coached by Norm Charlton. In lane 3 we've got Diocesan School for girls number 1 crew: Imogen Worrell, Xanthi Williams, Lucy Irwin, Sammy Barkley, Georgia Haskell, Alexandra Fletcher, Eva Cope, Rosie Wiseman, Grace Allen is the Cox, coached by Danny Boniface and Waldo Singleton. In lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School number 1 crew: Taylor Kilmister, Millen Nordstrom, Emma Clapcott, Isabel Melville, Tia Mui Haggy, Eloise Orr, Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington, Alexandra Peoples, Maya Troers the Cox, coached by Pat Peoples. Mount Albert Grammar number 1 crew, occupying lane 5: Bella Borson, Molly Stewart, Amanda Chen, Lila Martin, Ruby Schmullian, Lily Kerno, Olivia Tattersfield, Nicola Nagarantan and Guy Pinfold is their Cox, coached by India Mattox. They're off. Let me just get everybody's girls' names out. Westlake Girls High School, occupying lane 6, Carla Peters-Boak, Isabella Davies, Hazel Strubant, Anna Greenlaw, Maeve Lockett, Stephanie Severin, Phoebe Dobson, Talia Chatfield, Taylor Copplestone is the Cox, coached by Hannah Retamana and Kim Dowden. And last but not least, we have Epsom Girls Grammar out in lane 7, Jasmine Forrest, Josie Triggus, Emily Swain, Grace McKenna, Isabel Day, Yaffa Rowe, Emma Rereo, Layla Ferris, Abby Munro is the Cox, coached by Jasmine Lash. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we appear to have a ceremony, so we'll keep just this on the live stream, but it does look like the athletes from that phenomenal single scull, under 18 single scull race, they deserve their glory, their moment in the headlights, and we'll come back live in a jiffy. On the live stream, when we're looking at the race here, it's the crew from Waikato Diocesan in their distinctive white hats that are travelling incredibly well out in lane 4. Just on their tail, and not to be done out of this, is Diocesan School for Girls and number 1 crew. Great drone footage that we're seeing here. Waikato Diocesan are sitting in third, but only by a margin behind Mount Albert Grammar. These are the boats that are either side of the crew from Waikato Diocesan. But Waikato Diocesan well and truly out in front. And what you can see is the Diocesan School. Imogen Worrell here is the coxswain there. She's working them hard. Imogen is the stroke. The coxswain is working them hard here. This is not a foregone conclusion. It is for Waikato Diocesan though. They are going like the clappers in lane 4 and not feeling the pressure at the moment. It might come, it could come, it will come, but it's not coming for them quite at the moment. Just watching these young men who'd had that valiant race that my colleague Matt called. What a privilege to watch those young athletes, and those will be athletes that we must seriously watch for the future. They will represent New Zealand at a junior level, under 23s, university, and we might even see them donning the Sylvan Ferns at an elite level in a different boat class. Now, we'll come back to commentating live at Lake Karapiro, the girls under 17 Cox State. As I mentioned, in lane 1 we've got St Peter's School. They're one of the local crews, but they're not managing the water today as well as some of their competitors. Diocesan School for girls, they're in with a hunt for a medal here. Has it, Waikato, as Diocesan School for girls gaining Waikato Diocesan School? I'm not very sure, but they're certainly got a commanding lead in front of Mount Albert Grammar. Westlake girls, they're going to have to do some mahi, as is Epsom Girls Grammar. It is the girls from Waikato. Waikato Diocesan leading the charge home. We've certainly got the pitch perfect formation that when the lanes are drawn like this, this is what you expect to see. Lane 4 leading them home. Lane 3 and 5 either side, second and third. However, saying all that, Westlake Girls High School are just making a move here. Are they really going to be in contention? I think they possibly could. They're certainly putting Mount Albert Grammar under pressure, and what we've seen is a race isn't over until they're through the finishing line. That is for sure. We've seen some immense cat and mouse, catch me if you can, some real jiggery-pokery on the water. What we've got here is Waikato Diocesan. They've just kept their margin in front of everyone. The one that's creeping up and we're not taking enough notice of is Westlake Girls High School. I think Dial from Auckland, Diocesan School, the stroke here, Imogen Worrell working her crew hard, and Grace Allen will be working the crew very, very hard. Maya Trower is the cox for Waikato, and Taylor Kilminster is the stroke. Those two are working in harmony here. And then we've got Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar and Westlake doing a bit of a ding-dong in Sean's words. You know, our gold is, you can pick it. Silver, come on Dial, you've got to keep working, you've got to keep doing the mahi. What I can't see is Mount Albert and Westlake. I'm just finding that a little bit difficult to pick. I think Mount Albert, certainly Mount Albert have got the march here, but can they keep it? Can Dial keep their second position? Because everybody wants a medal, and not everybody's going to get a medal. But one thing is for sure, Waikato Diocesan is going to take home the gold, is Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland. They are going to take the silver if they keep going like they are, and Mount Albert Grammar will take the bronze. This is phenomenal rowing from the girls under 17 Cox State. Congratulations to Waikato Diocesan, yoked through to gold. Auckland Diocesan, convincing silver. Mount Albert Grammar, you are taking home the bronze, and commiserations to Westlake Girls and to St Peter's. Great rowing, great competition. And now I will hand you back to Matt.
All right, we have a start now in the boys under 17 Cox 4A final. In lane number 1 we have Auckland Grammar School. Lane 2 is Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 3 Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 4 is St Peter's College. Lane 5 is the first of 3 Westlake Boys High School crews. Lane 6 is St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 7 is Westlake Boys 3 and Lane 8 Westlake Boys number 2. This race is sponsored by Get More Kit. You can go to their website, getmorekit.co.nz, see the gallery of their uniforms that are available. We have a good start here as we approach the first 250 metres of the race. It's looking like lane 4 has got a bit of a jump. That's St Paul's. St Paul's along with Westlake Boys High School number 1 and Westlake Boys 2 sitting in third very closely with Hamilton Boys High School and Mount Albert Grammar. So it's those 5 crews who have gotten just an early jump in this race. But St Peter's College with a little bit more momentum than the rest of the field. They're starting to inch away now from Westlake Boys High School. Westlake Boys High School about half a canvas back, but Hamilton Boys High School settled into a very nice rhythm there in lane number 2. They're looking very strong and very comfortable. A bit more of a surge in boat speed than the rest of the field here. There comes St Peter's finding a little bit more length as we all approach the 500 metres. It's St Peter's and Westlake that go through first, followed very closely by Hamilton Boys High School, Mount Albert Grammar School, and then Westlake Boys number 2, back to Westlake Boys 3, St Paul's and Auckland Grammar School. So Hamilton Boys High School in the red boat at the top of the screen, only a canvas back now, sitting in that third position, back from St Peter's and Westlake. Westlake have made a bit of a move in the second 500, as they've started to stand on their foot plates, pushing the blades a little bit harder towards the stern. They've now got a canvas advantage over St Peter's, who in turn will have canvas advantage over Hamilton Boys High School, who would have 3/4 of a length over Mount Albert Grammar School. Westlake Boys are number 2 out here in lane 8 at the bottom of the screen, also within touch of that Mount Albert Grammar School crew. Those are the contenders at this stage in the second 500 metres of this race. Westlake Boys, though, have had a really good move in the second 500. They're bringing Hamilton Boys High School along with them. Westlake Boys still with the advantage. Great move happening here from Hamilton Boys up on the top. I looked at their rhythm and I thought, oh, they're looking pretty formidable. They're going to be pretty strong out there in lane number 2. As they start to push up into second place ahead of St Peter's and move away from Mount Albert Grammar, Westlake 2, Auckland Grammar and St Paul's Collegiate. Westlake Boys still leading, but it's now very close between them and Hamilton Boys High School. And I think Hamilton Boys High School, nice move here as we start to approach the 1,000 metre mark. We'll see who goes through first. It's going to be very tight between Westlake and Hamilton Boys. It's Hamilton Boys now who have got the advantage. They've got in front half a canvas clear of Westlake Boys High School, back to St Peter's College and Mount Albert Grammar School. Those are your 4 front runners in the battle for the medals of the boys under 17-4 here at the North Island Championships. That epic rhythm from this boys under 17-4 from Hamilton Boys continues, as I think they've now extended to about half a length advantage over Westlake Boys High School, who are sitting in second. So Hamilton Boys back to Westlake, back to St Peter's College, back to Mount Albert Grammar. These 4 crews, I think, now well clear of Westlake number 2, Grammar and St Paul's in the battle for the other positions. As I look just out live, it's Westlake who's looking pretty comfortable in the middle there for that second spot. Now they've got a length advantage over St Peter's, as St Peter's College now come under a bit of pressure from Mount Albert Grammar in that battle for third and fourth. As Hamilton Boys High School, that rhythm just continues through that third 500 metres of the race. They've lengthened out. And I think now they're out to 3/4 of length advantage. Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee, shout out to Zach, Ethan Stein, William Milne and Cox Cameron Nasser hitting the front. I think they've got a length advantage now as they approach 600 metres left to travel. Westlake Boys High School in second. It's a length back now to Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar have got themselves in front of St Peter's College for that bronze medal position, but it's only a canvas that separate those 2 crews. Hamilton Boys High School coming down to 500 metres left to travel now. They are continuing to extend They hit the 500 to go. They're a length and a bit clear of Westlake, who in turn have only half a length clear of Mount Albert Grammar School now. Mount Albert Grammar School extending over St Peter's College. Mount Albert Grammar with half a length over St Peter's in that battle for third, and as they start to eat into Westlake Boys High School's advantage in second place. 350 metres left to travel. It's looking very good for Hamilton Boys High School in that red boat. They are still keeping it long. They have that nice rhythm. We will see if they make any moves on ratings. Who will start their wine first as we pass by the Rowing New Zealand shed at the end of the embankment. It's now only a canvas advantage to Westlake in that battle for second over Mount Albert Grammar School, who in turn have pushed about a length clear of St Peter's College. Mount Albert Grammar School are the big movers here in this final 500. Hamilton Boys High School still with that length advantage over that battle for second. Hamilton Boys High School coming down to 150 metres left to travel. Westlake have really started their wine now. They've taken their rating up, but in doing so they've shortened up a bit. Mount Albert still holding on to that length. I think the battle is going to be tight in the competition for second and third between Westlake and Mount Albert Grammar, because Hamilton Boys High School have been able to keep that length. They've taken their rating up, but boy oh boy, they are sweeping this boat absolutely beautifully. Westlake Boys High School have put in some big strokes into this last 100 metres of the race. They've got and held on to that advantage on the silver medal. Congratulations to Hamilton Boys High School, who will take out gold here at the North Island Championships. Westlake will take out second, 3/4 of the length clear of Mount Albert Grammar School. Back to St Peter's College in fourth. Well done to those medalists. Those four crews will line up again, hopefully at the Marty Cup in 2 weeks' time. We then cross over to Westlake Boys High School, number 2 on the far side, followed by a nice tussle here between the other crews, Westlake 3, St Paul's Collegiate and Auckland Grammar School. Alright, we have a start now in the girls under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. A finalist race is sponsored by the University of Waikato. They are proud supporters of Karapara Rowing. Your local university here in the region supports high performance athletes and their development. In lane number 1 we have Wellington East Girls College number 1. Lane 2 is Glendowie College. Lane 3 is Whangarei Girls High School. Lane 4 is Wanganui High School. Lane 5, Wanganui High School number 1. So number 2 in lane 4, number 1 in lane 5. Hamilton Girls High School in lane 6. Lane 7 is St Kentigern College. And in lane 8, St Cuthbert's College. They're into the first 250, and it looks like a great start from St Kentigern College along with Wanganui High School. I think it's the Wanganui High School number 2 crew that's got the early jump, so they've jumped out in front of their number 1 combo, but then both of those crews are well and truly up there. They'll be in the top 3, I think first and third at this stage with the 2 Wanganui High Schools, with St Kentigern College just narrowly in second, but it's a very close race between those crews. Then we go back to 4th place, Whangarei Girls High School, out to Glendowie College just behind them. So the Wanganui High School number 2 combination, just extending their advantage now. I think they've got a canvas over St Kentigern College and a length over their teammates, the Wanganui High School number 1 combination. Those crews are your front 3 runners, but Whangarei Girls High School only half a length back from Wanganui High School in the A final here of the girls under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. St Kentigern College here, making a nice little move in the second 500 metres of this race as these crews start to approach the 1,000. It's St Kentigern College who are putting Wanganui High School under a bit of pressure here. Wanganui High School length advantage over their number 1 combination. But it's those 3 front runners, St Kentigern College settling into a nice rhythm here as they come into the 1,000 metre mark. We'll see who makes their moves before, during and out of the 1,000 metre mark. I think St Kentigern College have been the ones that move first. So overhead shot there. Got a nice V formation apart from St Kentigern College, who have gone out there and said, actually we want to be a part of this. We want to get out into the front and see if we can put some pressure on these Wanganui High School crews. And that they are doing. So a little bit of a difficult angle for me to see, but I think Wanganui High School have really made a big push after that 1,000 metre buoy, which is just leaving the top of the screen there. Wanganui High School, they have about a length advantage over their teammates, and I think half a length advantage over St Kentigern College. St Kentigern College, all those 3 crews only separated by a length, and Whangarei Girls High School not too far back from them. Half a length back on that number 1 Wanganui High School crew. Then we'll go back to Hamilton Girls High School, Glendowie College, and St Cuthbert's here down at the bottom of the screen. Those 3 crews battling it out for the 5th position. So St Kentigern College moves shortly after the 1,000. Sorry, Wanganui High School moves shortly after the 1,000, but here comes St Kentigern College now. As they start to push, and they've now closed it down to only about a canvas from Wanganui High School number 2. So early leaders, Wanganui High School, coming under a bit of pressure from St Kentigern College, who are in turn coming under increasing pressure from the Wanganui High School number 1 combo. I think Wanganui High School number 1 has extended their advantage to about 3/4 a length over Whangarei Girls High School. As Wanganui High School number 1 start to put St Kentigern College under a bit more pressure, as they see Whangarei Girls High School coming up alongside them. So Whangarei Girls High School starting to push Wanganui High School number 1 in that 3rd spot, and that little battle is pushing these 2 crews up alongside St Kentigern College, who are now about 3/4 of a length back from Wanganui High School number 2. All to play for as we hit 500 metres left to travel. It's Wanganui High School who are leading, half a length clear of St Kentigern College, half a length clear of Wanganui High School number 1, and then we go back to Whangarei Girls High School, and St Cuthbert's only about half a length back from them. We'll see who gets to make their move in their final winds in this girls under 18 novice sculls. It's Wanganui High School number 2 that have moved first. Fiona Tweeddale, Addison Jenkins, Ava Madonna, Lacey Gilmore and Cox Tegan Dunn. Coached by the team of Axel Dickinson and Dave Dudley, and I think they're going to be cheering on their number 1 combination as well, who are starting to push up alongside St Kentigern College. It's 2 Wanganui High School crews on the podium at this stage, shaping up to be gold and bronze, but will they be able to get back up alongside St Kentigern College, because they're putting in a mammoth effort here with 400 metres left to travel. St Kentigern College now a length back from Wanganui High School number 2. They're holding on to that second position with 250 metres left to travel. It's a length advantage now to Wanganui High School number 2. St Kentigern College a move. They've put their rating up, but so have Wanganui High School number 1. It's now down to about a canvas advantage to the Kents as the Coxon St Kentigern College. Isabel Gilbert sits up and looks across. They've got a lot of, they've had the advantage in this silver medal position all the way, but they've got to hold off a fast finishing Wanganui High School number 1 crew. Wanganui High School number 2 come into 100 metres left to travel. Wanganui High School number 2 holding on to this gold medal position here. And from a fast finishing Wanganui High School number 1 crew, St Kentigern College still holding on. Less than 50 metres left to travel now. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch this crew from Wanganui High School, the number 2 combination. That battle for second is going to go to St Kentigern College, so well done gold medalists. Wanganui High School number 2, St Kentigern College in the silver, and a hard fought battle. We'll see Wanganui High School number 1 get third ahead of Whangarei Girls High School, Hamilton Girls High School, St Cuthbert's College and Glendowie.
Thanks, Matt, for all that commentary. And I don't know what race I'm looking at, but it's underway and they've got 4 oars. So they've got 4 oars and there's a couple of Hamilton boys on the outside as they start off. So it's going to be a Coxed 4 because I can see the Cox in there. And what's it going to be? This is the novice under 18 novice Coxed 4 boys final that's underway. Let's have a look who's showing the early lead. Lane 4, they're the early leaders. That's Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart leading early. Hamilton boys going with them in lane 7. That's the Hamilton boys number 1 crew. So we're in that Sacred Heart crew. We've got Marshall, Cooper, Costigan, Mitchell, Avery Coxing, Coach Terry Doolan and Michael O'Brien. They've got the early lead over Hamilton boys out in 7. They've got 3/4 of a length. Hamilton boys number 1 crew, Mitchell Lander, Pillmore Evans, Parangi Brown, boys Cox, coached by Scott Brownlee and Scott Wilson. They're in 2nd. Let's have a look now. Hamilton have been putting in some big strokes. Hamilton typically Over many years I've watched them, and they like to go out fairly hard early, and that's what they're doing in lane 7. They've broken this field apart, these two crews, Sacred Heart and Hamilton Boys. Big long strokes now coming from Hamilton. They're really trying to stick it to Sacred Heart, which is sticking up on top of the water. Let's have a look as they go through the 500. Fortunately, they got whatever the camera system a bit too close, so I can't actually see them go through. Third, we've got the crew in lane 5 St John's from Hamilton. They're sitting in third as they went through the 500. We've obviously not got the drone, we've got a camera on a barge, so I can't see the front of the field. We're coming back to the front of the field now, so let's have a look. That's better, we've gone back up to the drone. Okay, it's still the inside crew. In fact, the inside crew, Sacred Heart, Hamilton, but who have pushed through now. You can see St John's pushing through, and they've come up onto Hamilton now. Hamilton seems to have been fading a little bit. They went early on and hard, but now they're dropping back and moving away and securing their lead as Sacred Heart, and the crew that's going with them now is St John's from Hamilton in lane 5. That's Clough, Coombs, Odevest, France and Kingma, coached by Sean Birding. But we're still going out in the front now, out in the front. Oh, I think it's 3/4 of a length. 3/4 of a length. Sacred Heart over St John's, half a length back to Hamilton. Just inside of Hamilton are Westlake Boys. They're sitting half a length back down on Hamilton. This crew from Sacred Heart, they've kept going. We had a big push early on from Hamilton, but they're not maintaining it. It's through this mid-1000 where you get the boat speed, and Sacred Heart, they've opened up open water over St John's. So all they've got to do is keep going like this and they'll win this race. St John's clearly in second. Hamilton now battling with Westlake. Westlake are starting to come up on Hamilton. So Westlake are moving their boat as they go through the 1,000 metres. Let's have a look. Now Hamilton's still got a canvas on Westlake for third place, but the first two have cleared out. It's Sacred Heart. They're cleared out in the lead. This is very good in the under 18 novice coxed 4. They've got a length and a half over St John's. St John's still clear in second. They've got a length and a half. And then Hamilton and Westlake are pretty much locked together with only a canvas between them, battling for that third place. I can't see the rest of the crews on the screen, so I presume they're a little distance behind. They're your first ones. Better get my binoculars out of my bag so I can see where the rest of the field is. But it's still in that lead. Sacred Heart, St John's, Westlake battling it with Hamilton Boys. We've got the other Hamilton Boys out, the outside crew, and the other 3 crews on the inside. Westlake 2, Kings 2 and Kings 1. They're not really in it. It's the 4 crews in the middle. They've pulled away and opened up. Sacred Heart have consolidated their lead. They've got clear water. They're sitting out in front. I think it's the crew Westlake that are doing the improving through this third 500. They've still got a way to go to get up to St John's, but they seem to have got ahead, if I've got the angle right, over Hamilton Boys and have clearly moved into third position. Westlake Boys, so they've got the boat speed at the moment compared to these 3 crews, but Sacred Heart, they've gone through 500 to go. There goes St John's through next. I'm looking to see who goes through. Westlake go through. They've now taken a length in that third 500 over Hamilton Boys. The others are still 3 lengths behind to the rest of the field. So it's still fairly clear cut, and the improvers Westlake, but they're still 2 lengths behind the St John's crew. Not sure that they'll catch up to them before the end. But clearly in the middle of the field, you've got Sacred Heart College with the white blades. They're leading this race. Over the St John's crew. This race is sponsored by SL Racing, in the white tent up there. Coming down, 250 to go. They're already into it, Sacred Heart. I've seen the principal here today. He'll be very pleased to see another Sacred Heart crew in the lead. Just on that point, it's very good to see all the principals from the schools supporting their rowers. I've seen a number of them today. Big warm welcome to all the principals of all the secondary schools that are here today as Sacred Heart come down to the line. Still holding Clearwater over St John's. Westlake had a good third 500, but I don't think they're going to pick up St John's because there's still a Clearwater to them, and then clearly back to Hamilton. And all these four crews have done well because then you go back 4 or 5 lengths to Kings, and the 2 Kings crews are batting out with Westlake. So as they come up to the line, Sacred Heart, 2 lengths over St John's from Hamilton, 2 lengths over Westlake, who cross the line now, and they have 2 lengths over Hamilton. Hamilton just slowing down a bit now, and they opened a good 4 lengths, and there's a real battle here. Kings trying to hold off Westlake, the other Kings crew coming on the inside. Lanes 1, 2 and 3, all battling. Who's it going to be as they come up to the line? 2 by a foot over 3, back canvas to the other Kings crew. That was the boys under 18 novice coxed 4, won by Sacred Heart. Next final we've got coming up is the girls under 16 coxed 4, due to go in a couple of minutes. Dio in 1, Mount Albert in 2, Sacred Heart from Hamilton in 3, St Peter's in 4, Waikato Dio in 5, St Paul's Collegiate in 6, Dio in 7, Wellington Girls College in 8, and they're in the starting blocks. I can see Coxon's hands up while they adjust the crews. They're ready to go. Girls under 16 4. If you're watching live, we're just having a quick medal ceremony. Sitting in the start now, girls under 16 coxed 4. They're underway now. Girls under 16 coxed 4 have started. So we're watching here, good start across the field, still fairly even, half a length in it, very early in the stages in the race. Remember that they're seeded towards the middle of the field, so most of these races you'll expect to do very well in the middle of the field, and it's the crew on the outside in the blue boat, Wellington Girls College. They're leading St Peter's School in the middle of the field, and the other crew going out there with a good start is Mount Albert Grammar. Now they've started to move through lanes 4 and 2. You can see the crew in the middle of the field. St Peter's School from... Doesn't look like St. Peter's School. No, it's lane 5. It's actually Waikato Dio. Waikato Dio are in the lead. It's the green and the white with the white caps. Waikato Dio, Mount Albert Grammar in lane 2. And right on the outside we've got Wellington Girls College. Under 16 girls Cox 4 started. So, as we come up to the 500 metres now, it's Waikato Dio holding the lead over Mount Albert Grammar in lane 2. And on the outside we have Wellington Girls College, your first 3 boats, as they go through the 500 metre mark in the girls under 16 Cox 4 final. So we can see Waikato Dio continues to pull out into the front over the Mount Albert Grammar crew, and then towards them in lanes. Actually, I think that's 3. I think I'm calling that wrong. I think that's Sacred Heart. Very hard to pick up the colours on this TV. So it's actually Waikato Dio and Sacred Heart are the first 2. Waikato Dio holding half a length lead.
You cannot talk over the podium.
Yeah, that's why I went really quiet. That's what you. So we're still live here with Waikato Dio leading over in lane 5, over the crew in lane 3, which is Sacred Heart Girls. Back then to St. Peter's, coming through the middle in the blue blades. So we're through the 1,000 metre mark in the final. And it's still Waikato Dio. Waikato Dio doing a move now as they pull ahead in the 1,000 metre mark. They've opened up clear water over lane 3. Lane 3 Sacred Heart Girls. They're being followed in lane 4 by St. Peter's College. St. Peter's College, they've got clear water back to the next crew. Early on prominent was Wellington Girls College. I can't see them in the picture now, but it's the crews in the middle of the field. It's Waikato Dio in 5. They've opened up the lead. They're leading over Sacred Heart. They've got clear water. Right on the Sacred Heart have got a length over St. Peter's, and then we're probably coming to the crew outside of them of Waikato Dio, which is St. Paul's Collegiate in 4th. Still Waikato Dio, they've had quite a strong move through the 1,000 metre mark in this third 500. They've cleared out, you can see them in the middle of the field, Waikato Dio. They've got a length and a half now over the crew in lane 3, Sacred Heart, who in turn have got a length over St. Peter's in the middle of the field. We then go to St. Paul's Collegiate holding 4th, but the girls have pretty much separated themselves out into clear medal positions. The 2 crews down the inside are Dio and Mount Albert, and the 2 crews on the outside is the other Dio crew and Wellington Girls College. But still, as they come up to near the 500 metre mark, I'll call them through for you. A bit hard to see the boys. There they go. Waikato Dio go through. 500 metres to go. There goes Sacred Heart go through now. And just in behind them, St. Peter's go through now. Then there's quite a long gap. There's probably 3 lengths back to St Paul's Collegiate. So these first three crews have really sorted themselves out in this girls under 16 Cox 4 final. So that's Waikato Dio coming down, 350 metres to go, swinging nicely in front, long and strong, getting their blades quite nicely into the water. By that I mean they're not missing too much water at the catch. Some of the crews when they first start rowing in their first year tend to do what we call skying, where they go down in the boat rather than rising their hands up so that the oar meets the water. And they're holding a good lead. They've held a good lead over this crew in lane 3 from Sacred Heart, who are in turn holding over St Peter's from Cambridge, and they've got 3 or 4 lengths back. And then we've got a bit of a tussle. We've got St Paul's Collegiate out there, we've got Dio down the inside, and we've got Mount Albert Grammar. They're coming into that last 250, and it's all pretty neck and neck for 4th place. But the medals are out in front, and out in front is Waikato Dio in the gold position, Sacred Heart in the silver, and St Peter's. And then we've got a heck of a battle going on for 4th. We've got 3 crews in the line. Tend to now favour Dio coming through on the inside over Mount Albert and St Paul's. Dio look like they're sprinting down in lane 1 to try and get up to 4th. Still out in the front, Waikato Dio. They've had clear water. St Peter's are picking up Sacred Heart girls from Hamilton, but I don't think they're going to get there. Waikato Dio crossing first. Sacred Heart get the second. Bronze will go to St Peter's. Now let's have a look at this battle coming up for 4th. We've got Dio on the inside, St Paul's further out, Mount Albert just tucked in behind. They come up there, Will St Paul's, they've held on all the way down the track. They'll still take it by a canvas over Dio, back to Mount Albert. And then we go out to Wellington girls on the outside and back to the other Dio crew. That was the girls under 16 Cox 4 final. We now have a break of a few minutes while we wait for the boys under 16 Cox 8 final. Sitting in the start in this boys under 16-8 Coxed final. It's the A final. Lane 1 Wellington College, Lane 2 St Paul's Collegiate, Auckland Grammar in 3, see them in the dark blue with the yellow boat, St Peter's in 4, Westlake in 5, Hamilton Boys in 6, St Kent's in 7, and Takapuna in the bright yellow, and there they go, they're off. They're off in the boys under 16 Coxed 8. Off to a strong start is Hamilton Boys in that lane 6 crew. You can see them in their red boat, red and black stripes. Just sitting inside beside them is Westlake. They have the swans on the back of the uniform. Then inside of them we have St Peter's College in lane 4. They're the crew in the blue with the yellow hoops. They look like the first 3 crews as you go through the first 250 metres. Here's Hamilton Boys. You can see from the footage up above, Hamilton Boys have opened up. They've got about 4 seats in front over Westlake. Westlake sitting just in beside them, and they're being closely followed by St Peter's. outside of them. We have lane 7, that'll be St Kentigern's as they go through the 500 metres, and it's all Hamilton boys. Hamilton boys are out by a length. Then it's quite close. We've got Westlake, St Peter's and St Kent's. They're all within a third of a length of each other. Then we just go back into that yellow boat of Auckland Grammar. They're sitting in lane 3. So they're sitting in the third spot. But it's Hamilton boys. Hamilton boys have now opened up a length in the under 16-8 final. So, Hamilton boys, 1 length in front. Looking like the moving now crew would be probably the same. Hard to see the colours. Just outside of Auckland Grammar, we can see that St Peter's crew. They've probably moved into second over Westlake. Auckland Grammar coming on the inside of Westlake. And then we go further out to St Kent's, who are in the blue. So the move so far as we came through that part was by St Peter's, but it's still Hamilton boys, 1 length over. The mover is St Peter's. They've pushed through and they've got up there, and also Auckland Grammar's trying to go with St Peter's. They're catching up to Westlake. Hamilton boys, 1 length in front of the under 16-8. Hamilton boys, as we come up to the marker buoy now, as we go through, coming up to the 1,000 metres. Oh, can't see anymore. I can't call them through. I've lost the picture. Hamilton boys were in the lead. St Peter's coming second. St Peter's, they've got a third of a length over Westlake boys. Auckland Grammar are sitting there as well, neck and neck with Westlake, and not far off them we've got St Kent's, and then we're down to St Paul's Collegiate in the front. We've still got Hamilton boys 1 length ahead. Hamilton boys 1 length ahead. The crew that's coming at them, the crew that's moving is St Peter's. St Peter's from Auckland, and the boys under 16-8. They've got the best boat speeders through the third 500. Hamilton went really strong in the second 500, opened up clear water, and now it's only 3/4 of a length as St Peter's pull away from Auckland Grammar and Westlake. Auckland Grammar continue to come through, and they've now got a canvas over. They've got a canvas over Westlake, and then we go back half a length to St Kent's. So Hamilton, will the St Peter's crew continue their run through this third 500 and get closer to Hamilton? Hamilton's still holding a good healthy lead, but St Peter's have been moving. Maybe they've just finished their push now. That's about 30 or 40 strokes after the 1,000 metres. It's a matter where they've got continual boat speed, raw boat speed. Hamilton, big, long and strong in this under 16-8. They've got some big boys in this crew. The Hamilton boys number 1 crew, clearly in second, St Peter's. They've got 3/4 of a length, and then it's a real tight tussle between Auckland Grammar and Westlake. We then go back to St Kent's, then we go back to lane 2, which is St Paul's Collegiate. They've all gone through past the 500, so I can't call it through there. And it's still Hamilton boys by 1 length, St Peter's by 1 length. They've nearly opened up clear water over Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar sitting with a canvas on Westlake. Westlake further back is another 3/4 of a length to St Kentigern's College out in lane 7. Still, as we come down, 350 metres to go. It's Hamilton boys. Hamilton boys in front of St Peter's. As we go into the 250, Hamilton go through, St Peter's go through, Auckland go through, Westlake go through. Now then we're waiting for things. So the crews are coming down the inside. Hamilton did a very fast second 500. St Peter's had a good third 500 to pull ahead of Westlake and Auckland Grammar. Still Hamilton holding on. They've still got enough momentum. St Peter's keep trying to peg them back. Still got about 3/4 of a length in front, Hamilton. St. Peter's will have to wind if they want to get any closer. It looks like Hamilton's to lose at this stage. St. Peter's holding off. The real battle's going to be third. Westlake and Auckland Grammar. Here we go down to the line. Hamilton, they've still got a length. Coming up with a stroke to go. There goes Hamilton. They'll cross the line first. It's going to be St. Peter's in second. Westlake have gone past Auckland Grammar again. Auckland Grammar just by 2 feet over St. Kent's. Then we're back into here in lane 2, which is St. Paul's Collegiate. Finishing down in lane 2, they'll go across now. Takapuna, and down on the inside Wellington College. That was the boys under 16 8 final. Girls under 17 Coxless Pair B final are coming down the course. They've gone about 500 metres. You can see them in the distance on your screens. A final is sitting in the starting blocks, and we've got a medal presentation ceremony happening on course now for the quads, the girls' quads. In the B final, in the lead of the B final, we have Howick College number 2, Sophie White, Michaela Matthews. They're leading the B final while the A final sit there in the blocks ready to start. They're due to go in another 2 minutes. So they're underway in this A final of the girls under 17 Coxless Pair. You can see some different coloured boats there, some in white, some in yellow. It's just a matter of, typically they do the boats in white because it's easier to repair them. So it's the middle of the field, it's lane 6. Lane 6 you can see showing out in the lead. That's St. Kennington's College. Probably leading Mount Albert in 5. Then we go into 4, which is Wellington Girls College. Back into the inside lane. So in the A final, further down they've started. It's lane 6 that have taken an early lead with lane 1. No, it's now lane 1. Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna. Very hard to see these colours. So we got the B final with about 500 metres to go. B final, and it's out in the middle of the track in the B final. It's lane 5 and 6, which is Howick College and Rangitikei College. The A final's underway. They're coming through 500 metres. But out in front of us we can see them, and probably third in the B final down on the inside here we have St Mary's from Wellington. But quite a contested race as they go through. Lane 1 had started early, but it's the 3 crews in the middle that have pushed through as we go through the 500 metre mark, and the 3 crews in the middle, it's lane 4s, 5 and 6. So it's lanes 4s and 6, lane 4 and 6, Wellington Girls College and St Kentigern leading over Mount Albert back into Takapuna. Then we swing right to the outside to Queen Margaret. We then go back into Wellington Girls College and their yellow boat in 2. There's another yellow boat in 3. That'll be Epsom Girls, is it? But out in the front, it's lane 4 in the A final as they go through the 750 metre mark. Just having a look in front of us now is the B final, and in the B final with 200 metres to go, it's the girls in lane 4, Howick College, leading the girls outside of them. Sorry, that's Howick College as well. And then back inside of them, Sacred Heart. So it's the 2 Howick College crews in the B final, first and second, Sacred Heart in third, and right down on the inside to St Mary's. As I switch back to the 8th A final, and in the A final now we've got a clear leader. They've moved out to a length in lane 4 in the A final. That's Wellington Girls College in their yellow boat. Sitting in behind them 1 length back in their blue boat, we have St Kent's, half a length down on them. In third place is Mount Albert, and then we swing to this crew towards the outside, which is Queen Margaret. They're half a length down on Mount Albert. Then there's a gap back to the middle of the rest of the field. So there's 4 contenders for the medals in this girls under 17 coxless pair as we near the halfway stage. As they go through it now, Wellington go through. Mount Albert seem to have done a bit of a move. Mount Albert have done a move now on St Kent's. They're moving as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. They've taken a canvas lead and moved into second. Mount Albert over St Kent's. St Kent's still holding a length over Queen Margaret on the outside. We're still looking at Westlake Girls though. They've opened now 2 lengths. No, these... So it's still 2 lengths out in front. Wellington Girls College in this final in the yellow boat over the Mount Albert crew back to St Kent. Still Queen Margaret sitting there on the outside. They're the only 4 in contention for medals. Very much looks like Wellington Girls in lane 4. They'll be hard to peg back. They've opened up a couple of lengths as we go about 800 metres to go. Mount Albert still trying to go with them. Just while we're doing this, couple of happy birthdays. Happy birthday to Harry Gardner from St Kentigern's College and Ella Russell from Glendowie College, both having birthdays today. But as we come down now, still Wellington College in the yellow boat over Mount Albert. Mount Albert now have got clear water over St Kent's. They've sorted themselves out. We can see the rain, the Waikato sheds in the background. So that means we're coming close to the 500 metre to go, and the 3 girls in the front have all seemed to sort themselves out as we go through. They're coming up to those yellow boys now. There go Wellington through. 1 stroke. 2 strokes, 3 strokes over Mount Albert, another 2, 3 strokes over St Kent's, 2 or 3 strokes back to On the outside, Queen Margaret. Then we go back into Lane 2. Lane 2's Wellington Girls College shading Epsom. After Epsom, we then go back into Lane 1. Lane 1 is Takapuna Grammar, and then we have Lane 7 Hamilton Girls following them. So we're coming down now inside the 350 metre, and these three leading crews seem to have sorted themselves out. Sutherland and Baggery, coached by Catherine Dufferin from Wellington Girls. They're holding a solid lead here now in the girls under 17 pair. They're followed by Tattersfield, who I believe did very well in the single. You might remember her. Over Kernell, coached by India Maddox, the Mount Albert Grammar crew in the light blue. They're holding second, and third out there in the blue with the white hoops, the blue crew. That's St Kennigan's College in this girls under 17 pair race. So I can hear good screaming going on down there. I can see the Wellington girls and the St Kent's girls and the Mount Albert boys all down there screaming for their respective crews. Mount Albert trying to have a go at Wellington, but I think it's just too far ahead. Wellington girls just have to hold it together as they go in now. They're inside 100 metres. They've still got clear water over Mount Albert, but they've opened up 2 or 3 lengths on St Kent's as Mount Albert try and push up on Wellington girls. Wellington girls are going to go through and win though shortly. They've got about 2 strokes to go. Little bit off course. There they go through. Wellington girls win. Mount Albert will be second. They've opened 3 lengths onto St Kent's, who are going to hold on to third. We then go outside, right to the outside to Queen Margaret College. They'll finish in 4th. We've got 2 lengths back now to the other Wellington Girls College crew. Then in lane 3 we have Epsom Girls Gamma going across, Takapuna, and out to Hamilton Girls. That was the A final, the girls under 16 coxless pairs. And that race was sponsored by Wintech Racing. Both those races sponsored by Wintech Racing. So you can always get your repairs from Franz Madrich or any spare parts you need from Wintech Racing. Short break now while we wait for the boys under 17 coxless pair final to start. Under 17 coxless pairs, they're underway. Event 40, A final. Howard College in 1, Kings in 2, St Kent's in 3, St Paul's in 4, Westlake in 5, Onslow in 6, Takapuna in 7, and Onslow have another crew in lane 8. Early leads lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate. After 100 metres, they've opened up 3/4 of a length on the field. Quick start. Next closest to them would be lane 5 Westlake boys as they go through the start. They're just coming up to 100 metres and they go through. 250 metres I should say. So they've opened up clear water now, St Paul's Collegiate, looking good early on. They've gone out to 1 3/4 lengths, St Paul's Collegiate. That's Harbert and Jeffress, coached by Kyle Coles and Martin Simonselli. Boys under 17 coxless pair, this is sponsored by Crew Room. They're up there if you want to get some clothes outside. We've still got, they've pulled out by 3 lengths now, St Paul's Collegiate. They're clearly out in front now. They've really opened up this field over Westlake Boys. Westlake Boys just holding off King's College down there in lane 2 as they come through with 4 lengths in front in the boys under 17 final. So St Paul's Collegiate, they're clearly out in front, class above the rest of the field. They've moved nearly 4 lengths out in front. We haven't even got to the halfway stage yet. Westlake following just in behind them, 4 lengths down. They've opened up a length of the rest of the field. Then it's fairly close. We've got 3 crews fairly much in a line. We've got Howicks and Kings down the outside, and then we go further out. Outside of Westlake, we've got Onslow College in the red. Inside of them, we've got the crew in lane 3, which is St Kentigern's College. But it's way out in front, St Paul's Collegiate, as we near the 1,000 metre mark. They're now gone out to maybe 5-6 lengths over the rest of the field. Clear dominant display. Doing quite well now down in lane 1's Howick College. They seem to be pushing through before the 1,000 metre mark. They want to consolidate into second position. So they go through there, just holding them out. Is on the outside here, Westlake still holding over Howick. Bit confusing with the angles from the cameras being shown. But you can see big lead now by St Paul's Collegiate. They've gone quite a way out in front. They're at least 5 or 6 lengths. Rowing nicely. That's Harbert and Jeffress. In this under 17 boys Coxless Pair A final. So they continue to lead. They're so far out in front you can't see the second crew from that camera angle, but they're a good 4 or 5 lengths out in front now. So they're holding out, still holding on this outside is the lane 5 crew. The lane 5 crew is Westlake Boys. They're still holding second from Howick College down in lane 1. Howick College in turn are holding off King's College, who are in behind them as we hit 500 metres to go in the final. And it's St Paul's well in front. Fairly close now. Howick's trying to have another go to get up into second. St Paul's Collegiate leading this A final. 5 lengths in front. In this A final, they've got 5 to 6 lengths. The real race is between Howick Westlake and Kings for that second position. Be interesting to see if when they get to one of these markers whether Howick have been able to push up onto Westlake. But it's all St Paul's Collegiate, as I've been calling down the race. They're 5 or 6 lengths in front. Howick now have moved up onto Westlake, and Kings are trying. They're in behind Howick. But it's St Paul's Collegiate, clearly 5 to 6 lengths in front in this under 17 Coxless pair final over Howick down on the inside. Westlake have been in second place all the way down the track, but Howick seem to have pushed up onto them. King's trying to come through, and in behind them you've got St Kent's and their blue boat. We're down into the last 100 metres. As we look at it now, still neck and neck. Howick seem to have a margin, but Westlake have decided to sprint again. Westlake have been leading them most of the way down the track till that sort of last 500. So it's quite interesting who's going to finish this, but I'm seeing a good sprint now coming from Westlake, and they're going to hold on to second. They held on for second for a long way. Howick pipped them, and then they came again. So Howick crossed in third, Kings in fourth, St Kent's in fifth. Then slowing right down, we've got Onslow just cruising to the line over Takapuna and one crew further down the course. We'll now take a break while we wait for the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. They're underway in the girls under 18 Quad A final. Cambridge in 1, Pukekohe in 2, Takapuna in 3, Collegiate in 4, Wellington East in 5, Glendowie in 6, Hamilton Girls in 7, Westlake in 8. Early leaders in this stage getting a good start now is for Lane 6. Lane 6, canvas out in front, Glendowie College. Glendowie College has got the early lead by a canvas, but it's all pretty close together in its very early stage as we come up to the 250 metre mark. Hard to see on the angle that I'm on. Looks still like Glendowie College. They go through now. Yes, Glendowie College by a canvas over the crew inside of them, which is Wellington East Girls, slightly shading Wanganui Collegiate and Takapuna Grammar. There's really not much in it at this stage. Glendowie had a quick start and poked their nose out in front, but certainly no one's breaking the field. They're all within these first 4 crews within about a third of a length of each other, so it's pretty much neck and neck racing. although it looks like Glendowie have got one canvas on the other three crews just inside of them. We then go back to lanes 1, then 2, and then out to lanes 7 and 8. But it's still Glendowie College just over Wellington East. Next in behind them, Wanganui Collegiate and Takapuna. They're in that order, 7, 6, 5 and 4, but there's only a third of a length. And it's too early in the race as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Let's have a look as they go through the 500. Going through the 500, there they go. Glendowie still holding the lead over the crew inside of them. Positions haven't changed through this first 500 metres as it's really close now. And the girls under 18 quad as I leave to go to the live stream. Glendowie College still holding on now. They're just leading over Wellington East. Wanganui Collegiate just staying in front of Takapuna. There's about 4 canvases between all 4 crews. You can see them in line there. Probably not perfectly in line with the boys with the drone. We'll get a bit of an angle, but it's still Glendowie holding the lead. Who's starting to poke through now is a little bit Collegiate. Collegiate started to go a little bit past Wellington East girls. I think they've poked their nose in front of them, or their bow, I should say. Their bow ball's going out into second place as they try and hunt down this Glendowie crew as they went through the markers. Glendowie's still holding the lead. This is quite a close race. Glendowie over Wellington, over Wanganui Collegiate. Wellington sitting just in behind them, and just in behind them is Takapuna. They're your first 4 crews in the girls 18 quad. So it's Collegiate going out after Glendowie, and they're probably closing up on Glendowie now as we come up to the 750 metres gone. The next marker buoy will be the 1,000 metre mark, which is halfway through the race, and we can see the crew on the outside and the crew in the middle. That's Glendowie, Jordan, Lawton, McLaren and McLaren, Farnell, Coxing. Over Wanganui Collegiate, Mora, McCarty, Hobbs, Murphy and Roland Coxing. They're the 2 crews. Glendowie just out of the picture now, but they should be in the lead with this Wanganui Collegiate crew in the blue and the black caps. In lane 5 we have Wellington East Girls College. You can see them staying there, and they're in 3rd, and there's not far really back into those other 3 crews inside of them as well. So through the 1,000 metre mark, Glendowie continue to lead. Glendowie leading over Wanganui Collegiate. We're still looking at Wellington East Girls. They're all within striking distance. So I think these 3 are going to be the medalists, because as they put the prammer down now through the 1,000 metre mark, this is where you really start to sort them out. And these 3 crews are really pushing ahead. So this is a real exciting race with not really much in it. Glendowie holding off Wellington Collegiate, and just inside of them, the Wellington East Girls. These 3 look like your medal crews as they push away. They've pushed away from Takapuna Grammar, who's sitting in 4th. Inside of them is Pukekohe and Cambridge, and I'm not sure where the other crews, they're a bit behind. The other 2 crews way out in the outside lanes, which are Hamilton Girls and Westlake. So this is the girls under 18 quad final, and it's Glendowie still holding the lead over the Wanganui Collegiate crew, who are trying to peg them back, but they haven't pegged it back, this early lead that Glendowie got, and they're still holding off. Wellington Girls dropping a bit back to half a length. They're holding 3rd though. They got clear, and the crew that's really starting to improve a little bit now in lane 2 is Pukekohe High School. So they're coming down with 500 metres to go, and quite an exciting race, and it's Glendowie. And they are still holding off Wanganui Collegiate, Sacred Heart there as they lead through. They're coming up to 500 metres in the girls under 18 quad, one of our top events. And it's still Glendowie holding on. They've got a good canvas. The bow girl can see them in lane 4. They're holding them off into the 300 to go. What an exciting race this has been. It's Glendowie still holding them in the lead. And they're holding off Wanganui Collegiate. In fact, Glendowie are pulling out even more now as they go there. in the girls under 18 quad. So we now shift to the girls under 18 quad, and this has been a terribly exciting race down the course. Glendowie leading on the outside. They had a canvas all the way down. They've opened it up to half a length. They can see Collegiate trying to go with them. Collegiate through the race, they pushed away from Takapuna Grammar, and following them in behind is Wellington East. Wellington East have been up there all the way, but the two crews have pushed away from Wellington East, and the crew that's come through Takapuna is Pukekohe down in lane 2. Still Glendowie continue to lead. They've opened up a half a length to 3/4 of a length. They're going through. They're in the yellow boys. 200 metres to go. The girls under 18 quad. One of our top events on the program, and Glendowie are leading over Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate had a good push. Will they come again? There they go. They're starting to wind up in Collegiate. Glendowie look like they're going to hold on. They've still got half a length. Collegiate is starting to lift again now at Glendowie. Rebecca McLaren get a good scull in that single. Maybe her legs are tired because here come Wanganui Collegiate. Glendowie still holding on. Glendowie by half a length over Wanganui Collegiate. They're gone to 3/4 of a length. They're sprinting to the line, and Glendowie will win the girls under 18 quad over Wanganui Collegiate. Sacred Heart in 3rd. Pukekohe are going to get 4th. Cambridge High School down here in 5th in the inside lane will overtake Takapuna. Takapuna were right in it for a long way, and that was quite an exciting race as they came down the course, because those quads through the middle of the race were all very close together. That was the final of the girls under 18 quad sculls. That girls under 18 quad sculls was sponsored by the University of Waikato. And the University of Waikato is also sponsoring the next 2 races, which is the boys under 18 double sculls, and we can always see the B finals already at the 1,000 metre mark, and the boys under 15 B sculls. So in this race we have Cambridge High School, Pukekohe High School in 2, Pukekohe in 3, St Paul's in 4, St Patrick's in 5, Wellington in 6, Auckland Grammar in 7, and Wellington College in 8 on your program. Glendowie were in lane 5, but they have scratched. And this is the B final. Meanwhile, the A final's in the blocks, ready to go, and the boys under 18 double. And the crew leading this, it looks like Pukekohe over St Paul's. They're in the middle of the field. Pukekohe in lane 3, St Paul's in lane 4 in the B final. A finals in the start, ready to go any moment. Boys under 18 double sculls, sponsored by the University of Waikato. Oh, bird dived under the water in front of the Pukekohe boat, needed to get out of the way in a hurry, and it's still Pukekohe leading St Paul's. We then go much further out to the outside. In lane 6 we've got Wellington College. They're probably holding 3rd. Over in lane 8 we've got the other Wellington College crew. They're holding 3rd and 4th. Then we come down to the insides, and they're away in the A final, shooting out in the first 100 metres in the A finals. Lane 3, Wakatani, Berquist and Snow. They've got a flyer, they've got a canvas on the field as we go through 100 metres in the A final. Boys under 18 double scull. Still down here as we go through the 500, we've got Pukekohe narrow leaders over St Paul's, and then we go out to Wellington College. That's the B final. I'm going to switch back to the A final, and in the A final they're underway, they've gone through 250 metres, and we've got Wakatani with a canvas, and the under 18 boys double sculls. They've got a canvas over Sacred Heart, Sturgis and Leach, very experienced in the double scull, these boys. I'm pretty sure they won the under 17s. Just in behind them we've got Hauraki Plains, that's Claridge and Simpson. They're your first 3 crews, and the boys under 18 as we go through 350 metres. So there goes Sacred Heart. They're pulling up now to Whakatane. They've had a go at Whakatane. The Whakatane single sculler started out very fast as well. As they come up now, and they're neck and neck. Whakatane and Sacred Heart. Neck and neck through that boy. 500 metre mark. Still think it's Whakatane. Whakatane just by a foot. As we come down here and I look at the finish in front of me, it's still Pukekohe High School holding off St Paul's Collegiate in the B final, and then we go out to the two Wellington crews having a battle. Back down to the A final, back down to the A final. Oh, still got Whakatane in. They're only got a foot though on Sacred Heart. These are the two crews. They've opened up a length. They've opened up a length over Hauraki. Then we go outside of Hauraki to Sacred Heart. Number 2 crew, Duffy and Slyfield. So at the moment, I think Sacred Heart is starting to poke their nose in front over Whakatane. Sacred Heart, Whakatane, Hauraki Plains, Sacred Heart. They're your first 4. Then it's a little gap, then it's a length back to lanes 2 and 7, which is Wanganui Collegiate and Maclean's College. And then we go back to lanes 1 and 8, New Plymouth and Otamotai. In the middle of the field, they've pulled ahead. Sacred Heart now doing their work through the middle of the race. They've taken a canvas over Whakatane. They now can see the Whakatane boys, and they'll get more comfortable into a rhythm being ahead of them now rather than trying to chase them down. We're coming up to nearly the halfway stage. I'll call them through. Coming up to the boys now. Well, I can't see the boys through on the camera, but it looks like Whakatane still behind Sacred Heart, still calling the Sacred Heart a canvas in front. There's really not much in it. Typically now we see a bit of a move from Sacred Heart. I've noticed they seem to like to go at about the 800 or 700 metre mark to go and try and really pull ahead and squeeze on these other crews. There they go, they're in a move now. Sacred Heart are doing a move, they've opened up to half a length. There's the Sacred Heart move. They're going now, they've put the hammer down. Whakatane trying to stay with them. These two crews, they've opened up 3 lengths now. 3 lengths over Hauraki. Hauraki, you've got a length over the crew just outside of them, which is the Sacred Heart number 2 crew, who want to try and get up to them. Whakatane aren't letting them go. I can see the moves come off now with Sacred Heart. They've finished their move. Whakatane, their boat's bouncing up a bit and down. They're big boys. They're putting some power in. I can see that boat starting to bounce. They don't want to let Sacred Heart go in the lead. Sacred Heart's still holding. They're out to a length. Whakatane's boats, you can see that stern going up and down as they really try and squeeze it on to stay with them. But I think this is a winning move. Here goes Sacred Heart. They've moved again, Sacred Heart. They've now opened up a length and a quarter. It's their race to lose. Whakatane clear in second. There's 2 or 3 lengths back to Hauraki. The battle's going to come now from Hauraki, and sitting outside of them is the other Sacred Heart crew. And then we're back right down to the inside. The crew right in, I'm pretty sure it's lane 1, New Plymouth boys. But out in front, they've opened up, they're pulling away now. Sacred Heart are pulling away over Whakatane. Whakatane is settling for second because Sacred Heart's just taken another length. So now the third cruise will have a go at Whakatane. I don't think there's enough room in the course for them to pick up this Whakatane crew, who have now decided probably to settle for second. They've really started to lift the rating in the Sacred Heart crew. They won another gold medal today. They've won a couple already. And Sacred Heart move further out into the lead. Whakatane holding a solid second over Hauraki, and Sacred Heart further out, and the crew coming down, slightly down the inside. We're going to have to watch as in lane 1. Lane 1, New Plymouth Boys High School. So Sacred Heart have cleared out. Whakatane are through in second. Hauraki still holding third. Real battle now as New Plymouth push up onto fourth against I'll push up into fourth against Sacred Heart. So Sacred Heart 2, they're getting under pressure from lane 1, and lane 1 are lifting it up. I can see a bit of water flying in the Hauraki boat. They're coming under pressure from this crew coming down lane 1. It's clearly it's Sacred Heart and the boys under 18 double, sponsored by the University of Waikato. They've got 3 lengths over Wakatani, who have done a lot of work in the middle of the race, and they're holding on to second. Will they get up on the inside? It's still Hauraki by half a length. Hauraki's going to hold on to that third place. Yep, they're a length ahead. Good row down the inside though from New Plymouth boys. They overtook the Sacred Heart boys out there on the outside. Then we come back into Wanganui Collegiate, across to Maclean's College, and following them in on the outside is Otamaitai. That was the boys double scull, sponsored by University of Waikato. As we take a break now before the girls under 15 Cox State. Girls in the start, still a couple of minutes to go. You can just see them relaxing there in the starting blocks as they wait for 2 minutes to go. The white flag's up from the umpire's boat. See the boat with the 7 on it in the corner of your picture. Just went out of screen. White flag means it's okay to go into the 2-minute countdown and get them ready. They'll touch their oars up a little bit on the outside just to keep the boat straight. Just see them still fairly relaxed. Still 30 seconds to start time. Just sitting in the start. See them, there's a little bit of wind, so they're all just having to straighten up their boats. Girls under 15, Cox State. Probably be a bit nervous for them. Young girls under 15, they're off now. So we got quite a good race going underneath, and they're away in the under 15-8. Good start from Barradine. Under 15-8's away, and Barradine have got a flyer. They've gone out to the early lead. Barradine, following them in lane 5 is Waikato Dio. Barradine holding the early lead, but here come Waikato Dio pushing at them. Waikato Dio look like now they've already poked their nose in front. Going with them also Epsom Girls Grammar in lane 4. Epsom Girls want to lead. So Barradine aren't keeping this early start up. They've got a brilliant start though, and pushing out in front you can see the Waikato Dio crew. They're in lane 5. They're pushing out. Epsom's trying to go with them. They'll be under instructions not to let this Waikato Dio crew get away from them too early in the race. They're through 250 metres to go. There's another close race. We've had 3 good races so far. Under 18 Girls Quad was close in the early stages, the double, and so's this one. Waikato Dio, 4 seats out in front. They're going out, they're pushing away. Eggs are trying to go with them. They've got a couple of seats over Barradine. You can see the red caps inside of them. That'll be Diogo School for girls. They're the 4 crews early on. We then go back into St. Peter's right on the inside. So let's call it. We've got lane 5, leading lane 4, leading lane 6, leading lane 3. That's probably how they qualified. Then we've got lane 1, leading lane 2 and 7 and 8. So, Waikato Dio, they've now pushed out to 5 seats. Still Epsom, try and hang on to them. You've got to stay with them so that when the push comes later. So, Waikato Dio, 5 seats in front of Epsom. They've got 6 seats over Barradine. Good long strong rowing from these girls under 15.8, and the noticeable thing, you can see their blades down near the water in the catch and the Waikato crew. Unusual for an Eggs crew, but they're waving their blades a little bit at the catch. There's a bit of skying going on. They're missing some water, and that's the difference between Waikato and Epsom girls as these 2 crews lead out. Epsom girls, blades down close to the water as they put it in, maximising their stroke length. Epsom girls just missing some water. They're doing some good work there, but they don't quite have the boat speed. There they go, Waikato Dio. There goes the move from Waikato Dio. 8 seats in front. They're going to push out looking for clear water soon. They've done a move. And they've now pushed on Epsom girls. Epsom girls are holding out the crew that's outside of them, and that's Barradine, who got the flyer of the start. They've only got 4 seats on Barradine. As we come through and up to the 700 metres, 8's races go pretty quick. Then we go over, settling into 4th now, is in lane 3, and that's the Dio crew in their red caps. But we got clear leaders now. They're out to the coxswain seat. Waikato Dio, you saw that very strong move from them. They're consolidating their lead. Epsom wobbling a little bit. They're coming under pressure. They're trying their hardest, these girls. Few chins going a bit down in that Epsom girls' boat. Waikato Dio sitting up, getting plenty of leverage in. They're opening up, they're going now, they've got clear water. Still Epsom, hold on to 2nd. Barradine trying really hard. I'm sure they're doing a move at the moment, just looking at their body positions. The stroke looked across. They wanted to see, she couldn't, obviously wasn't believing what the coxswain was telling her, and she wanted to see for herself, where is this Epsom girls grammar crew? As they come up through the 1,000 metres. It's still Waikato Dio. Eggs still try and hold on to them though. Eggs are lined up with the coxswain seat. Looks like from the overhead scan, if the angle's right, we're 900 to go. If Eggs are going to go, they're going to have to go now. 900 metres to go. Eggs are putting in some work. Epsom girls grammar, they're trying hard. Barradine are consolidating. Not seeing a move from the Barradine at this stage. They're just thrown and settled down. Epsom trying really hard, but Waikato's got the race. It's their race to lose as we come into 700-800 metres to go, and their boat now open in a length and a quarter. And as I say that, Barradine must be doing a bit of a move. They're closing on Epsom girls grammar. Maybe Epsom finished a move and they've lightened off. That Barradine's coming now at Epsom girls grammar. Then we go down into the inside of them. They've been consistently 4th Dio, and the rest aren't in them any hope of medals at all because they're 2 lengths back. We have the crew in lane 2, which is the Waikato Dio number 2 crew. We go out to Sacred Heart girls. Then we have St. Peter's and Cambridge, and St. Peter's School and Cambridge on the outside. So it's still Waikato Dio, and Eggs are still trying to stay with them. Barradine had done a move, closed up a bit, but now Eggs have gone ahead of Barradine again, clearly into 2nd. Little bit difficult on the camera angles I'm getting, but it's probably because the barge is just staying a little bit behind the crew, so it's a bit of a funny angle, but I'm still Waikato Dio. Waikato Dio out in front. This crew of Hull, Curry, McLeod, Daniel, Melville, Mason, Carruthers and Hardley. Ormsby coxing, Jesse Brook Watts coached them. We got the Paul Westbury crew holding on to 2nd over Barradine. They've got 3 or 4 seats over Barradine as I get an aerial shot now in their yellow boat for Epsom Girls Grammar. They'll be wearing their yellow caps. Epsom Girls Grammar crew of Lashbreen, Wallace, Walkinshaw, Burge, Horn, Donovan and Hogg, Owen Coxing, as they come down now and they're nearing the 250 metre mark. So the battle's really going to be in second and third. Can Dio get up there in Barradine? Can Barradine get up onto Eggs? In this girls under 15 Cox State, sponsored by Waipa District Council. Waipa District Council sponsoring this event inside the 250. It's Waikato Dio. They've got Clearwater. Eggs coming under pressure. Epsom Girls under pressure as Dio start to move through on the inside of them. Barradine are on the outside of them. I'm pretty sure these Epsom Girl crews will be pretty fit and trained to hold on in situations like this to that silver medal, but it's Waikato Dio, 100 metres to go. Clearwater, the battles in the minor places. Epsom Girls have been in second all the way, but the other crews are getting pretty close to them. I think they're going to hold on. They haven't lost any boat run. And it's Waikato Dio with 2 strokes to go. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. They go across the line. Epsom holding by a couple of seats. 3 seats, Epsom. They're coming on the inside. Dio coming, and Dio picked Barradine on the line. Great finish from Dio. The coxswain's got her hands in the air, and I'm pretty sure they've picked Barradine right on the line from my viewpoint. Might be wrong. Great race in the 8s. That was the girls under 15 Cox States, and we've got a little bit of time now to the next race. Just double check the results before I go off air. First Sacred Heart, no, wrong race. They haven't put the results up, so I'm just going to cut out for the medal ceremony. Quite an interesting race. If you're watching on TV, I'm just waiting for the results to come up. There they are, Waikato Dio first. Epsom Girls hanged on to second. Dio did get through into third over Barradine in fourth. That was the result in the girls under 15-8. Boys under 15-4, they're about a minute from start time. You'll just see them sitting there, but relaxed with a minute to go. When they're ready, a little bit tricky with the wind, you'll see them square their blades in the water. So feathered means they're just sitting flat on the water. So if you see the crew on the right-hand side of the TV, you can see their blades are flat. They're not ready to go yet. They're seated up there. When they're ready to go and they think, you'll see them put them square in the water, ready to go. That'll be an indication we're about to start. There they go, they're squared up. They must be getting close to a start now. There they go, and you saw they went off within 2 strokes of squaring their blade. So who we got in this under 15-4? That's Auckland Grammar on the inside from Mount Albert Grammar, Kings in 3, Sacred Heart in 4. The 2 Westlake crews in 5 and 6, Hamilton in 7 and Auckland Grammar in 8. Pretty hard to see from sitting behind who's in the lead, but at least we can see they've started. Lane 4, that looks like from this aerial shot, lane 4 looks like they've had a good start, Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart are having a very good day today. Doing well in number races. Going with them's lane 2, Mount Albert. Boys under 15 Coxed final, still very early stage. Sometimes you get some slow starters, and if you've got some big units in this race, big units I mean big strong boys at an early age, they'll pull through the middle of the race. So it really doesn't matter this first 300 or 400. but often now we're getting into base boat speed, and remember they're seeded off their times earlier in the regatta, so we'd expect the crews in the middle typically to be pulling out near the front, and that's what we're seeing with Sacred Heart leading this Westlake crew just outside of them, and Mount Albert Grammar down in lane 2. Bit hard to see from these aerial shots with the reflection. Mount Albert's in a light blue, Sacred Heart in a dark blue, and Westlake are in the white with the red swans on their back. So those 3 crews, they're out over the King's College crew. The King's College crew sitting in 4th. You can see their white bucket hats as King's College sit in 4th. The first 3 crews have got a good start. Mount Albert Grammar's doing a bit of work early on as they come through the first 500. So we had Sacred in the lead early. Westlake have had a go at them, and then Mount Albert did a move. King's sitting in behind in 4th. Then we go to the yellow boat right on the inside, which is the Auckland Grammar number 1 crew. They're back in 5th. Then we come right back towards the outside, and we've got the Westlake, one of the other Westlake crews, which is at number 3 actually. But as we get an aerial shot now, it looks like the crew on the outside. Westlake Boy, they've poked their nose now in front. This is, like I said, it didn't really matter in these coxed 4s who's doing the work early on. We had Westlake sitting behind, and now they've got into basic boat speed. I think they're pulling away. I'm sure Westlake have done a move now. That's them in lane 5, and they took 3/4 of a length off Sacred Heart at that point. So big move from Westlake. Like I said, often the big boys, big units in a coxed 4, they don't get going too early in a race. Had that the same when I was coaching Mount Albert Grammar. Often they start to pull through the middle. It doesn't really matter what happens in the start. And they've got the lead, they're taking the lead off Sacred Heart, who were the quick starters. They seem to have settled in now, but I've still got them half a length. Westlake Boys over Sacred Heart. Mount Albert holding, not trying to hold on to 3rd. Mount Albert 3rd, King's College, but also on the outside of the Westlake crews, the other Westlake crew, and they're also improving. They're starting to attack Mount Albert. So the 2 Westlake crews, they weren't particularly quick at the start, but they've got some base boat speed. So we got Westlake. I'm giving them 2 seats advantage over, as they went through the 1,000 metres, over Sacred Heart. So they've got some good base speed now, but they're really not making a difference. Sacred Heart, I can see the blades are splashing. They're in a move. Sacred Heart are doing a move now. They've pulled up to the bow seat guy. Westlake are just holding them off. Mount Albert still in 3rd with the other Westlake crew. They're neck and neck, Westlake and Westlake number 2. Westlake would love to have 2 boats on the podium. I'm sure Mount Albert have got other ideas down in lane 2, the Mount Albert Grammar number 1 boat. But we got the Westlake number 1 crew, Morris, Lease, Bird, Pivot, coxed by Hampson Tyndall, Coach Mark Clemo and Lemon Just. They're holding out Sacred Heart, Marsden, Dwyer, Amino, Gardner, Slater coxing, coached by Terry Doolan and Mike O'Brien. They're still holding these 2 seats over them, and they've pulled out from the rest of the field. There's clear water back to Mount Albert and the other Westlake crew. The Kings are sitting a length down on them, and then we've got Auckland Grammar coming down the inside, and their yellow boat, the yellow blades and the dark blue of Auckland Grammar. But the action's in the middle, under 15. Lot can still happen at this level. They haven't lost touch, Sacred Heart. But the Westlake boys, they grunted through that middle to come from half a boat length down to shoot half a boat length in front. And they're still in front. They've still got the bowmen out in front of this Sacred Heart crew who are trying again. There they go again, 7:50 to go. They're having another push at Westlake. They've opened up the field. Mount Albert's sitting in 3rd, but they're a few lengths back. They're holding off the other Westlake crew, and maybe they've stopped their challenge in that Westlake crew, as Mount Albert have thrown a solid 3rd 500 to shake them off. In fact, King's not sitting, and Auckland Grammar not sitting too far behind Westlake number 2. But the real battle is out in front, and still out in front is Westlake. Westlake very strong in this event. I was just listening to the coaches. They've already started their under-15s training for next year. They got started in week 2. I heard them chatting about it this morning. They've got their novice program underway already. And it's good novices. You go long and slow with novices. Don't want to put too much workload into them because you want them ready at the end, and they've got to get through to the under-18 season. So we've still got Westlake. Westlake holding off. We've had some good races lately. You can hear my voice gets a bit excited as we get closer battles. Westlake still holding. Sacred Heart still trying to come at them. Sacred Heart having another move. 2:50 to go and it's down to a canvas. Sacred Heart coming at Westlake. Westlake are going to have to go because Sacred have put up boat speed. Westlake haven't really increased. Sacred continue to come. Sacred, they're lifting again. There goes the Westlake. He's looked across. Have they got anything left to hold this lead? Is Sacred just starting to fly at them? There's a real battle for this gold medal. Who's it going to be? Westlake's still holding on. He's still holding on. Sacred had a good go at them. Westlake still holding on. They're not panicking. Coming down to the line. Westlake a canvas. 2 strokes to go. Westlake by a canvas over Sacred Heart. What a great ding-dong battle. Who's it going to be now? Mount Albert are looking across. Don't know why they're looking at them, but Westlake have got it. Westlake are going to have 2 boats on the podium. They've gone past Mount Albert. Kings in lane 3 are holding off Auckland Grammar. Kings go through. They've held off Auckland Grammar. Then we've got another good showing for another 2 boats in the finals. Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar will hold off Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys in this rate obviously concentrating on the big boats. That was the boys under 15 Coxed 4 final. That was sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery, that race. Very exciting race. Goldsmith Gallery, based in Hamilton, all your pendants and rings and jewellery. Under 17 double sculls, B finals already coming down the track. They're nearing the 1,000 metre mark in the B final. A final sitting in the start. B final, it looks like Wellington Girls in lane 3, fairly prominent in the B final. A final sitting in the start. We've got a medal presentation ceremony going on for the girls under 18 quad at the moment. Yeah, I got Wellington Girls leading the B final, and they've gone through the halfway mark as the A final sits in the start. In this B final, I don't think there's really much between Wellington Girls College and Rotorua Lakes out there in lane 6 as they come down 750 metres to go, and we can see the A final started. A final in the middle of the track. You've seen those lanes 3, 4 and 5 pull out early. That's Cambridge in 3, John Paul in 4, Iona in 5. The 3 early leaders. not much between lanes 2, Hamilton Girls, and the 3 outside crews, Wanganui High School, Diocesan School and Pukekohe, and a little bit further back to Glendowie College at the tail of the field. So it's lane 3, Cambridge High School. They've got the early lead over John Paul College, and Iona sitting outside of them in lane 5. There's not a lot in it, you know, it doesn't really matter this early in the stage in the B final. These are all the crews that have missed out on the sorry, that's the A final on screen, and the B final's coming down in front of me. It gets a bit confusing at time. A final. So it's lane 3, Cambridge, leading John Paul. Then we've got Iona. Then we have, you can see the yellow and green of Wanganui High School. Cambridge High School leading the A final. Cambridge over John Paul and Iona. Then we go back to Wanganui High School, but it's lane 3. Lane 3 have poked their nose out in front, Cambridge High School. In front of us we got the B final, and the B final's being won by lane 3, Wellington Girls College. Then we go out to Rotorua Lakes, and just inside Rotorua Lakes we have Otamotai. Then we've got Hillcrest, but it's still Wellington Girls College as they come down to 100 metres to go. She's going to win, they're going to win this B final, and we go back to the A final, which is live on the screen, and leading in the A final in lane 3. Lane 3 leading the A final, and it's Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School over John Paul College. Next is Iona College. They're in 3rd. So this girls under 17 double sculls final in 4th. You can see the colours of Wanganui High School. That's the yellow and green. Shows up well on this camera. Out in lane 8 you've got Pukekohe High School in the red. They're just going back out of the camera shot. The reason they go in and out of the camera shot is because this other camera is set up on an umpire boat on the outside lane, and this footage, which is quite spectacular as you see quite a slanted line, is actually being done by a drone. So what actually happens is the umpire boat going down the outside with the camera on gets a bit too close to the crews, so you can only fit so many crews into it, and the same happens with the drone. Only fit so many crews on screen. But we definitely have lane 3 in lead. That's Cambridge High School. Lane 4, John Paul second. Then we can see that blue boat of Iona College and 4. So there you Cambridge High School out in front. You can see that dark uniform. It's got a diagonal stripe on it. Then we go to lane 4, John Paul College in the red. Outside of them, Iona College, and then we come to the green and yellow of Wanganui High School. So those 4 crews doing quite well out in front. Pukekohe's trying to go with them. Glendowie are way down on the inside. You can see them in the distance, but they're a bit behind. They're sitting in behind Hamilton Girls. We've got a presentation ceremony on again for the boys double at the moment. But in the girls under 17 double, Cambridge High School, they're leading this A final. Cambridge High School, Eastwood and Murray. This race sponsored by these B and A finals. This race sponsored by Croker Oars. Still they continue down, and it's still the same result. Lane 3, they're 2 lengths in front now. Cambridge High School over John Paul College. Nothing much changed. Iona College sitting outside of them, and sitting them for a further length behind them is Wanganui High School. So there's not really a lot changing. Still lane 3, probably the only thing is lane 5. Lane 4, Iona College is getting up close to John Paul College now. Lane 3, well in front. The battle's on for second, and we can see that bell from lane 5 surging up onto lane 4. Lane 5 starting to come now. They want the silver medal. They've surged up. They're at less than a bell behind as Iona College surge up on John Paul College. Pukekohe still hanging in there behind. They're behind Wanganui High School. You can see them in the shot now, but it's still well in front. Well in front is Cambridge High School, Eastwood and Murray, coached by Michelle Munro and Callum Wright, as we come down to the 250 in the under-17 double schools final. Cambridge High School, the real battle. It's between lanes 3 and lane 4 and lane 5. John Paul College, that's Negus and Tom, and Iona College, Richie and Woodby Wrinkle. They're the ones that are really battling out for the silver, and I fancy it could be the outside crews caught up on the inside crew, and they've led them all the way. John Paul, but Iona have put in some strokes. They're desperate for the second medal. They're trying to respond in John Paul. They'd like a silver rather than a bronze, but I think Iona made a very strategic move to get ahead of them. It's still pretty close though. Clear-cut winner in Cambridge High School, because they've got a couple of lengths out. The real excitement's between silver and bronze. Iona poked their nose out with a well-timed move inside between the 500 and the 250 metre mark and took a canvas and went out to the lead. They pegged them back. They want to come back again, and they're coming back again. Lane 4's coming back again. That's John Paul. It's less than a canvas. It's half a length. They've found something extra. They've gone past them again. Lane 4's gone past them in the last 50 metres. And they'll get up and they'll claim the silver. They were silver all the way down. They're pretty happy, shaking each other's hands. Great race over John Paul. Then we have Wanganui High School. They settled in 4th, came down all the way. Pukekohe in 5. Back down to the inside to Hamilton Girls. Then we go out to the outside. You can see the red caps, Adair and Glendowie down the inside lane. That was the girls under 17 A final. And already coming down the track, 1,000 metres is the boys under 17 quad B final. So we've got the boys under 17 quad come down now. Live on the TV, we can see the under 17A final in the start, the under 17 quad final. But let's have a quick look at the B final coming down. Don't seem to have a ceremony at the moment, so I'll call a bit of the B final.
Yeah, you do.
B final's been won by lane 4. I'm just going to cut out on this mic for the ceremony. And live stream, we're away in the A final. We're away in the A final of the boys under 17 Coxless quad. Coxless, they don't row Coxless till you get past school level, so all these boats are coxed. We've got Cambridge in 1, Wanganui in 2, St Paul's in 3. We're getting a back shot of them now. Hard to see who's in the lead. St Peter's in 4, Wanganui in 5, Glendowie in 6, St Kent's in 7, Howick in 8, and I'm expecting this race to be very close. we've got a very good St. Peter's crew. They've been dominant through the Gratters in 4. They're going out with them, and St. Kent's are trying to stick with them in 7. But look for the St. Peter's School. They've been pretty dominant. They both did well in the doubles, these boys, earlier in the day. And it's St. Peter's School. They've shot out to half a length already. Half a length already in this under 17 quad. Crew's going with them as lane 4, then lane 6. Lane 4's in the lead, and the crew's going with them at lane 5 and lane 7, which is Wanganui High School and St. Kennigan's College. Then we go back down more onto the inside, and we've got Collegiate and St. Paul's. In behind them we've got Glendowie towards the outside. Down on the inside we've got Cambridge High School, and we've got Howick College right on the outside. So as we come down in the live stream, we've still got St. Peter's School. St. Peter's School have opened a length up. Quite a battle now as the crew's on the inside, lane 3 and lane 2. They're pushing up. That's St. Paul's Collegiate and Wanganui Collegiate. On the St. Kent's and the Wanganui crew. St. Kent's has probably just dropped a little bit back. They're now sitting in 5th. They're ahead of Glendowie in 6th. Then we go back to right on the inside in 7th is Cambridge High School, and then right on the outside Howick. But you can see now, I told you earlier, the St. Peter's School quad, they've been doing very well, strong in the doubles. They're opened up, you can see them in the lead, but the minor medals are going to be quite hotly contested. It's quite hard to push ahead in a fast moving quad. A little bit of a headwind, you can see the ruffles on the water as we're coming up nearing the halfway stage, and already 1 length out in front, St. Peter's School. St. Peter's School, Tukin, Barrier Frogen, Yeoman, McClintock, coached by Hay, coached by Chris Thorson. They're holding a 1 length lead over lane 7. Lane 5, Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School, you can see the yellow blades there as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. Yes, Wanganui High School with those yellow blades, they're barely holding second. Over the crew, St. Paul's Collegiate, they're the white boat there sitting in 3. You can see their nose poking out in the middle of the screen. Just remember there's a bit of an angle to the boys, not necessarily the angle the drone's on. And then we go back just in beside them is Wanganui Collegiate. So they've pulled out. St. Kent's are trying to hang on. You can see them in the bottom of your picture. You can see St. Kent's in the bottom of the picture. They're trying to hang on. They're still in a medal chance. And then we go back to Glendowie. And then we go back to the crews, Cambridge and Howick on both sides. So quite exciting. We've got St. Peter's that have pulled out. They've pulled out to a length and a half now, and then we don't have anything much between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And the boys under 17 quad, A final. It's Wanganui High School. They're doing the chasing. There you can see the yellow blades of them. They're holding 2nd, only by a canvas. They're only by a canvas over St. Paul's Collegiate. St. Paul's Collegiate have a canvas over Wanganui Collegiate, and hanging in there tough on the outside is St. Kent's. Glendowie have sat in behind these crews, a couple of lengths down, and then we go to Cambridge High School and Howick on the outside. But St. Peter's continue to pull away. They've opened up 2 lengths. I'm seeing a move now. A move's coming from St. Paul's Collegiate on this Wanganui High School crew. I'll get a better idea maybe as they go through 500 to go. No, that's still, so St. Peter's in front, nothing between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They go through together, Wanganui High School and St. Paul's Collegiate. A canvas down is Wanganui Collegiate on the inside of them in lane 2, and then we go to St. Kent's who are sitting half a length down. They're still in it. Glendowie are behind them. They're about another length and a half behind. They've been that sort of same distance all the way down the track. And then we go to the crew on the outside, which is Howick College, shading Cambridge High School. So as they come down, to the finish. We can clearly see this is St. Peter's race, but the race is on for second and third. 4 crews in with a chance. Can Wanganui High hang on from the St. Paul's Collegiate crew that are attacking them? Wanganui Collegiate down on the inside. St. Kent's still in the hunt on the outside. As they go through now, St. Paul's Collegiate have gone through. They've taken a canvas over Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School's level with Wanganui Collegiate. Collegiate is sprinting down the inside. That might be it for Wanganui High. They've got to change gears because these other crews have attacked them now. Here they come, St. Peter's, St. Paul's, Collegiate and Wanganui High. They're your medal chances. St. Kent's fading back a little bit over Glendowie. Still St. Peter's. They're coming again. It's extremely close. I think St. Paul's second, but I can't pick third. St. Peter's, St. Paul's. Who's it going to be? Collegiate on the inside or Wanganui High School? The 2 Wanganui High Schools. Wanganui High School by a canvas. No.
Oh,
yes, no. I don't know. I really don't know. I think they might have just held at Wanganui High School. I really don't know. Over Collegiate. I'll let passing over to Kirsty, and she'll give you that result shortly. That was very, very close in third place.
Thank you, John, and I will take you through for the last hour of competition here at the North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships. What an amazing final that boys under 17 Cox Quad was. And we can confirm that the gold went to St. Peter's School from Cambridge, 7:09:30. Silver was St. Paul's Collegiate, and the bronze medal went to Wanganui High School. So Wanganui got the bronze, 0.24 of a second ahead of Wanganui Collegiate. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty tough. Out in front of us at the moment we have the B final of something. The girls under 18 Novice Cox 4. We'll bring that to you in a moment. So out in front of us is the B final of the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4. These ladies are just about to go through the 1,000 metre mark and on the live stream at the moment. Sitting in the blocks is the A final. We will go to that very shortly. We'll just give you an update for the parents at home or any family that are supporting crews in the B final. And it would be lane number 3. Lane number 3 at the moment. Cambridge High School. The local girls going super well here in the B final. So we'll move. We've just got a medal presentation happening, but we have our live stream working well. So we'll go to the A final of the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4 shortly. And lane number 1 is Hillcrest High School. Lane 2, Iona College. Lane 3, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton. Lane 4, Wellington East Girls College. Lane 5, Diocesan School for Girls. Lane 6, Westlake Girls High School. Lane 7, Diocesan School for Girls number 2. And Lane 8 is Maclean's College number 1. And we're underway. The A final has come out of the blocks. It's a clean start in the girls under 18 Novice 4, which is always a good sign. And what a beautiful drone shot there as we look straight down over these crews. Lane 6 is shot out pretty quickly here. Lane 6 is Westlake Girls High School number 1. So Westlake looking really good. Lane number 3 and 5 going with them. That's Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton and Diocesan School for Girls. This is the early stages of the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4. So this means that all these young ladies are in their first season rowing. And basically, they can be from under 15 to under 18 in age. So it can be quite a broad range of ages in each of these boats. And you might find that some of these young ladies have also been in 15/8s or novice 8s earlier on in the day as well. So down we come, they settle into their work as they come to the 250. It is still lane number 5. Lane 5 is Diocesan School for Girls, I beg your pardon. They are travelling quite well here. But lane number 6, also Westlake Girls High School. So Annabelle, 2 Annabelles, Annabelle, Sasha, Charlotte and Taylor, coached well by Ella Campbell and Kim Dowden. They'll be happy with this. They've settled into their work. We also see a big push now coming from lane number 3. So lane number 3 is Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton. So Livy, Lily, Eva, Thea and Rose Abbott, coached well by Kylie Callboy and Tony Burns. So that's your gold silver at the moment. Westlake Girls over Sacred Heart. Right down on the inside, travelling well is Hillcrest High School, also coached by Kylie. And then Annabelle McRovey helping her with Hillcrest. So you get a close-up shot. There's Westlake Girls. Inside of Westlake Girls is Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. So both these crews, one of them on the North Shore, one of them over in the centre of the city, Diocesan School for Girls. Right down on the end there, Maclean's College. So this is the A final of the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4 that we're looking at right now. And as they come down to the 1K, no, it's not the 1K. They haven't gone that far. It is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is still Westlake Girls High School holding on to the lead here. And the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4, they look super tidy. We're just starting to see Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton do a big push here. And they have really put the legs down as they come past the Water Ski Club. So this is Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton, coxed by Rose Abbott. She's put some big strokes in to try and reel in Westlake Girls. And then we've got lane number 1 travelling well. That's Hillcrest High School. And then lane number 5 is Diocesan School for Girls, who are desperately trying to get themselves into that bronze position. So what they'll be hoping is that either lane 5 or 1 drop their pace a little bit to push them into one of those medal positions. So the big push in this third 500, or as they come up to the 1K, second 500, is coming from Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton in lane number 3. I've got too many angles to look at here. I've got the course, then I've got the camera, then I've got, oh goodness me. I'll get used to it by the time the 8s come down. Out in front of us in the B final, we are looking at the girls from Cambridge High School. The local girls here are winning the B final. They've got about a length and a half over Wellington Girls College, who are in second, and then Pukekohe High School will come through for third in the B final. Cambridge High School in the B have probably got about 6 or 7 strokes to go, and they'll take this out by a length and a half. Back to the A final of the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4, and it's still Westlake Girls High School from Auckland's North Shore. They've done a really big push here. Oh, there's a stop. Oh no. Is that lane number 3's come to a stop? Oh, that's really sad. That's really sad. In A final, those girls were sitting up in the silver medal position, and they've come to a stop. Sacred Heart from Hamilton. So Kylie and Tony are going to need to get down there and give some support to these girls. So we're back out on the course for the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4A final, and we've just had something really awful happen out there. One of the crews sitting in silver or bronze has had a massive crab stop the boat and have dropped right back. So I'm hoping the coaches go down and scoop these girls up when they come through to the finish. So they've gone through the 1K, and it is still this crew from Westlake Girls High School. The crew that was sitting in the silver medal position in lane number 3, something awful has happened to them, and they have dropped right back here. But let's keep an eye on what happens as this race progresses. So it is still Westlake Girls High School, Diocesan School for Girls, and then we're starting to look for our bronze medal. It could be coming from Hillcrest High School at the moment, who down in lane number 1 must have done something pretty well here to hold on. It's a crew actually rowing off the course now, so that crew that was going super well for silver, unfortunately lane number 3, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton, have rowed off the course. So super sad here in the novice season. I hope these girls continue. They have had such a good season racing, and unfortunately this can happen at the top level in a final. Back out to the leaders here in the third 500 of the girls under 18 novice coxed 4. And this event is sponsored by Defence Force Careers. So thank you, Defence Force Careers, for supporting us here at the North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships. Out in front of us is a superb performance, very, very well coached crews here. And it is Westlake Girls High School sitting out in that gold medal position. They'd have nearly 2 boat lengths now, which in a novice 4 is a darn good effort, one might say. Diocesan School for Girls, they had 2 8s on the podium in the girls under 18 novice coxed 8, so they have a very, very strong novice program running at Diocesan. They are sitting currently in the silver medal position out there, and then we're looking for our bronze, and currently I would say it's sitting with Hillcrest down there in lane number 1. Can they hold on? They've had an amazing 1500, and Hillcrest High School desperately trying to hang on for that bronze. Who can put them under pressure? So down we come towards the last 500. We watch Westlake Girls approaching that 500 to go, and they are looking super strong as they come through. Now through they go, and this is a novice crew. Geez, they're rowing super well for novice. This is Westlake Girls on their way to a title here in the girls under 18 novice cox 4, and this crew that you're looking at is Annabelle Drew Ross, Annabelle Savage, Sasha Vandernet, Charlotte Morstan, and Taylor Copplestone, coached brilliantly by Ella Campbell and Kim Dowden. Then we're looking at second, and it's the young ladies from Diocesan School for Girls, Iris Tooman, Genevieve Fail, Albert Erickson, Alice Nathan, Charlotte Robertson is the cox, and Fionn Lewis and Rahira Greatrix is the other coaches of this crew. Right, down we come past Rowing New Zealand. This is Westlake flying down towards the finish. Girls under 18, novice cox 4, final stages, and this crew has absolutely annihilated the competition. Well done, coaches. This is a great display of novice rowing here at Lake Karapiro in the girls under 18, novice cox 4. Defence Force Careers are our sponsor of this event. Sitting in the silver medal is still Diocesan School for Girls, and a very, very brave race from Hillcrest High School down in lane 1. That crew of Morgan Haywood, Hayley Cutler, Corbin Radford, Ella Cloak, Briar Duncan, and coached by Kylie Corboy and Annabelle McRobbie. So down we come. Inside the 250 goes Westlake Girls, also Diocesan School for Girls. Third place, clearly in third, is Hillcrest High School. This is a superb effort. So Kylie's going to have 2 crews going, oh no, that poor crew that had something go wrong earlier, but she had 2 crews right up there with a shot at a medal here. Down comes Westlake Girls with nearly 100 to go. Let's show these novices heaps of support as we get towards the end of a very long day for these girls. They've seen heaps and heaps of A finals and B finals come down today, and they finally get their turn to shine. Westlake Girls come down with 80 metres left to go. They are going to take the gold medal, and they're rowing beautifully for a novice 4. So they are 2 to 3 boat lengths clear of Diocesan School for Girls, and in turn Hillcrest High School probably about nearly 2 lengths back on Diocesan for bronze. Congratulations Westlake Girls, champions for 2023 in the girls under 18 novice cox 4. Well done ladies. Silver is going to go to the girls from Diocesan, so they take a well-earned silver, and then the bronze will go nearly 2 lengths back to this young crew down in lane number 1. It's Hillcrest High School. So out on the course at the moment with just over 500 metres left to travel is the B final of the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quad. The A final has shot out of the blocks. We will go to them shortly, but I'll just give you an update on how the B final's travelling here. And I think it might be Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar travelling well out there in lane number 6. So Takapuna Grammar is leading the B final of the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Just on their right hand shoulder is Te Awamutu College. They will be sitting in second place. And then possibly right down on the inside, Tauranga Boys College or Maclean's number 2 for that third. Boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, also sponsored by Defence Force Careers, and we'll go out to that A final shortly. So the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls A final has Wellington College in lane 1, Wanganui High School in lane 2, Whakatane High School in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, St John's from Hamilton are in 5, St Peter's College from Auckland are in 6, Sacred Heart from Auckland are in 7, and Maclean's College number 1 are in lane 8. That is the makeup of the A final in the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. On the live stream screen there, just on the bottom right in the yellow, that is the crew from Whakatane High School. So Whakatane are currently in the gold medal position. Just over their left-hand shoulder is St Paul's Collegiate in silver, and then chasing them quite hard, probably about half a length down, will be St John's from Hamilton. So this is the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Currently sitting in the gold medal position is Leon Mahey, Luca Hewitt, Jonathan Hyde, Nathaniel Ash Shoots and Hamish McPherson, coached by Leighton Hale and Graham Watt, and that is the crew from Whakatane High School number 1. They are leading the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quad. So out in front of us, just coming to the conclusion of the B final, the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, it's Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna leading home Te Awamutu, and then over on the outside is Maclean's College number 2. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they come home, probably with about 40 metres left to travel in the B final. Out on the A final, we are looking at Whakatane High School in lane 3. They've gone out to clear water now over St Paul's Collegiate number 1 in lane 4, who are sitting in the silver medal position. And then there's quite a tight race between lanes 5, 2 and 1 for that bronze. So St John's from Hamilton, Wellington College and Wanganui High School all looking for a result here in the minor medals at this stage in the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quad A final. These gentlemen not quite up to the 1,000 metre mark yet. They are in the second 500, and it has still been led by Whakatane High School. So these guys had a very, very clean and quick start out of the blocks. They settled onto their work pretty quickly for a novice quad, and then they just started to lengthen. You can just see that reach and that swing that they're getting as they come into the finish. So it is Whakatane, and then it tightens up for silver and bronze. We've got St Paul's Collegiate now. Just outside of them is St John's, and then side by side is Wellington in 4th and Wanganui in 5th. So boys under 18 Novice Cox Quad, into the third 500 they come. The lungs start hurting and the legs are sore, and these gentlemen are coming down for racing for medals here in the boys under 18 Novice Quad. It's still Whakatane doing something big strokes here in the third 500. They've got a lovely swing in that boat. They're all in time together. They don't need to look out because they're watching the race unfold behind them, and they are sitting in that gold medal position. So no doubt about Whakatane High School. St Paul's Collegiate going really well here just to maintain their composure and hold on to that silver medal at this stage, but trying to put them under pressure as there's been this great race down on the inside between Wellington College, who did have about a canvas over Wanganui High School, but Wanganui have pulled it up to about a bow ball now. So there's a fantastic race going on between lanes 1 and 2 to try and overtake St Paul's and snatch that silver medal. So down we come. This is the stage where it's really going to count. This third 500 of the boys under 18 Novice Cox Quad, and it is all about Whakatane High School in lane number 3. So Graham and Leighton will be standing down there somewhere watching those boys come to the 500, and they've got clear water at the moment, only about a length and a quarter, maybe a length and a half. St Paul's doing a big push now. They're the early movers. So St Paul's Collegiate have decided it's too dangerous to have St John's from Hamilton and Wellington College and Wanganui that close to them. So St John's are piling on, St Paul's Collegiate piling on some big strokes as they go past Flynn Cove. Down we come to the 500, Whakatane through. Now, let's see that silver at St Paul's Collegiate, and then it's only a canvas to the inside. Wellington College over Wanganui High School. So down we come inside that last 500, and it is Whakatane High School on their way to a gold medal. Hope they've got lots of support down here. Then we're looking for that silver, which is currently all the way down the course, been sitting with St Paul's Collegiate number 1. So Sam, Oliver, George and Hugh Trower is the coxswain, coached by Bruce Jones and Victoria Goodwin. So it is Whakatane, St Paul's Collegiate. Now what's happening? It is still Wellington College in lane 1 trying to hang on for that bronze medal. Throwing some pressure at them is the Whanganui High School in lane number 2. But Wellington have gone out to half a length. That's probably the most they've had, and they're having a go at St Paul's Collegiate now. It's come down to under a canvas. It's come down to a bell ball. St Paul's are hanging on. They've still got the silver, but the big movers are Wellington College. Wellington in lane 1, we've got Tom Henry, Ollie Eddie and Hugh McKnight must be yelling his blinking head off at them because he's throwing them down the finish here. Oh, it's super tight. It's a bell ball between St Paul's Collegiate and Wellington College in lane 1. Wellington College are flying down on the inside. I reckon they've hit the silver. Down we come towards the finish, and the boys under 18 novice Cox Quad. Whakatane are not going to be beaten. What are Wellington going to do here? St Paul's are reacting. St Paul's have gone back out now. They've had some big strokes. Probably in the last 10, they put in some big strokes and they've countered that move from Wellington. Wanganui High School trying to go with Wellington. We come down for the minor medals. Gold is going to go to Whakatane. Congratulations. They are going to take out the boys under 18 novice Cox Quad. Watching for silver. St Paul's Collegiate, Wellington, Whanganui High School. Right on the line, we're watching St Paul's. You've got the silver, and the bronze is going to go to Wellington. Oh, geez, it's only by a bow ball though, but they've done it. Well done, lads. Good effort. So on the course right now is the girls under 16 double sculls B final. We can confirm the A final results of the boys under 18 novice quad. Home first was Whakatane High School in 7:19.66. Silver St Paul's Collegiate 7:25.50, and the bronze medal went to Wellington College 7:26.59, 0.29 seconds ahead of Whanganui, who were in fourth. Back up to the B final here of the girls under 16 double sculls. We have Hillcrest High School in lane 1, Cambridge High School in lane 2, John Paul College in lane 3, Tauranga Girls College in lane 4, Wellington East Girls College in 5, Glendale College in 6, Takapuna Grammar in 7, and Gisborne Girls High School in lane 8. It looks like lane number 3 going well here. John Paul College, Lucy and Madeline, coached by Chris Pearson and Dean Nelson. John Paul College leading the B final of the girls under 16 double at the moment. And then right down on the inside, travelling well, Hillcrest, Jada and Raitara. And also, if we have a look, lane 4 also having quite a good row, Amelia and Zoe from Tauranga Girls College. So we're underway in the A final now, the girls under 16 double. The B final are in the third 500. They're not far past the 1,000 metre mark, so we will give you an update when they get a bit closer. But the girls under 16 double scull A final are on the course. We have Hauraki Plains College number 1 in lane 1, ACG Tauranga in 2, St Peter's School in lane 3, Iona College in 4, Trident High School in 5, St Paul's Collegiate in 6, Tauranga Girls College in 7, and Rangatikai College in lane 8. So back out to the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 having a great race here. Iona College, Libby Winhager and Angala Carney, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack. And then Trident High School's Jasmine Hale and Jade Hale, one would think maybe sisters, coached by Graham Watt and Leighton Hale. Oh, Dad, Uncle. So Trident High School also travelling well here. So look how great this is going. So Libby Winhager, I know that name. I wonder if Jason's watching this. He'd be super proud to see the girls going well out here. So Iona College is hanging on here in lane number 4. Lane number 5 is also going right beside them. That's Jasmine and Jade from Trident High School. Then we come back inside of them, possibly to Peyton and Charlie's from St. Peter's School. They might be sitting in that bronze medal, but putting them under pressure is St. Paul's Collegiate and Tauranga Girls College. So that bronze is well and truly up for grabs at the moment. The B final coming down inside the last 500. They're probably about 300 out from the finish, and it is still John Paul College. John Paul College are winning the B final. Just to the left-hand side is Tauranga Girls College number 2. They'll be sitting in second, and third place right down on the inside is Hillcrest High School number 1. That's the B finals. They come through the 250. Back out to the A final. We've got a cracker of a race on our hands here. These young ladies have waited all day for this final. And we're back out now live for the girls under 16 double A final, and we've got a great race on our hands here as they come down towards the 1K mark. It is lane number 4. This is the young ladies from Iona College, and Gala Carney and Libby Winhager, coached by Nick Sy and Hamish Lack. Probably about half a length behind them is Trident High School, Jasmine and Jade Hale, coached by Graham Watt and Leighton Hale. And if you're in a double, it is not a pleasant feeling having a crew sitting half a length down. You want some clear water if you can get it. So down we come towards the 1,000 metre mark, and it is still these young ladies in lane number 4. Then we go to lane number 5. Then we've got a scrap on for that bronze. St. Paul's Collegiate have just put in some really big strokes. Sophie Dunn and Zara Brangwyn, coached by Alison Mills and Beth Ross. They've put themselves now in front of St. Peter's School, who were sitting in bronze. Peyton Barnett and Charlie's Davison down in lane number 3. So the bronze is now sitting with St. Paul's Collegiate, but all 3 crews, gold, silver and bronze, have got overlap as they go through the 1K. So they're all going through already. Just in saying that sentence, they've all passed through the 1,000 metre mark. So it's 3/4 of a length to Iona. Then we go back to second place, which is Trident High School, and then only half a length back to third place, which is St. Paul's Collegiate, and then only half a length back to St. Peter's School from Cambridge. So one mistake or one change in rating could determine one of these 4 crews pushing up into that gold medal position. But as I say that, big move here in the third 500 from Libby and Angela from Iona College. They've just put in some massive strokes going through that third 500, and they've actually pushed out to the biggest lead of the race so far. So they have gone out to a length and a half now over Trident High School, who are under pressure now from St. Paul's Collegiate. St. Paul's Collegiate looking to go into the silver medal position here if they can hold on as they come through this third 500. So this is the girls under 16 double scull, and that's exactly what's happened. St. Paul's Collegiate have hit the silver medal position here in the girls under 16 double. So gold is still sitting with Iona College, and St. Paul's Collegiate have just overtaken Trident High School to hit the silver medal. As we come down towards the last 500, these young ladies deserve lots of attention. They've waited all day for this A final, and it is still Iona, but St. Paul's have pulled Iona in. Iona went out to a length and a half, and St. Paul's have closed the gap. They've actually pulled up to a canvas on Iona, and I think they're going for the lead. I think St. Paul's are making a move for the gold medal. Down we come towards the 500. Can they do it? St. Paul's Collegiate are trying to go for gold, Sophie and Zara, but it's it's still Iona holding on. They've just done another big push. Oh, this is great racing from girls under 16 doubles. This is fantastic. As they come down to the 500, there's been another counter-attack from Iona College. They saw St Paul's put those big strokes in. They waited, and then they went. So this is a great effort from Sophie and Zara to be having a go at Libby and Angala from Iona. So this race is not over yet. We still have the gold medal sitting with Iona College. Silver is with St Paul's Collegiate, and Trident are sitting in the bronze medal with St Peter's School from Cambridge in the 4th spot at the stage. From there, from that 4th position, we would then swing over to Tauranga Girls College. Right down on the inside is Hauraki Plains, HCG Tauranga, and Rangataiki College is in lane 8. Down we come towards the 250. How's this going to finish? Oh, they're having another go at them. St Paul's are having another go here. They are really throwing everything they've got at Iona College. I love the spirit from this St Paul's crew. Can they do it? It's an under 16 double. Down we come towards the finish, and St Paul's are making a claim for the gold. Can Iona hold on? The question's going to come through the 250. Let's watch them as they go through. Iona's trying to hold on. St Paul's putting some big strokes in. Bronze is sitting with Trident still. St Peter's back and forth. Oh, they go through together. It's bell balls locked as they go through the 250. Oh, they're locked together for gold. Here goes Iona again. Iona's gone for another push. St Paul's are trying to hang on. The gold medal is only a bell ball's difference. Can St Paul's roll over the top of Iona? Here we go. They've gone through. Iona has still got the gold. It's under a bell ball as they come down towards the finish. Oh, this is a commentator's nightmare. This is so close as they come to the 100. St Paul's are gone again. Oh, bad stroke from Iona. They just took a terrible stroke there on the bow side. St Paul's are making a claim for the gold. Here they come. There's only about 10 strokes, 10, 11 strokes to go. St Paul's, you need to start yelling. Here we come to the finish.
Iona's got it.
Oh, Iona's trying to hang on. Oh, I don't know, but Matt reckons Iona's got it. Bell ball went through. They've gone through. They've swapped bell balls every time they come to the finish. Oh! Oh!
That's impossible.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Okay, let's tell you who got bronze. It was lane 5. Lane 5 got bronze. But let's, someone on the finish line down there has probably got a pretty good idea, but that was absolutely insane. My top race today was the boys under 18 single, but I reckon this might have taken it out. Who do you think won the gold medal? That was a sensational final. Just as we see this final crew come across, lane number 8. Well done, ladies. Good effort here. I want to know who won that gold. I am hanging on with bated breath to see who took that. Was it St Paul's? Was it Iona College? What do you think, teams? We are going to find out any moment now, hopefully before a big presentation. We've got to see who won this gold, because that was got to be one of the closest finishes today. That was amazing. So those that are still wondering what this A final result is, they are still contemplating who got that bell ball across the line first, and they will take their time to get that right, because that was such a sensational finish. We want to make sure that the gold medal goes to the right crew. So as soon as we know it, we will bring that to you. But what an exciting conclusion to the afternoon. And just while we're awaiting that final result, I'll bring it to you as soon as it comes through. We are down to our last 3 events. So I'll call the boys 16 single. Matt Jensen will call the girls under 18-8, and then I'll bring down the boys under 18-8, and that will close out the North Island Secondary Schools. Hey, guess what, team? We've got a result. Iona College, you won the gold medal. 0.01 of a second over St Paul's Collegiate for silver. So St Paul's Collegiate, you take the silver, and Trident High School, you have got the bronze medal. Congratulations, Iona. Could you make it any closer? B final of the boys under 16 single. Whew. Let's go out and just give them a little bit of attention before we go straight out to this A final. So the B final, lanes 3 and 4. Pukekohe High School's Cohen Robinson and Curtis McCarthy from St John's. They are in the third 500 and they're currently leading the boys under 16 single B final. It would be lane 3 over 4 over 2. So St John's over Pukekohe over Kings. Boys under 16 single, let's go out to these gentlemen. They deserve some attention here. Before we hand over to Matt for the girls under 18-8. Lane number 1 is Tauhara College, Joseph Williams. Lane number 2, Hillcrest High School, Kahukura Hagi. Lane number 3, Glendowie College, Finlay Christensen. Lane 4, St Peter's School, Finn Scragg. Lane 5, St Patrick's College, Oliver Florence. Lane 6, Whakatane High School's Travis Taupos. Lane 7, Maclean's College, Nathan Strawn. And lane 8 is Glendowie College, Campbell McAllen Smith. So lane 4 travelling really well here. That is Finn Scragg from St Peter's. Just on a length down and probably going through together would be the 2 on his left hand shoulder. That's Oliver Florence from St Patrick's College. And trying to go with him is Travis Taupos from Whakatane. So down we come. They've gone well and truly through the 500. And it is still lane number 4, so St Peter's School from Cambridge will be happy here. Finn Sherlock has coach Finn Scragg. So the 2 Finns, St Peter's are down there at the waterfront, all their supporters waiting to watch this single sculler who's waited all day for his final. And Finn is just about clear water advantage now over Travis Taupos from Whakatane High School, who has moved into the silver position. So this is the boys under 16 single sculls. All of these 8 finalists have done a superb job here to make the A final of the North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships. I can tell you that the B final is coming down now inside the last 250, and this young man from Pukekohe, Cohen Robinson, he's about 3 lengths clear now of possibly, oh gosh, it's a good lineup, but you've got King's College, Ted Coop in lane 2. Then you've got Curtis McCarthy from St John's from Hamilton. And then right over to Jack Clark, that might be from St Patrick's. So B final coming down to the last 100, and it's Pukekohe High School number 2, Cohen Robinson. Back out to the A final, it is still Finn Scragg from St Peter's School in Cambridge, and he has now gone out to Clearwater. And Whakatane High School's sitting in that second position, Travis Taupos. Then we go back to third place inside of Whakatane is Oliver Florence from St Patrick's College. That's your 1, 2, 3 for gold, silver, bronze in the second 500 of the boys under 16 single. We have a medal presentation happening down there at the moment, so we will go live on the bank once we have finished that. But we are looking at the boys under 16 single, and it is still as they come to the 1K at St Peter's School, the local boy going through the 1K, and he hasn't got a massive margin. He's got clear water, but I wouldn't take it easy when anyone from Whakatane is sitting in the silver medal. I would not be resting on that. Travis Taupos will have a crack at him. So it's still St Peter's School over Whakatane, and then back inside to St Patrick's College. This is how they're coming down in the boys under 16 single scull A final, and this is a great race. These 2 have pushed clear now, so St Peter's and Whakatane have now pushed clear, and firmly in third place is Oliver Florence from St Patrick's, coached by Rex Jones. He's sitting in that third position. We'll try and see if we can find out who's in 4th and 5th. It's quite hard when the camera's only showing those first 3, but possibly down on the inside going quite well is Tauhara College, Joseph Williams. And then just back on him a little bit is Kahukura Hagi in lane number 2. So down we come to this all-important third 500, and it is still St Peter's, but Whakatane are moving up. Whakatane's trying to put in some big strokes. We've still got just over a length to St Peter's. St Peter's are still holding on here in the boys under 16 single scull A final. This event is sponsored by Mobicom Limited. And the girls under 16 double, apologies there for Just Horsing Around, fabulous sponsorship from Just Horsing Around for the girls under 16 double. Boys under 16 single, Mobicom Limited are sponsoring this event. These gentlemen are coming down now towards the last 500, and it is still a great race developing here. It's still this crew from St. Peter's. And we go back live now to the boys under 16 single sculls as they head down to the last 500. St. Peter's from Cambridge, you are going to be very happy. Your boy is doing it. He is leading the A final, and Finn Scragg is pulling them home, but pushing hard is Travis. Travis from Whakatane is over his left-hand shoulder, and Travis Talpos is trying to come up on, and he's done it. He's actually got overlap. Finn Scragg had 1,000 metres of clear water, and Whakatane's come up on him. He's come up to nearly half a length down, and Finn Scragg has been asked the question, can he lift his game as he comes down to the 500? St. Peter's School from Cambridge are fighting to hold on to gold, and he's gone out again. Finn's gone out for another push. He's just put clear water again on Whakatane. So Finn Scragg is holding on to the gold medal here in the boys under 16 single. Then we go to Travis Talpos from Whakatane High School in lane 6, and then back into Oliver Florence from St. Patrick's College in lane 5. He's sitting in the bronze medal at the moment. Down we come towards the sprint. Everybody needs to start cheering for these guys because we've only got 2 8s left. We've got the girls and boys under 18 coming, and these young single scullers need a lot of attention. They've waited all day for their A final, and it is St. Peter's from Cambridge. Whakatane's in silver, and St. Patrick's are sitting in the bronze. Then we come down the inside to Tauhara College, and then we've got Hillcrest High School, then Glendowie, and then right over to Maclean's and Glendowie College number 1. Inside the last 250, and it is still St. Peter's. St. Peter's is sitting in gold. Here comes Whakatane. Whakatane are winding up to the finish. Can he come up on Finn Scragg? Finn's gone now. Finn takes the rating up. He's bringing it home. Can he hold on? Here comes Whakatane. Finn's gone now. Finn has 3/4 of a length. He's sitting in the gold medal. Down comes your man in the 16 single. He goes through the 100 now. Here comes Travis now. So there is there's clear water. Finn Scragg's going to take it. Finn's holding on for gold as his team cheer him home. Then Whakatane's going to take silver, and then we go back 4 lengths or so to St. Patrick's College. Congratulations, St. Peter's from Cambridge. You will be the under 16 champion at the North Highland Secondary Schools. And silver will go to Whakatane by half a length.
Thank you, Kirsty. We now go to the A final of the girls under 18 Coxed 8s. This race is sponsored by Rowing New Zealand. And in lane number 1 we have Waikato Diocesan School number 2. Lane 2 is Cambridge High School. Lane 3 is Barradine College. Lane 4 is Waikato Diocesan School number 1. Lane 5 is Wanganui Collegiate. Lane 6 Wellington Girls College. Lane 7 is Westlake Girls High School, and lane number 8 is Diocesan School for Girls. This race, of course, is the precursor for the Māori Cup in 2 weeks' time. This event being the Levin Jubilee. So from the heat in this event, we had 6 crews that were within 6 seconds. So it's going to be a great final here, and they are underway. Everyone away relatively cleanly, with Waikato Diocesan in lane number 4, getting a little bit of a jump along with Wanganui Collegiate. Also a great start from Waikato Diocesan number 2 on the far side in lane number 1, but no one really falling back off the pace at this early stage. It's lanes 1, 4 and 7, Waikato Diocesan 1 and 2, and Westlake Girls High School also off with a good start. It's Waikato Diocesan number 1. They've got a canvas advantage at the moment over Westlake Girls High School, but a brilliant start here from all girls 8s in this under 18 8 here at North Island Championship. Great overhead shot there as we still see Waikato Diocesan out to now about, well, it's still a canvas over Westlake Girls. So those two having a really great battle here in this first 500 metres of this race. So Waikato Dio with a couple of seats now as they start to extend. They've got their power on out of the start. They've lengthened out and they've found more boat speed, and they're bringing their teammates Waikato Diocesan number 2 and lane 1 along with them. But really lanes 3, 5 and 6 and 7, that's Barradine, Wanganui Collegiate, Wellington Girls and Westlake Girls High School. None of those crews or Diocesan School for Girls, none of them really off the pace. It's 3/4 of a length now to Waikato Diocesan. They've had an absolute blistering start. They are pushing themselves out in front as we start to see a better length and move from Barradine College and Waikato Dio number 2. It's those two that are starting to get into a nicer rhythm along with Westlake Girls. Westlake Girls along with Wellington Girls College, but a great side shot there of Waikato Diocesan. So it's Waikato Diocesan with 3/4 of the length advantage from Wellington Girls College, and then we would go back to Barradine and Westlake Girls and Wanganui Collegiate. No one really dropping too far off the pace. But it's Waikato Diocesan that have really got into their work in the first 500, and they look to extend in the second part of the race. It's Wellington Girls now. Wellington Girls who have started to move and make a big push for that silver medal position. But it's Wellington Girls who are currently fastest on the track. Wellington Girls, we'd go back to Barradine, also travelling well, along with Wanganui Collegiate and Westlake Girls High School. Now we're starting to see a little bit of an arrow formation as Wellington Girls College and Barradine start to erode the early lead that Waikato Diocesan had picked up. So Waikato Diocesan now only half a length advantage over Wellington Girls College, and it's about a length back to Barradine, Wanganui Collegiate and Westlake Girls High School. We're at about the 900 metre mark now. It's Wellington Girls still half a length back. Bit of a move happening here from both Wanganui Collegiate and Barradine. They've made their move early into the 1,000. We're just about on that halfway point. Waikato Diocesan jumped out to about a length, but Wellington Girls have closed it down to half. So then about 3/4 of a length back to Barradine and Wanganui Collegiate, with Westlake Girls a canvas back from them. We're through the 1,000 now. It's still Waikato Diocesan, but I've closed it down to half a length with Wellington Girls College in that silver medal position. But great moves happening here from Wanganui Collegiate as we step into the third 500 of the race. It's a push from Waikato Diocesan. It's a push from Wanganui Collegiate. Wellington Girls still in the running for that silver medal, but they're coming under increasing pressure now from Wanganui Collegiate. It's those middle 3 crews. But Waikato Diocesan now. Waikato Dio starting to make better moves here. They've entered into the third 500 and they've re-established that length. So they've been able to counter the moves from the other crews as Wellington Girls College had got up to that second position. Have they moved a bit too early because Wanganui Collegiate and Barradine are back hot on their heels with Carringbridge High School and Westlake Girls only about half a length back from that fight. Waikato Diocesan, great overhead shot there. They've got a length advantage as now it's neck and neck between Wellington Girls, Wanganui Collegiate and Barradine. The race is well and truly on here in the girls under 18 Cox State. Still Waikato Dio holding on to that gold, but it's a 3-horse battle for the bronze and silver medals. We see the bow number there of Wanganui Collegiate, and I think Wanganui Collegiate now have gotten in front of Wellington Girls. Wanganui Collegiate with Barradine College and Wellington Girls now battling it out for that 3rd place. It's Wanganui Collegiate with canvas advantage holding on to that silver medal. Great race here in the girls under 18-8 to finish the North Island Championship. It's Waikato Dio, 3/4 a length. Barradine, here come Barradine as well. Barradine also moving well. They're making a good push here, but it's still Waikato Diocesan from Wanganui Collegiate and Wellington Girls. We'll see if Barradine can push up alongside Wellington Girls for that in that battle for 3rd. But it's now a length to Waikato Diocesan. Wanganui Collegiate continue to establish themselves in that silver medal position. A full length back from Waikato Dio, but they've now, to their credit, got half a length over that battle for 3rd, looking to nab that silver medal. And I think a good move happening here from Wellington Girls College. The battle is well and truly on for that 3rd spot, so get out there and get loud if you're supporting these schools, because it's going to be between Barradine and Wellington Girls. Great move happening here from Barradine. Barradine are really moving, and I think that's put them up into that 3rd position, if not starting to challenge again Wanganui Collegiate for that 2nd. Wanganui Collegiate are being wound in by both Wellington Girls and Barradine, but nothing's going to stop Waikato Diocesan. They have that length advantage as they come down 150 metres left to travel. Waikato Diocesan from Wanganui Collegiate, and then we go back to Barradine in 3rd. Barradine in 3rd as here comes Cambridge High School down in lane number 2, taking up that 4th place from Wellington Girls. We'll see if Cambridge High School can do anything for that bronze medal against Barradine, as they've got only 100 metres left to travel for Waikato Diocesan. Wanganui Collegiate desperately holding on to that silver, but Barradine have bronze, but Cambridge High School are well and truly have got their wind. It's going to be a really tight finish here in the girls under 18-8 between Wanganui Collegiate, Barradine and Cambridge High School for 2nd and 3rd. It is Waikato Dio that will take the gold medal. Congratulations, we come down to the line for 2nd. It's Wanganui Collegiate from Barradine. Cambridge High School have gotten up for that 4th position over Wellington Girls. Then we go back to Westlake, Waikato 2 and Auckland Diocesan. Well done girls, what an amazing race. I'll now hand you over to Kirsty, who will bring us home for the boys under 18-8.
Thanks, Matt. That was an amazing race. Congratulations to Waikato Diocesan for taking out the girls under 18 Cox State. And what an amazing finish from Wanganui Collegiate and then from Barradine for picking up that bronze medal. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one race to go. We have the boys under 18 Cox State A final about to come down the course. Who is your money on? The heat winners, Hamilton Boys High School and Sacred Heart from Auckland. What can King's College do? Let's see what happens when these gents come out of the blocks. They're all sitting in the start. We can confirm, we are looking to confirm the girls under 18-8. And if they have a medal ceremony, we will be calling the under 18-8. We're about to start the boys under 18-8. They're having a medal ceremony. They're about to call the boys under 18-8 out of the blocks. I'm just going to talk over the top of them. This whole crowd wants to watch the boys 8. But come on, live stream. We are going to call this 8. So it is coming down shortly and we are looking forward to this, but they are holding a medal ceremony, so we have got clearance to start calling the 8 when it comes down. We'll be with you shortly. So just confirming the A final of the girls under 18 Cox State. Congratulations to Waikato Diocesan for the gold medal, 7:27.35. Wanganui Collegiate 7:31.18, and bronze medal was Barradine College in 7:32.63. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've just had explained by Andrew this Derbyshire Shield for the overall points for champion North Island Rowing Secondary School. We potentially, at the moment, we have a two-way tie between Waikato Diocesan School and St Paul's Collegiate. But if Hamilton Boys High School get first and third, and Sacred Heart can get second, we have a four-way tie for first place for the Derbyshire Shield. So I don't know what they do then. That's up to Andrew and the team up here. But be very interested to see what happens if that's the placings that come out shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the boys under 18 Cox State. We are very, very close to getting started. What you might be interested in, students down there, listen up here. We have a two-way tie for the Derbyshire Shield. Currently sharing first place for the top school in the North Island is Waikato Diocesan and St Paul's Collegiate. Now, if Hamilton Boys get first and third in the 8 and Sacred Heart can get a second, we have a four-way tie for first place. And I'd have to find out if that's happened recently. I would suspect not. Okay, here we go. Boys under 18 Cox State. This is going to wrap out the under 18 events in the North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships here in a brilliant weekend at Lake Karapiro. We've got a great crowd down at the waterfront waiting for these boys' 8s to come. The white flag is up. We have got King's College in lane 1, Auckland Grammar in lane 2, St Peter's College in lane 3, Hamilton Boys High School in 4, Sacred Heart from Auckland are in 5. Those two schools are our heat winners. Mount Albert Grammar in 6, Westlake Boys High School in 7, and Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 8. We are ready to go. Boys under 18-8 are settled. They're in the blocks. They're quiet. The flag is up. We are good to go. Your money would have to be on the experience of Hamilton Boys High School. And they're away. We've got to start, and the boys under 18-8, we are out of the blocks. It's a clean start, and the first two schools out of the blocks. It's who's that in the red? That's Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys are out first. Second is Sacred Heart from Auckland, and sitting beside them is King's College. Kings have come out in second and third with Sacred Heart from Auckland. They're still on quite a high rating. Hamilton Boys have shot out the blocks, and it's King's College with the fastest start in lane number 1. So as we settle down onto our workload, Hamilton Boys is who I'm clocking first. I'm having a look at their rating. I've got 38.5. Go down to King's College in lane number 1. They're going to have to settle soon. They can't hold that rating for long, surely. And I've got King's College on 40.5. 40.5 for King's College. They're lengthening out now. Then we come into a look at Auckland Grammar. Then we've got Sacred Heart and St Peter's College from Auckland. That's your aerial view as you look down. The red boat right in the middle is Hamilton Boys High School. Trying to go with them is Kings in lane 1 on the right hand side of your screen, and then just to the left of Hamilton Boys High School, Sacred Heart from Auckland. They were our heat winners as well, but these boys have had a lot of races today, so let's see what's left in the tank as they come down in this blistering under 18 boys 8. That is the Sacred Heart crew from Auckland. They are sitting in 4th place at the moment. Hamilton Boys High School, King's College and Auckland Grammar. Then you've got St Peter's from Auckland. Those are the 3 or 4 boats you're looking at the moment. You've got a good view of Kings going through. Kings are in first place at the moment through the 500. It's King's College have hit the lead in the boys 18-8. Then we have Auckland Grammar and Hamilton Boys High School locked together. Then we go back to St Peter's College from Auckland and back to Sacred Heart from Auckland in 4th place. Fifth place, fifth. Down we come, King's College have got a canvas on Hamilton Boys High School, Auckland Grammar. Then back to St. Peter's College from Auckland. They're only one seat back on Hamilton Boys High School. This is super tight in the boys under 18-8, but we are looking at King's College and the bucket hats in lane number 1. Big move now coming from Hamilton Boys High School in lane 4. They have put some big strokes in. And we need to keep an eye on this as they come to the 1K. Cameron Natter is the coxswain. Bruce Holden and Caleb Shepherd are the coaches of this crew. And Hamilton Boys High School have hit the lead in the boys under 18 Cox State. We are in the second 500 coming down to the 1K. These guys know how to race fast, and this is a tight race here at the moment. It is Hamilton Boys High School. Then you've got to look at D1, that is King's College. Then you've got Auckland Grammar in the yellow boat. That's St. Peter's College from Auckland, tucked in the middle of them in 4th place. Then you come down to lane number 5, that's Sacred Heart from Auckland sitting in 5th. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they come to the 1,000 metre mark. It is still only 2 seats to Hamilton Boys High School. Down we come to the 1K. Hamilton Boys are going to go through in first place, and the boys under 18 Cox State chasing hard as King's College. Kings have now gone back to 2 seats. 1K now. Oh, that's under a second. It's King's College sitting in second. Hamilton Boys in first. It's only a second and a half between them through the 1K. Auckland Grammar are sitting in the bronze medal at the moment. You can see their bell ball on the live stream. Down we come into the third 500, and I think Hamilton Boys have lengthened. That's a great shot of their bow pair. They have a beautiful stroke there as they come. That looks like a tandem rig boat, I think. So a tandem rig in that Hamilton Boys crew as they come into this third 500, and I think they've lengthened beautifully there. I think Kings are really rating quite high here to try to hang on to Hamilton Boys as we come inside this third 500. This is where Hamilton Boys are really dangerous. They know how to lengthen out. They know how to get the legs on as they come down towards the sprint at the finish. And Hamilton Boys have shot out here. They've gone out to 3/4 of a length. Hamilton Boys have now got 3/4 of a length on the field. King's College are still sitting in second. Hey, guess what? The big movers. St. Peter's College from Auckland. They've taken a move on Auckland Grammar. St. Peter's College from Auckland are moving. Down we come in the boys under 18-8. Hamilton Boys, King's College, St. Peter's, Auckland Grammar. Then we go outside to Sacred Heart, Westlake Boys, Mount Albert Grammar, and Hamilton Boys number 2. That's how they come inside the third 500. And we pull up D5 as Sacred Heart from Auckland. They're pulling up on St. Peter's. St. Peter's are going through Auckland Grammar. King's College are still sitting in the silver medal. And that's the stern of Hamilton Boys disappearing off the screen as they sit in the gold medal position. Down we come to the sprint. They are through the 500. Hamilton Boys on their way home. So Dylan, Ben, Zachary, Zach, William, Ethan, Dylan, Jonty and Cameron Natter are on their way to a gold medal. Oh, look at silver and bronze. You've got King's College, St. Peter's, Auckland Grammar and Sacred Heart all fighting for the silver and bronze. Hamilton Boys are on their way to the gold. Down we come with about 300 to go in the boys under 18 Cox State. And this event is sponsored by Rowing New Zealand, as they sponsored the girls under 18 Cox State as well. So thank you Rowing New Zealand for supporting our top athletes here. Down comes Hamilton Boys to the 250. Kings are in silver and St. Peter's College have hit the bronze medal. They've gone through Auckland Grammar. St. Peter's College from Auckland have gone into bronze. Down we come inside the 250. Boys higher through. So are King's College. So are St. Peter's from Auckland. Here comes Auckland Grammar. Here comes Sacred Heart, but they're back in 5th. So it's going to be Hamilton Boys as they come down to the line. They have 140 to go in the boys 18-8. Oh, here comes Sacred Heart on the outside. Sacred is sprinting for a medal. Can they do it? Can they roll over St. Peter's? Kings are sitting in the silver. St. Peter's are sitting in the bronze. We're coming to the line. Oh, this is going to be super tight for the silver and bronze. It's Hamilton Boys. Congratulations, you have won the boys under 18-8. Silver is going to be King's College. And is it going to be Auckland Grammar, St. Peter's or Sacred Heart? Watch them. Kings get silver and St. Peter's have got the bronze. Auckland Grammar get 4th, and then we go out to Sacred Heart for 5th, back to Mount Albert Grammar, back to Westlake and back to Hamilton Boys number 2. Congratulations, gentlemen, on an outstanding race there. Hamilton Boys High School, North Island Secondary School champions. Everybody travel home safe. We will see you at the Aon Māori Cup in 2 weeks' time. Thank you very much.